Hello. Today I want to go over Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. So first we'll read the synopsis of the play. Caesar's assassination is just the halfway point of Julius Caesar. So Julius Caesar was the most powerful general in Rome, in ancient Rome, and he had grown to such a level of popularity that virtually the whole of Rome was for him. They supported him. But there was a small minority, a handful of people called the conspirators, who conspired or plotted to kill him. So his assassination, the assassination of Julius Caesar means the killing. Assassination means the killing of a king or a ruler or an emperor. And his assassination is just the halfway point of Julius Caesar. So the halfway point is Act 3 in the play. All of Shakespeare's plays are divided into 5 acts: Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, Act 4, and Act 5. Act 1 is the introduction where we're introduced to the characters, they interact, and because of what they do and say, the action rises in Act 2, or the rising action takes place. The level of excitement increases until in Act 3, the climax takes place. Here in this play, the climax is the assassination of Julius Caesar. After the climax comes the falling action, where the level of excitement comes down, and finally there is the resolution, where all the events in the play are resolved. So the first part of the play leads to his death. In Act 1, we see the plot against Caesar being formed, and the second portrays the consequences. The second part is Act 3 and Act 4, Act 4 and Act 5, and Act 4 and Act 5 show the consequences of Julius Caesar's assassination. The whole of Rome is plunged into civil war, and there's a lot of bloodshed and a lot of violence as a result of his assassination. As the action begins, Rome prepares for Caesar's triumphal entrance. So in Act 1, as the action begins, the whole of Rome prepares for Caesar's triumphal entrance. He has returned victorious from a battle. The battle was with the sons of Pompey. In ancient Rome, there were 3 great generals: Julius Caesar, Pompey, and another. Pompey and Caesar became enemies. They fought a battle. Caesar defeated Pompey and killed him. But the sons of Pompey wanted to take revenge. Caesar also fought the sons of Pompey, and then he defeated the sons of Pompey and returned home triumphantly. He was victorious over the sons of Pompey, and the whole of Rome prepares for his entrance. They prepare to welcome him, give him a hero's welcome. Now, Caesar's friend and ally fears that Caesar will become king, destroying the republic. So Brutus is Caesar's friend and ally. An ally, as we can guess, is a close aide, close friend. So Brutus is afraid that Caesar, because of his power, his unchallenged power in Rome, he fears that Caesar will become king. And as a result of his ambition, Brutus fears that he will destroy the republic. Cassius and others convince Brutus to join a conspiracy to kill Caesar. So the handful of conspirators mentioned, there were included Cassius. So Cassius convinces Brutus to join the conspiracy to kill Caesar. A conspiracy is a plan or a plot On the day of the assassination, Caesar plans to stay home at the urging of his wife Calpurnia. So, on the day in which it is predicted that Caesar will be assassinated, Caesar stays in his home. Caesar stays in his palace. So, his wife Calpurnia has had nightmares about Caesar's death. So, she urges him to stay home, and he stays home. However, a conspirator, Decius Brutus, persuades him to go to the Senate with the other conspirators and his friend Mark Antony. However, Decius Brutus changes Caesar's mind. He persuades Caesar to go to the Senate, and the other conspirators are waiting for him. And Decius Brutus also says, "You can come with your trusted friend Mark Antony." At the Senate, the conspirators stab Caesar to death. Antony uses a funeral oration to turn the citizens of Rome against them. So, Mark Antony is a trusted friend of Julius Caesar. He is loyal to Caesar, and he persuades the conspirators to let him speak at Caesar's funeral. He uses his speech to turn the people of Rome against the conspirators. And the people of Rome, they riot, they run wild through the streets. Brutus and Cassius escape as Antony joins forces with Octavius Caesar. So now there's going to be civil war, and Brutus and Cassius escape and form armies, and Mark Antony joins forces with Octavius Caesar to fight Brutus and Cassius. Encamped with their armies, Brutus and Cassius quarrel, then agree to march on Antony and Octavius. So, on the battlefield, Brutus and Cassius are encamped, but first they quarrel, then they agree to march against Antony and Octavius. In the battle which follows, Cassius, misled by erroneous reports of loss, persuades his slaves to kill him. Hello, we'll continue with Act 1, Scene 1 of Julius Caesar. So, each of Shakespeare's plays is divided into 5 acts, and each act is divided into several scenes. So, here we have Act 1, Scene 1, in which we're told, enter Flavius, Marullus, and certain commoners, including a carpenter and a cobbler, over the stage. So, Flavius and Marullus are high ranking officials in Rome, they are tribunes, and there are also certain commoners. Commoners are ordinary people. These commoners include a carpenter and a cobbler. So, Flavius is speaking to the commoners. He says, "Hence, home, you idle creatures, get you home. Is this a holiday? What? Know you not, being mechanical, you ought not to walk upon a laboring day without the sign of your profession? Speak, what trade art thou?" So Flavius tells the commoners to return to their homes. Hence means go away. So he says, return to your home. He calls them idle creatures. And he asks them, is this a holiday? So on a holiday, the working people, are not supposed to be walking on the streets of the city. But here, they've all gathered together, and Flavius is angry because it's a working day and these people are celebrating as though it's a holiday. And he asks them, know you not, being mechanical, you ought not to walk upon a laboring day without the sign of your profession? So he says it's a laboring day. Laboring day is one of the 6 days of the week, Monday to Saturday. Sunday is the day of rest. So on laboring day, they being mechanical. Mechanical means following a certain craft. Or a certain craft means like a carpenter. A carpenter has a definite skill. He uses certain rules to form his tables, chairs, and all those things, items of furniture. He's a mechanical worker. So Flavius tells the commoners, "You are all mechanical, so don't you know that you ought not to walk upon a laboring day without the sign of your profession?" Sign of your profession is each working, laboring person has to have, signboard or something like that. His dress, for example, a carpenter or a cook may wear an apron, a particular type of cap. So they ought not to walk on the streets without the sign of their profession. And he asked them angrily, "Speak, what trade art thou?" He asked the carpenter. The carpenter replies, "Why, sir, a carpenter." Marvelous. He is also angry with the commoners. "Where is thy leather apron and thy rule? Where is your ruler to measure the wood? Where is your leather apron? And what dost thou with thy best apparel on?" So why are you wearing your best clothes, your holiday clothes? "You, sir, what trade are you?" He asks another commoner what trade he is. "Cobbler." "Truly, sir, in respect of a fine workman, I am but, as you would say, a cobbler." So the cobbler answers that he is only a cobbler, but he is a fine workman. Marvelous. "What trade art thou? Answer me directly." So the cobbler says, "A trade, sir, that I hope I may use with a safe conscience, which is indeed, sir, a mender of bad souls." So the cobbler says that he mends bad souls. Soul is the part of the shoe or the slipper which touches the ground. So he mends the bad souls. He cobbles the shoes and slippers. So he hopes that he can pursue his trade with a safe conscience. He's not doing anything wrong. Flavius, what trade thou not in a what trade? Cobbler, nay, I beseech you, sir, be not out with me. Yet if you be out, I can mend you. The cobbler says, "I beg of you, sir, I beseech you, sir, be not out with me. Don't be angry with me." Yes, and now he uses a play on words. He says, "If you be out, I can mend you," which means that if he is outside, he can mend his shoes. On the other hand, it also means if he is angry, then he can calm him down. Unless becomes really angry. "What meanst thou by that? What do you mean by that? Mend me, thou saucy fellow." So he says, "What do you mean by saying you'll mend me?" "Why, sir, cobble you." So cobble means he'll repair the shoes. "Thou art a cobbler, art thou?" "Truly, sir, all that I live is with the awl." The awl is an instrument used by cobblers to stitch the leather. It says, all that he lives, his only tool is the awl. "I meddle with no tradesman's matters, nor women's matters, but withal, I am indeed, sir, a surgeon to old shoes." So he says, uh, I don't mind anybody else's business. I don't become inquisitive or curious about what other people are doing, including women. And he says, he's a surgeon to old shoes. When they're in great danger, I recover them. So when the shoes are about to fall apart, he mends them. As proper men as ever trod upon its leather have gone upon my handiwork. And he says, very proper men, very upper class men as ever trod. Trod means has ever walked upon neat's leather. Neat is another word for ox. So people who wear oxen leather footwear have gone upon his handiwork. Flavius, but wherefore art not in thy shop today? Why dost thou lead these men about the streets? So Flavius asked him, why are you not in your shop today? Why do you form a gang or a group of, well, why do you form a gang or group and go about the streets? But the cobbler says, truly, sir, to wear out the shoes, to get myself into more work. But indeed, sir, we make holiday to see Caesar and to rejoice in his triumph. And so the cobbler says, he makes a joke. He says, I'm leading this gang or group about the streets so that he can get more trade. When the people of that gang or group wear out their shoes or slippers, the cobbler will get more work. But however, he says that they're all going to see Caesar and rejoice in his triumph as he returns to Rome. Marvelous. Wherefore rejoice? What conquest brings him? What tributaries follows him to Rome? To grace in captive bonds his chariot wheels. You blocks, you stones, you worse than senseless things. O you hard hearts, you cruel men of Rome. Knew you not Pompey? Many a time and oft have you climbed up to walls and battlements, to towers and windows, yea, to chimney tops, your infants in your arms, and there have sat the livelong day with patient expectation to see great Pompey pass the streets of Rome. So Marcellus becomes really angry. He asks them, why do they rejoice? Why are they putting on a celebration? What victory are they celebrating? Does Caesar bring home any conquest home? What tributaries follow him to Rome? He asks. Tributaries are the tributes, the treasure, the wealth that a conqueror gets from the conquered. So he asks, what tributaries follow Caesar to Rome? Or which of the conquered kings follow him to Rome behind his chariot? So those conquered kings who lost the battles in ancient times, they were tied to the chariot of the victorious king, and they were led through the streets of the city. And so Marcellus asks, which tributaries follow him to Rome to grace in captive bonds his chariot wheels? And he berates or scolds the people. He says, you blocks, you stones, you worse than senseless things. Oh, you hard hearts, you cruel men of Rome, knew you not Pompey? He asks them, do you not remember Pompey, the great general who was defeated by Caesar? And he reminds them, many a time and oft have you climbed up to walls and basic battlements. And he tells them, they have often received Pompey many times before. They've climbed the walls of the streets. They've climbed up to the battlements of the houses. They climbed up the towers and windows, and they climbed even to the chimney tops. And they had their infants and they had their babies in their arms. And there you have sat, he reminds them, the livelong day with patient expectation. They waited patiently for Pompey to return. And they waited to see great Pompey pass the streets of Rome. And when you saw his chariot but appear, have you not made a universal shout that Tiber trembled underneath her banks to hear the replication of your sounds made in a concave shores? So he reminds the commoners, did you not wait to see Pompey pass the streets of Rome? And when his chariot was in the distance, when he was on the outskirts of Rome, when his chariot was but a speck or a dot in the distance, did you not welcome him with a universal shout? Did not all of you give him a victorious welcome shout? And that shout, those shouts were so voluble, they were so loud that the river Tiber outside the city of Rome trembled in the concave shores. So the water of the Tiber trembled to hear the shouts which you people used to welcome Pompey back to Rome, and now you have forgotten the great Pompey, and you are welcoming his enemy Caesar. Do you not have any memories? Yes. And do you now put on your best attire, and do you now cull out a holiday? And he asked them, you are now putting on your best holiday clothes, your best attire, and you're culling out a holiday from a working week. And do you not strew flowers in his way that comes in triumph over Pompey's blood? And now do you want to welcome Caesar, who has been victorious over the sons of Pompey? Pompey was defeated by Caesar. The sons of Pompey wanted to take revenge. They fought Caesar. Caesar defeated the sons of Pompey. And He was victorious over Pompey's blood, and now you want to strew flowers to welcome Caesar? Be gone. Run to your houses, fall upon your knees, pray to the gods to intermit the plague that needs much light on this ingratitude. So he tells them, run to your houses, fall upon your knees, and the gods will punish the whole of Rome because of the ingratitude which you have shown to the memory of Pompey. And you must fall upon your knees and pray to the gods because they'll send a plague because you've been ungrateful to the memory of Pompey. Flavius, go, good countrymen, and for this fault assemble all the poor men of your sort, draw them to Tiber banks, and weep your tears into the channel, till the lowest stream do kiss the most exalted shores of all. And so Flavius told them, go, good countrymen, people of Rome, go from here. This fault of your ingratitude, this fault of your ungratefulness, for this fault of your ungratefulness, ingratitude, assemble all the commoners, assemble all the poor men of your sort, take them to the banks of the Tiber, and weep into the Tiber. So the water of the Tiber should rise till it kiss the most exalted shores of all. The most exalted shore of all is the sky. Till the water of the Tiber rises to the sky, weep into the channel to show that you have not forgotten. Okay. All the commoners exit. See whether their basest metal be not moved. They vanish tongue-tied in their guiltiness. And Flavius tells Marcellus, look, the people of base metal. Metal is M-E-T-T-L-E. Metal means character. Base means low. See these people of low characters. They are not moved, but they vanish. They vanish into the streets. They are tongue-tied in their guiltiness. They cannot face the guilt they feel, so they vanish silently. And Flavius tells Marcellus, go you down that way towards the capital. This way will I disrobe the images, if you do find them decked with ceremonies. And Flavius tells Marcellus, you go down this road, I'll go down this road. We will remove the decorations that have been put on the statues and the busts of Caesar. If they are decked with ceremonies, if they are decorated, we will remove the decorations. So may we do so? You know it is the feast of Lupercal. So Marcellus asked, to remove decorations from the busts or the statues of the great general Caesar. It is an offense punishable with execution. And he asked, may we do so? And besides, he says, it is a feast of Lupercal. Flavius, it is no matter. Let no images be hung with Caesar's trophies. So Flavius says, it doesn't matter. Let no images be hung with Caesar's trophies. Let none of Caesar's statues be decorated. I'll about and drive the vulgar from the streets. So do you too, where you perceive them thick. So he says, I'll go about the streets of Rome. I'll drive the commoners. I'll drive the vulgar from the streets. You do so too. Where you perceive them thick, where you see them gathered together, disperse them. These growing feathers plucked from Caesar's wing will make him fly an ordinary pitch. Who else would but soar above the view of men and keep us all in servile fearfulness? And so he says, these people, they're making Caesar more and more popular. But if we disperse the crowds, if we make them one or two, then Caesar's popularity will seem to come down. The growing feathers plucked from Caesar's wing will make him fly an ordinary pitch. Right now he's like an eagle. He's soaring in the blue ether of the sky. But if we diminish his popularity, if we reduce his popularity by diminishing the welcome that the people of Rome are going to give him, he will fly an ordinary pitch, he'll fly at an ordinary height. Otherwise, he would soar above the view of men and keep us all in servile fearfulness. He'll keep us all in servile. Servile means like a servant. He'll keep us all in servile fearfulness. Hello, we'll continue with Julius Caesar. Now we're in Act 1, Scene 2. And in this scene, we're told, enters Caesar, Antony for the course, Calphurnia, Portia, Decius, Cicero, Brutus, Cassius, Casca, soothsayer, after them Marcellus and Flavius win commoners. So here Caesar has returned from his battle, and they're going to hold victory games, a celebration in honor of Caesar's victory, and also it is the feast of Lupercal. So they're holding victory games, the victory games, and that's going to be held in a stadium. So we have Mark Antony, who's going to run the course. He's going to run the race around the stadium. Mark Antony is the right hand man. He's the most loyal and the most faithful, and he's devoted to Julius Caesar. So Antony is going to run the course. Then we have Calphurnia, who is Caesar's wife, Portia, who is Brutus's wife. Then we have Decius Cicero. Cicero is a senator. Brutus is also a nobleman. Cassius, Casca, and we have a soothsayer. Soothsayer is like a priest. One of the jobs of the priest in ancient Rome was to foretell the future. So we have a soothsayer, and after them we have Marcellus and Flavius and commoners. So we have a whole set of people who are following Caesar into the stadium. Caesar says, Calphurnia. Caesar calls out to his wife Calphurnia. Casca, peace home, Caesar speaks. So Casca says, ask the people to become silent. When an emperor like Caesar speaks, everyone has to keep quiet. Peace home, peace in the crowd, let Caesar speak. Caesar, Calphurnia answers, hear my lord. Caesar, stand you directly in Antonius's way when he doth run his course. Antonius. So Caesar asked Calphurnia to stand in the way, on the edge of the track, when Antony runs around the course, around the track. So then Caesar calls on Antony, calls him Antonius. Antony says, Caesar, my lord. So Caesar says, forget not in your speed, Antonius, to touch Calphurnia. For our elders say, the baron, touched in his holy chase, shake off their sterile curse. So Caesar gives Antony an instruction. He says to Antony, Antony, when you're running fast around the track, don't forget to touch Calphurnia, to grace Calphurnia's arm with your hand, because our elders say, there is a saying among the ancestors of Rome, that the barren means the women who are without child, who are not given birth. So the barren touched in this holy chase. When a barren woman is touched in the holy race which is held in the stadium on the feast of Lupercal, will shake off this sterile curse. They'll give birth to children. Sterile means that there's no life. And a barren woman, a woman's life is fulfilled when she gives birth. So Calphurnia's life will be fulfilled when she gives birth. Antony, I shall remember. When Caesar says, do this, it is performed. So Antony says, I shall remember. And he says, gives a general rule. When Caesar says, do this, it is performed. Caesar, set on and leave no ceremony out. So Caesar instructs the people following him, his entourage, to set on to the games, set on into the stadium, and let there be plenty of ceremonies. Senate. So there's a flourish of trumpets and musical instruments. In the crowd, in the throng of people, there's a soothsayer, there is a priest. And he calls and he says, Caesar. Caesar says, ha, who calls? So Casca, bid every noise be still, peace yet again. So again Casca instructs the crowd to be quiet, and he asks for silence. Caesar, Who is it in the press that calls on me? I hear a tongue shriller than all the music, cries Caesar. Speak, Caesar is turned to hear. So Caesar asks, who is it in the press? Press is the group of people, the crowd. Who is it in the press that calls on me? Who calls my name? And he says, I hear a tongue shriller than all the music. The music is shrill. That is, the trumpets, the wind instruments that are playing on on the feast of Lupercal, they're all very shrill or high pitched. And the voice of the soothsayer is very high pitched. So he says, I hear a tongue shriller than all the music, cries Caesar. And he says, speak, Caesar is turned to hear. So you notice how he's referring to himself. He refers to himself by his name. He doesn't say, I am turned to here. He says, Caesar is turned to here. So when you have a ruler, when you have an emperor almost like Caesar, he will refer to himself in the third person. The third person is the name, right? He won't say I. I is the first person. He'll refer to himself in the third person. He'll say, we are turned to here, or he'll say, Caesar is turned to here. So Soothsayer says, beware the Ides of March. So Soothsayer asks Caesar to be careful on the Ides of March. The Ides of March are the 15th of March. So Caesar, what man is that? Brutus, a soothsayer bids you beware the Ides of March. So Brutus says, soothsayer, this priest asks you to be careful about the 15th of March. Caesar, set him before me, let me see his face. So Caesar says, bring him before me, let me see his face. Cassius, fellow, come from the throng. So Cassius says to the soothsayer, come from among the crowd, come from among the crowd, stand in front of Caesar. The soothsayer comes forward, look upon Caesar. And Cassius asks him to, look upon Caesar. Caesar, what sayest thou to me now? Speak once again. So Caesar asks him, what are you saying to me? Again, repeat what you have said. So soothsayer, beware the Ides of March. So again the soothsayer repeats, beware the 15th of March. So how does he do this? See, these priests in ancient times, they had many rituals. Just as there are still rituals in temples of today, they had many rituals in the temples of ancient Greece and ancient Rome. So in Rome, when the future had to be predicted, they would open the entrails of a bird, like a chicken or a hen. This hen or chicken or some other animal was sacrificed to the gods, and the gods would give the priest the power of foretelling the future. So the soothsayer has performed all the necessary rituals and ceremonies, and he has found that Caesar's life is in great danger. It will be in great danger on the 15th of March. So he comes to warn Caesar about this imminent danger that is going to befall Caesar. But Caesar doesn't believe him because he is not superstitious. So Caesar is, he's a general, he is a soldier. He doesn't believe in things like omens. Omens are things which predict the future. Doesn't believe in things like omens and foretellings, such things, predictions. So Caesar says he is a dreamer. Let us leave him. So he said, he is only idealist. Let us leave him pass. All that Brutus Senate, all but Brutus and Cassius exit. So all the entourage, the people following Caesar, go into the stadium except for Brutus and Cassius. So Cassius, will you go to see the order of the course? So Cassius asked Brutus, will you go to see how the games, will you go to watch the events? Are you going to watch the track and field event which is going to take place in the stadium to celebrate the victory of Caesar and the feast of Lupercal? Brutus says, not I. Cassius, I pray you do. Brutus, I am not gamesome. I do lack some part of that quick spirit that is in Antony. So Brutus says, I am not, athletic, I'm not gamesome. I do like some part of that quick spirit that is in Anthony. So Anthony is much more, is much, is fuller of is more energetic than me. I lack that energy. Uh, so let me not hinder Cassius, your desires. So Brutus says, if you want to Cassius, if you desire to, you can go to watch the games. I'll leave you, says Brutus. Cassius, Brutus, I do observe you now of late. I have not from your eyes that gentleness and show of love as I was wont to have. You were too stubborn and too strange a hand over a friend that loves you. So Cassius says, Brutus, now I've been watching you, Brutus, in recently, and recently you've been distant, and once, not so long ago, you want to look upon me in a friendly way. Your eyes had a gentle look when they met me. I was used to that gentle, friendly look that uh, I used to have from you. But, and he says, nowadays, you're becoming too hard upon me, a friend that loves you. So Brutus says, Cassius, be not deceived. If I have veiled my look, I turn the trouble of my countenance merely upon myself. So Brutus says, Cassius, be not deceived. Do not be, do not be, do not be deceived. Uh, if I have veiled my look, I turn the trouble of my countenance merely upon my. So if I have hidden my friendliness, if I have, veiled, if I have covered my, if I don't greet you with that same friendliness I used to have with you, uh, my mind is troubled. So the mind being troubled, my countenance also looks troubled. It also looks distant. So when we are worried, that worry shows upon our face. We either, we look worried. So he says, I have something on my mind, and therefore I seem to be distant to you, but in reality, I am not. It's just that there's something on my mind. And he says, these are conceptions proper only to myself. So whatever I have in my mind, on my mind, it's only suitable to myself. These ideas are about something I have to do, something I have to, somewhere I have to be. All these things I have to do soon. They, those thoughts are suitable only to myself, which gives some soil perhaps to my behaviors. So because I'm worried, then I seem to be distant. So they give some ground for my distant looks to you. But let not therefore my good friends be grieved. And he says, if there are some good friends I have, so let them not be hurt. Among which number Cassius be you one. So among my good friends, he tells Cassius, you are one, right? Nor construe any further my neglect than that poor Brutus with himself at war forgets the show of love to other men. So he says, Brutus says to Cassius, I am at war with myself. I am undecided. I cannot, I'm trying to find a way to solve a problem. So I'm at war with myself. So my friends, and like you, Cassius, should not read any more meaning into my distant behavior, into my neglect, that because I am worried, I do not show the same friendliness to you and others. Cassius, then Brutus, I have much mistook your passion, by means whereof this breast of mine has buried thoughts of great value, worthy cogitations. So Cassius says, I have much mistaken your looks and your feelings, and because you appeared distant, I have kept quiet. But in my mind, I have thoughts. I have worthy cogitation. Cogitation means when you turn things over in your mind. So I have thoughts of great value, and I have buried them in my breast. I kept them to myself, but I really want you to know what is on my mind. But because you were distant, I have kept quiet. Tell me, good Brutus, can you see your face? And Cassius asked Brutus, can you see your own face? Brutus, no, Cassius, for the eye sees not itself, but by reflection, by some other things. So Brutus says, I cannot see my face, just as I cannot see my own eye. I can see my own eye only by reflection. So Cassius says, it is just, that is correct, he says. And it is very much lamented, Brutus, that you have no such mirrors as will turn your hidden worthiness into your eye. So uh, Cassius says, it is very much lamented. It's a very sad thing, Brutus, that you do not have mirrors that turn your hidden worthiness into your eye. That you don't have people around you who point out how noble you are, how brave you are, okay, how honorable you are. You have no one, no friends to point out your hidden worthiness to your eye, that you might see your shadow. So you could, if only you could see how long and deep a shadow you cast upon Rome, then you would think of yourself more highly. I have heard where many of the best respected in Rome, except immortal Caesar, speaking of Brutus and groaning underneath his age's yoke, have wished the noble Brutus had his eyes. So Cassius tells Brutus that there are many of the most respected people in Rome, many of the best respected people in Rome, except for immortal Caesar. Except immortal Caesar, uh, uh, those respected people, they wish that Brutus could also see the problems that Rome is facing. That is, Rome is supposed to be groaning. Groaning means making a sad sound under the yoke. A yoke is something like a burden. So Rome is under a burden, it is groaning, and Caesar is supposed to be causing this problem. And if Brutus were to realize his own worth, he would do something to remove the burden, the problems that Caesar is causing Rome. And according to Cassius, Brutus is second in importance only to immortal Caesar in Rome. So if Brutus were to take it into his mind to remove the yoke, to remove the burden that is on Rome because of Caesar, then the the empire of Rome would be better off. So Brutus, he realizes that Cassius is praising him. He realizes that Cassius is wants him to do something, and he is a bit cautious. And he says, "Into what dangers would you lead me, Cassius, that you would not have me seek into myself for that which is not in me?" So Brutus knows that when Cassius praises him like this, he wants Brutus to do something. And he says, he asks Cassius, all right, into what dangers would you lead me, Cassius? And that, you want me to do something, but I may not have it in me. I may not have the power to do what you want. So why are you flattering me, Cassius? Therefore, good Brutus, be prepared to hear, and since you know you cannot see yourself so well as by reflection, I, your glass, will modestly discover to yourself that of yourself which you yet know not of. So Cassius says, Brutus, prepare to listen, and you cannot see your own worth, you cannot see yourself. So I will be your glass, I will be your mirror, and I will discover your hidden worth, your hidden honor, your hidden courage, your hidden bravery that you yourself know not of. And be not jealous of me, gentle Brutus, were I a common laughter, or did use to stay with ordinary oaths, my lord, to every new protester. If you knew that I do fawn on men, and hug them hard, and after them scandal them, or if you know that I profess myself in banqueting to all the rout, then hold me dangerous. So Cassius says, don't be um, chary of me, don't be wary of me, don't be cautious about me. If I were to be a common laughter, if people uh, laughed at me because I, in front of a person, I profess love to the person, I profess that person honorable, I said he was respectable, but behind his back, I, slander him. Uh, or if I were to profess you know, my friendship to everyone who I met, and because of such behavior, if I were a common laughter, or if I hugged and if I bowed low to every man I knew, and afterwards, stabbed them in the back, or if you knew that I banqueted, if I held lavish parties, dinner parties to everyone and anyone I met, if I were to be of such a character, then you should think me dangerous. But I'm not. So, you see, I want you to trust in me, and I want you to believe what I say about your hidden worth, your hidden, uh, you know, bravery, courage, which will enable Rome to shake off its burden. Now we'll continue with scene 2, where we stopped, and we are on line 85. So after Brutus and Cassius, during the conversation of Brutus and Cassius, there is a flourish and a shout from the stadium. People are cheering some event which has happened during the victory games, and Brutus says, what means this shouting? Why are the people cheering? What is it that is so important that is happening? What means this shouting? I do fear people choose Caesar for their king. So Brutus says that maybe, uh, the people who are gathered in large numbers in the stadium, they're going to crown Caesar as the emperor of Rome on that day. Now Cassius says, I do you fear it? Then must I think you would not have it so. So Brutus just makes a comment. He merely says, I'm afraid that this people choose Caesar as a king. But Cassius latches on to that word fear, and he says, I do fear it. And he says, are you afraid of this? Then must I think you would not have it so. He says, then it means that you would not want Caesar as emperor of Rome. Brutus says, I would not, Cassius, yet I love him well. So Brutus says, I really don't wish that Caesar were to be emperor of Rome, yet, my affection for him is still the same. But wherefore do you bid me, but wherefore do you hold me here so long? What is it that you would impart to me? So Brutus says, uh, why do you hold me? Why do you make me stay here? What do you want to tell me? What do you want to impart to me? If it be aught toward the general good, set honor in one eye and death in the other, and I look on both indifferently. So if it is for the general good of Rome, if it be aught, if it be anything toward the general good of Rome, if it requires both honor and if there is danger, then I look on both indifferently. Be, I'll I will conduct myself honorably, even though it be dangerous, if it is anything for the general good of Rome. For let the God so speed me, as I love the name of honor more than I fear death. So he says, if it were for the common good, then he says, I don't mind facing any danger, so long as you know uh, uh, the good of Rome is under consideration. Cassius, I know that virtue to be in you, Brutus, as well as I do know your outward favor. So Cassius says, I know that virtue, I know that you're honorable, Brutus, uh, and I also know what you think of Rome. I know what you think of the outward honor of Rome. Well, honor is the subject of my story. He says, well, my theme, or what I want to say to you, honor is the theme. I cannot tell what you and other men think of this life, but for my single self, I had as lief not be as live to be in awe of such a thing as myself. So Cassius says that he doesn't know what Brutus, what other men think of this life, what other men think of their lives, but as for his single self, but as for himself, he says, he would not want, he would not leave, does not want to live to be in awe. Awe is a mixture of fear and wonder. And he says, I not live in awe as such a thing as myself. He says, he is a human being. He says he will not be in awe of another human being. What he means is that, Caesar is so great, but Caesar is a human being. And he says, I am a human being, Caesar is so too. And I don't want to be, afraid or in awe of a man like Caesar. And he continues, I was born free as Caesar, so were you. So when we were young, when we were children, I was as free, I was born into as noble a household as Caesar. We were both free, equally free. We are both fed as well. So we've eaten the same type of food, and we can both endure the winter's cold as well as he. And he says, I can bear the winter's chill, so can Caesar. Once upon a raw and gusty day, the troubled Tiber chafing with the shores, Caesar said to me, Darest thou, Cassius, now leap in with me to this angry flood and swim to yonder point. So once upon a time, not so long ago, it was winter, and both Cassius and Caesar were younger, and Caesar said to Cassius, uh, they were on the banks of the river Tiber. The river Tiber was swollen because of the snow that was melting during winter, and it was chafing, it was rubbing the shores. And Caesar said to Cassius, do you dare, Cassius, to leap into the flood of the Tiber and swim to yonder point? He said, he points to a point on the other shore, and he asks Cassius, do you dare to swim to that point on the other shore? Upon the word, accoutred as I was, I plunged in. So Cassius says, when Caesar just said this, only said this, in the very same clothes I was wearing, he plunged or dived into the swollen Tiber and bade him follow. And I told him to follow me, and so indeed he did. And indeed Caesar did also jump into the Tiber, okay, to swim to the other point. The torrent roared, and we did buffet it with lusty sinews. So the Tiber was in flood, it was a torrent of water, and we did, swim across with strong arms. Lusty sinews are strong arms, throwing it aside and stemming it with hearts of controversy. So we made our way through the flood, but ere we could arrive at the point proposed, Caesar cried, Help me, Cassius, or I sink. But Cassius says, before we could swim to the other shore, Caesar, who was almost in the middle of the river, asked for Cassius's help. He says, if you don't help me, Cassius, I will sink. And Cassius says, I, as Aeneas, our great ancestor, did from the flames of Troy upon his shoulder the old Anchises bear, so from the waves of Tiber did I, the tired Caesar. So Cassius says that just as Aeneas was one of the ancestors in Rome, and just as Aeneas, carried his father Anchises upon his shoulder through the battle of Troy. So, from the waves of the Tiber, did Cassius bear Caesar, so carry Caesar through the flooded Tiber. And this man has now become a god. So, Caesar, who was once drowning, whom I once saved, has now attained the stature of a god in Rome. And Cassius is a wretched creature and must bend his body if Caesar carelessly but not on him. And now, what about me? Asked Cassius. I am a wretched creature, I am a low person, and I must bow and I must bend my body, I must bow my head, I must bow my back. If Caesar just nods on me, if Caesar just looks on him and nods at him, Cassius has to bend his body in obeisance. He has to pay respect to Caesar. He had a fever when he was in Spain, and when the fit was on him, I did mark how he did shake. So Cassius says that once in Spain he had a fever, and Caesar was an epileptic. He had the falling sickness, and he was convulsed with epilepsy once when he was in Spain. It is true, this god did shake. If Caesar was really a god, how could he tremble under epilepsy? So his covered lips did from their color fly. So his lips lost their color, he became pale with illness, and that same eye whose bent doth awe the world did lose his luster. The same eye of Caesar, whose look makes the world bend before him, that same eye which is so bright, which is so shining, did lose the shine, did lose the brightness when the fit of epilepsy was on him. I did hear him groan, and I and that tongue of his that bade the Romans mark him and write his speeches in their books. Alas, it cried, give me some drink, Titinius. So, the very same tongue which told the Romans, to record his speeches, to write what he said in the books, the same tongue cried, it says, give me some drink, Titinius, as a sick girl. So Caesar lost the strength, lost his voice, and he begged for a drink. This same epileptic, this same weak, weak need person has now become a god. And Cassius says, ye gods, it doth amaze me, a man of such a feeble temper should get the start of the majestic word and bear the palm alone. So he says that, it amazes him that a man of such weakness, such a weak person, should be at the start, should be at the head of this majestic word of Rome, and he bears the palm alone. He alone bears the crown of victory. Hello, so we'll continue with Julius Caesar. We are on line 138. So now Brutus is speaking. He says, amid a general shout, I do believe these applauses are for some new honors that are heaped on Caesar. So Brutus and Cassius are outside the stadium where the victory games are being held, and they hear a shout from the people in the stadium, and Brutus says that he believes this cheering is for the people are honoring Caesar because of his triumph, and they're heaping honors upon Caesar's head. In fact, Brutus thinks they're going to crown him emperor on that very day. So Cassius says, why man, he doth bestride the narrow world like a colossus. So Cassius says that Caesar stands like a colossus. The colossus was a statue In ancient Greece, it stood across a harbor. One foot of the statue was on one side and the other foot was on the other side, and ships used to sail under the legs of the colossus. So we get the word colossal from the statue of Colossus, and Caesar is like a colossus, and uh, and he stands uh, above, towering above the narrow world. And Cassius continues, we petty men walk under his huge legs and peep about to find ourselves dishonorable grace. So he says that men like himself, Cassius, Brutus, and the rest of the people in Rome, we, the petty men, the small men, have to walk under the huge legs of Caesar and peep about. They peep from side to side, and by the time they reach their graves, their lives would have been dishonorable compared to that of Caesar. Men that sometimes are masters of their fates, he continues. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars but in ourselves, that we are underlings. So he says, Cassius says, sometimes in life men are masters of their fates. At other times they're tossed and turned on the stormy waters of life. But sometimes men are masters of their fates. And Cassius says, the fault lies not in the stars. The stars do not decide our fates, but the fault lies in ourselves. Because if we are underlings, if we are subordinates to any great man, the fault lies in ourselves, not in our stars, not in our fates, says Cassius. Um, and he continues, the name Brutus and the name Caesar, what should be in that name Caesar? Why should that name be sounded more than yours? So Cassius says to Brutus, if we compare the names Brutus and Caesar, what is there in the sound? What is there in the pronunciation of the name Caesar? Why should the name of Caesar be spoken about in the streets of Rome, in fact, across the wide world, more than that of Brutus? Write them together. Yours is as fair name. If we write Brutus, Brutus, and if we write Caesar, Caesar, they're both as fair as the other. Sound them, it doth become the mouth as well. If we pronounce the name Brutus, and if we pronounce the name Caesar, then they both suit the mouth as well. Weigh them, it is as heavy. If we compare the achievements of Brutus and if we compare the achievements of Caesar, if we consider their weighty contributions to Rome, they are both as heavy. Conjure with them. Brutus will start a spirit as soon as Caesar. If we say Brutus and if we say Caesar, then men will become alert, men will become attentive. If one says Caesar and if another says Brutus, they both command equal attention among the people of Rome. Now, in the names of all the gods at once, upon what meat doth this Caesar feed? So Cassius asks, what is the food that Caesar takes that makes him so much the more greater than the rest of us? And he's grown so great. How can he become so popular? How can he become so great? What is the reason? And what he's saying is that Brutus is as suitable as Caesar to be a leader. Caesar and Brutus, they're both equals. So he's really flattering Brutus to no end, right? Uh, Age, thou art shamed. Rome, thou hast lost the breed of noble bloods. So the age in which Brutus and Cassius and Caesar lived, that age is a shameful age, according to Cassius. And Cassius says that the Empire of Rome has lost the breed of noble bloods. Noble blood means noble families, those which are aristocratic. See, if Caesar has become so great, that means there are not as many great people as there were once in Rome. One went there by an age since the great flood, but it was famed with more than with one man. Since the time of the great flood is spoken about in the Bible. This great flood happened uh, during biblical times, uh, thousands of years ago. Since that time, uh, when has Rome had just one man who is famous, like Caesar is now? Ever since the deluge, the flood, there have been many great men in Rome, but now there is just one. So, what does it speak of Rome? When could they say till now that talked of Rome, that her wide walks encompassed but one man? So, when could they say that when people spoke of Rome, that Rome contained just one man? Now is it Rome indeed, and Rome enough, when there is but only one man? So now it's really the Rome. Now it is really Rome because there's only one man. Oh, you and I have heard our fathers say there was a Brutus once that would have brooked the eternal devil to keep his state in Rome as easily as a king. So Cassius tells Brutus, once upon a time, one of your ancestors, Brutus, he fought, he faced the danger, he faced devilish dangers to keep Rome free from conquest, and he was a king. So Brutus says, that you do love me, I am nothing jealous. So Brutus says, that you're showing affection to me, Cassius, I am not worried, I am not jealous of that. What you would work me to, I have some aim. So what you want me to do, I have some idea. How I have thought of this and of these times, I shall recount hereafter. How, wha- how, what my ideas are upon this subject, and what my ideas are on these times in Rome, I shall tell you thereafter. Soon I shall recount hereafter. For this present, I would not, so with love I might entreat you, be any further moved. So, at the present moment, Brutus entreats or requests Cassius not to take the matter further. What you have said, I will consider. So, what you told me, I will consider, he tells Cassius. What you have to say, I shall with patience hear. What you will say in the future, I'll patiently listen and find a time both meet to hear and answer such high things. And Brutus says that he'll find a time which is suitable, which is meet to hear such high things and answer such high things. Till then, my noble friend, chew upon this. Brutus had rather be a villager than to repute himself a son of Rome. So Brutus says he'd rather be a villager, common villager, than repute himself a son of Rome under these hard conditions as this time is like to lay upon us. So he'd rather be a villager and become anonymous than live under the hard conditions of the times under Caesar in Rome. Cassius, I am glad that my weak words have struck but thus much show fire from Brutus. So Cassius says that he is glad that at least these responses have been obtained from Brutus. His weak words have obtained these responses from Brutus. Hello, we'll continue with Act 1, Scene 2. We are on line 187. So here we have Caesar
who's returning from the victory game, and his train. Train is the number of people who are following him. So, ruler like Caesar will never walk alone. He always has someone or some people following behind him. So Brutus tells Cassius, the games are done and Caesar is returning. So Brutus tells Cassius that the games are over and Caesar is returning to his palace. So Cassius, as they pass by, pluck Casca by the sleeve, and he will, after his sour fashion, tell you what hath proceeded were he not today. And so Cassius tells Brutus, where as the train, as the entourage, as the people following Caesar pass by them, he asks Brutus to pluck Casca by the sleeve, to uh, signal to Casca, and Casca will tell them in his bitter or sour way what has proceeded in the stadium, what has gone on in the stadium, which is worthy to be noted. So Brutus says, I will do so. But look you, Cassius, the angry spot doth glow on Caesar's brow, and all the rest look like a chidden train. So Brutus asks Cassius that tells Cassius to uh, you know look at Caesar, and on Caesar's forehead there is an angry spot. There is a red spot, uh, which indicates that Caesar is furious, and the rest of the people who are following behind Caesar look like the chidden. Chidden means thoroughly scolded, and the rest of them are following Caesar timidly and meekly. Calphurnia's cheek is pale, and Cicero looks with such ferret and such fiery eyes as we have seen him in the Capitol being crossed in conference by some senators. So Brutus tells Cassius that Calphurnia has lost her color, she has become pale, and Cicero, he is looking to his left and to his right in such fiery eyes, with such worried and angry eyes. They've seen that look upon Cicero in the Capitol during some debates when he was when his point was contested, when they were holding a conference and Cicero's point was contested by some senators. Cassius, Casca will tell us what the matter is. So Cassius tells Brutus, we'll find out what happened in the stadium, what has made Caesar so furious, and Casca will tell us what the matter is, says Cassius. Caesar. Antonius. Antony replies, Caesar. Caesar tells Antony, let me have some men about me that are fat, sleek-headed men and such as sleep at night. Yond Cassius hath a lean and hungry look. He thinks too much. Such men are dangerous. So Caesar tells Antony, you know, he would rather have men about him, around him, who are fat, who eat well, who have a good appetite, and whose heads are oiled. And he'd rather have people who sleep at nights, who are unworried. And he points to Cassius and tells Antony, Cassius hath a lean and hungry look. He looks like a wolf. And Caesar tells Antony that Cassius seems like he thinks too much. And he says, people who think too much are dangerous. Antony, fear him not, Caesar. He is not dangerous. He is a noble Roman and well given. So Antony says, don't be afraid of Cassius Caesar. He's not dangerous. He's noble and he's well given. So Caesar, would he were fatter. So Caesar says, I would have hoped that he would have uh, an unworried frame of mind and a good appetite, and he ate a bit more so that his thoughts would become more, more congenial, would he were fatter. But I fear him not. Yet if my name were liable to fear, I do not know the man I should avoid so soon as I'd spare Cassius. So Caesar says, I'm not really afraid of Cassius, but if my name were given to fear, if my name was known to be afraid, he says, I would, I do not know any man I would avoid so soon as that spare Cassius, that thin Cassius. He reads much. He is a great observer, and he looks quite through the deeds of men. So Caesar tells Antony that Cassius reads a lot. He gets all his ideas from books, and he observes people closely, and he looks quite through the deeds of men. Whether the deeds of men are good or bad, he sees through them. Uh, he loves no place as thou dost, Antony. So Caesar tells Antony that Cassius doesn't seem to like any form of entertainment. He doesn't go to the theater. He doesn't love any plays as Antony does. He hears no music. So Cassius also doesn't listen to songs or any type of music. Seldom he smiles. He hardly ever smiles, and smiles in such a sort as if he mocked himself. So when he does smile, it seems that he is smiling at himself as though there was something wrong with himself, and scorned his spirit that could be moved to smile at anything. So when he does smile, he seems to be thinking that there's anything in the wide world that is worthy of smile, that is worthy of making anyone happy. Uh, Such men as he we never at heart sees, whilst they behold the greater than themselves. So Caesar says, men like Cassius, they're never content, they're never calm when they see someone who's greater than themselves, and therefore are they very dangerous. So such people cannot stand anyone being greater than themselves, so they're very dangerous. I rather tell thee what is to be feared than what I fear, for always I am Caesar. So Caesar tells Antony, uh, I'm telling you what is to be feared, not what I fear, because he's always Caesar, the great, Caesar the mighty, Caesar the powerful, Caesar the brave. Come on my right hand, for this ear is deaf. So the left ear of Caesar is deaf, so he asks Antony to come to his right side. And hello, we'll continue with Julius Caesar at 1 scene 2. So here we are on line 225. So Caesar asks Antony to tell him what he thinks of Cassius. So after this, there's a sonnet, there's a flourish of music. Caesar and his train exit from the stage, but Casca remains behind. So Casca tells Brutus and Cassius, you plucked me by the cloak. Cloak is a piece of cloth that ancient Romans wore. It flowed across the back. You pulled me by the cloak. Would you speak with me? So Casca asked Cassius and Brutus if they wanted to speak with him. Brutus says, I, Casca, tell us what has chanced today that Caesar looks so sad. So Brutus says, yes, we do want to speak with you, Casca, and tell us what happened today in the stadium, Caesar looks so sad. Caesar looks so put out with himself. Maybe he's angry. What happened in the stadium? So Casca, why, you were with him, were you not? So Casca says, well, you were with Caesar in the stadium, weren't you? Were you not? Brutus, I should not then ask Casca what had chanced. So Brutus says, if we were to be in the stadium, If we had been in the stadium, I would not ask you what happened in the stadium. Casca says, why? There was a crown offered him, and being offered him, he put it by with the back of his hand, thus, and then the people fell a shouting. So Casca tells Brutus and Cassius that a crown was offered to Caesar, and when it was offered to him, he put he brushed it aside with the back of his hand, thus, and he imitates what Caesar did. He brushes aside the crown with the back of his hand, and when he refused the crown, the people in the stadium fell shouting with joy because they thought he was a very modest and a very humble person because he refused crown when it was offered him. So Brutus says, what was the second noise for? Why did the people shout, cheer second time? And Casca says, why for that too? So Casca tells them that the crown was offered to Caesar a second time to Cassius. They shouted thrice. What was the last cry for? So Cassius says, the people cheered a third time. What was the third time? Why did they cheer the third time? Casca says, why for that too? So the crown was offered to Caesar three times, and the people cheered him each time because he refused the crown, and they thought him very humble, very modest, and a very down to earth sort of person. Casca says, I, Mary was it, and he put it by thrice, every time gentler than the other. Then at every at every putting by, my honest neighbor shouted. So Casca says, yes, it was offered to him thrice, and he refused it three times, and each time he refused it, he was gentler than the previous time. So the second time he was more modest, and the third time he was more gentle than the first time. And every time he refused it, the honest neighbors, that is, the honest, common working class of Rome, they shouted louder than they did before. So Cassius asks, who offered him the crown? Casca says, why, Antony. So Antony offered Caesar the crown. Brutus, tell us the manner of it, gentle Casca. So Brutus asked Casca, tell us the way in which this these events happened. Casca says, I can as well be hanged as tell the manner of it. It was mere foolery. And so Casca says, I don't know how it happened. I really cannot tell how it happened. It seemed to me like, mere foolery, like a joke, like a clownish event. I did not mark it. So he says, I did not mark it. I saw Mark Antony offer him a crown. It was not a crown, neither it was one of those coronets. So Casca says he saw Mark Antony offer Caesar a crown. Then he corrects himself. It's not a real crown. It was a small crown called a coronet. And as I told you, he put it by once. The first time he put it by thinking he would have fain have it. So to Casca, it seemed that Caesar was being devious. He was being deceptive. He was putting on a show. He was fooling the people because he really wanted that crown. He really wanted to be crowned Emperor of Rome, but he pretends or he seems to be modest. Then he offered it to him again. Then Antony offered Caesar the crown again. Again he put it by again. So he put it by, he refused it the second time. But to my thinking, says Casca, he was very loath to lay his fingers on it. So to Casca it seemed that Caesar really did not want to refuse it. He hated to refuse it. He was loath to refuse it. He put it the third time by, and still as he refused it, the rabblement hooted and clapped their chopped hands. And he refused it the third time. And as he refused it the third time, the rabblement, that is the common people, they hooted and clapped. They made sounds with their mouth, they made noises with their mouth, and they clapped their chopped hands. Chopped hands means because they do rough work, the hands are chopped, and threw up their sweaty nightcaps and uttered such a deal of stinking breath because Caesar refused the crown that it almost choked Caesar. So, in the rabblement, that is the populace, they clapped their chopped hands, they threw up their sweaty nightcaps, and when they cheered, the bad breath entered the atmosphere in the stadium. All the bad breath entered the stadium, and that bad breath almost it choked Caesar, for he swooned and fell down. So he fainted. And for mine own part, I durst not laugh, for fear of opening my lips and receiving the bad air. So Casca says he did not dare to open his lips and to laugh because did not want to receive the bad breath, bad air in the stadium. Casca Cassius says, "But soft, I pray you. What, did Caesar swoon?" So Cassius says, "But wait a minute, soft. Wait a minute. Did Caesar swoon? Did Caesar faint?" Casca, he fell down in the marketplace and foamed at the mouth and was speechless. So Casca says that Caesar collapsed in the marketplace. There was foam on his mouth and he could not utter a word. That is, he had a fit of epilepsy. Brutus, it is very like he had the falling sickness. So Brutus says, I think it's right because he has a falling sickness. The falling sickness is epilepsy. Cassius now says, "No, Caesar hath it not, but you and I, and honest Casca, we have the falling sickness." And so Cassius says, "No, Caesar does not have the falling sickness, but you, Brutus, and I, Cassius, and honest Casca here, we have the falling sickness," which means that we have fallen in way below our way below what we deserve. We have the falling sickness in Rome. Casca, I know not what you mean by that, but I'm sure Caesar fell down. If the Tagrac people did not clap and hiss him according as he pleased and displeased them, as he used to do the players in the theatre, I'm no true man. So Casca says, I don't know what you mean by saying that I have the falling sickness. He tells Cassius that, but he says he was sure Caesar fell down if the Tagrac people, if the ordinary common people did not clap him and hiss him as and when he pleased or displeased them, as they cheer the actors on stage when they please or displease the audience. He says he's no true man. So what he's saying is that he's sure that Caesar was putting on a show, but unfortunately he fell victim to the bad breath of the people, and he really did not want to refuse the crown. He really thought that Caesar was. Hello, we'll continue with Julius Caesar, and we're in Act 2, Act 1, Scene 2, on line 277. So Brutus says, what said he when he came to himself? When he recovered from his epileptic fit, what did he say? Casca says, Marry, before he fell down, when he perceived the common herd was glad he refused the crown, he plucked me ope his doublet and offered them his throat to cut. So Casca says, well, Marry here means well, before he fell down, when he saw that the common herd that the common people were glad he refused the crown. Uh, mm, Caesar bid Casca open his doublet. Means open his doublet. Doublet is you know, the cloak that he has worn. He bid me open his doublet and offered them his throat to cut. So Casca says that Caesar offered the people his throat to cut. That is, he was ready to lay down his life for the sake of the Roman people. And Casca continues, and if I had been a man of any occupation, I would not have taken him at his word. If I followed an occupation, if I followed a few rules in my life, then I would not have taken him at his word. I would not have believed what he said or what he did. I might go to hell among the rogues. So he says, these rogues, these common people, okay, these common people are rogues. And so he fell. So when the bad breath enveloped him, he fell. When he came to himself again, he said, if he had done or said anything amiss, he desired their worships to think it was his infirmity. So he said, Caesar told the Roman people that if he had done or said anything amiss, if he had done or said anything wrong or, untoward, he desired their worships. Caesar calls the common people their worships, and he desired them to think it was his infirmity. He wanted them to think it was a weakness in him. 3 or 4 wenches where I stood cried, Alas, good soul, and forgave him with all their hearts. So 3 or 4 women, ordinary women, common women, said, Alas, good soul, and forgave him with all their hearts. But there's no heed to be taken of them. If Caesar had stabbed their mothers, they would have done no less. So we should not pay attention to these common people. Even if Caesar had stabbed their mothers, they would have done no less. Hello. So we'll continue with that. There was a break. So Brutus asks Casca, and after that he came thus sad away. And after all this happened, he came sadly away from the stadium. Casca says, Cassius, did Cicero say anything? So Cassius asks Casca if Cicero said anything. Casca says, he spoke Greek. So Casca says that Cicero said something, but Casca could not understand it. It seemed like Greek to him. And Cassius asks, to what effect? What was the result of what Cicero said? Casca, nay, and I tell you that I'll never look you in the face again. So if I could understand what Cicero said, I don't think I'd be honest enough to look you in the face. But he says, I didn't understand what Cicero said. But those that understood him smiled at one another and shook their heads. There were a few people among the senators and nobility who were there at the stadium that understood what Cicero said, but they saw that Cicero's speech was also a show, was also put on, and these people who understood him smiled at one another. But for mine own part, it was Greek to me. But Casca says, as for himself, he did not understand what Cicero said. I could tell you more news too. And so Casca says there's more news. Marcellus and Flavius, for pulling scarves of Caesar's images, are put to silence. So Marcellus and Flavius, who we met in scene 1, they've been put to silence or they've been executed for disrobing Caesar's images of the decorations. Very well, there was more foolery yet, if I could remember it. So Casca says there was some more foolery if I could remember it. Cassius asks, will you sup with me tonight, Casca? So Cassius asks Casca if he will dine with him that night. Casca says, no, I'm promised forth. So Casca says that he has another engagement and he has to go elsewhere. Cassius asks him, will you dine with me tomorrow? Will you have dinner with me tomorrow? Casca says, if I be alive and your mind hold and your dinner worth the eating. So Casca says, if he is alive and if Cassius is intentions still hold to offer him dinner, and if his dinner is worth eating, then he will dine.
We'll continue with Julius Caesar. So we are on line line 305. So Cassius says, "Good, I will expect you." So he is expecting Casca to dine with him tomorrow. So Casca says, "Do so, farewell both." He bids farewell to both Brutus and Cassius. Brutus says, "What a blunt fellow is this grown to be. He was of quick mettle when he went to school." So Brutus says that Casca has now become a dull fellow when he has become grown up, when he has grown up. But when he was at school, he was much more mercurial, he was much more active, he was of quick mettle. Cassius. So is he now in execution of any bold or noble enterprise. So Cassius says that Casca is still active, very enthusiastic when there is any bold enterprise or noble plan to be carried out. However, he puts on this tardy form. This rudeness is a sauce to his good wit. So he says, Casca puts on this rough form, tardy form, but his rudeness uh, acts like a sauce to his good wit. So actually, Casca is intelligent, but his remarks are seasoned by his rudeness. They make it more acceptable, which gives one's stomach to digest his words with better appetite. So people can understand what he says because of his rudeness. They'll pay more attention. Brutus. Hello, we'll continue with Julius Caesar. So we're on line 315. So Brutus says, "And so it is. For this time I will leave you. Tomorrow, if you please to speak with me, I will come home to you, or if you will, come home to me, and I will wait for you." So Brutus says that he will wait for Cassius to come to dine with him the next day, or he will go to Cassius' house to dine, so that they can discuss the matter further. So Cassius says, "I will do so." So he will come home to Brutus's house. Till then, think of the world. And so consider what goes on in the world of this and that, of these and those people, this person and that person. Think of the world as this. Brutus exists. "Well, Brutus, thou art noble." So Cassius now starts on his idea of his, gives us his thoughts of what has gone on. He says, "Brutus, thou art noble, you are noble. Yet I see thy honorable metal may be wrought from that which it is disposed." So Cassius says that Brutus's metal, again, metal is METTLE, metal means character. Brutus is of an honorable character. Brutus's honorable metal may be wrought, may be shaped from that it is disposed. So Brutus is disposed. Brutus tends to be honorable, brave, and courageous, but now Cassius thinks that he can shape or change or make Brutus into the opposite of honorable, into the opposite of brave, into the opposite of courageous and open. Therefore, it is meet that noble minds keep ever with their lights. So he says, he makes a general observation. It is meet, he says, it is suitable that noble minds keep ever with their lights. So people who have noble minds should ever be with their own kind. They should always be with noble people, that noble minds may keep ever with their lights. For who so firm that cannot be seduced? And he says that there is nobody so firm of heart, so firm of mind that he cannot be changed into his opposite nature. So we should remember the proverb, birds of a feather should flock together in this regard. Caesar doth bear me hard, but he loves Brutus. So Caesar has a grudge against Cassius, but he is affectionate towards Brutus. If I were Brutus now and he were Cassius, he should not humor me. So I will this night in several hands in at his windows throw, as if they came from several citizens, writings all tending to the great opinion that Rome holds of his name. So Cassius devises a plan. The plan is that that night he will throw through the windows of Brutus's house several pieces of paper which are written in several hands. That is, they are written in different handwritings. They'll all be thrown into Brutus's window as if they came from different citizens of Rome. And these writings all tending to the great opinion that Rome holds of his name. So all these messages will will seem to point at the great opinion that the Roman Empire holds of Brutus, wherein obscurely Caesar's ambition shall be glanced at. So tangentially, in contrast to Brutus's honorable and courageous nature, Caesar's ambitious nature shall be touched upon, it shall be glanced at, and after this let Caesar seat him sure, for we will shake him, or worse days endure. So Cassius says, if after Brutus reads these messages and he becomes a part of the conspiracy, let Caesar try to make his seat on the throne. Let Caesar try to make his position in Rome sure. Let him try to make it absolute, because the conspirators will shake him, will remove him from the seat, or worse days endure. So they will endure worse days. Exit Cassius. Hello, we'll continue with Julius Caesar. So we're at scene 3 of the play, and in the city of Rome, there's thunder and lightning. Enter Casca and Cicero. So it's a stormy night, and Casca and Cicero are on the stage. Cicero, good evening, Casca. Brought you Caesar home. Why are you breathless, and why stare you so? So Cicero greets Casca. He wishes him good evening, and Cicero asks Casca if he escorted Caesar home, and asks ask him why he's breathless, why he's staring with his eyes open. What has shocked him? What has made him feel so shocked that he's staring? Why is he staring and breathless? What is the reason? What has he seen? What's gone on? So Casca says, are you not moved when all the way of earth shakes like a thing infirm? So Casca asks Cicero if he is not affected when the whole of the earth seems to be shaking like a weak or unfirm thing. We think that the earth is steady, we think the earth is solid, but on that night, the earth and everything and everywhere in Rome, there is trembling going on, as though the earth itself is quaking. And Casca continues, O Cicero, I have seen tempests where the scalding winds have rived the knotty oaks, and I have seen the ambitious ocean swell and rage and foam to be exalted with the threatening clouds. So Casca says that he's seen tempests, he's seen storms, where the scolding winds, where the stormy winds have rived the knotty oaks. The oak trees have been ripped apart, they have been rived by the stormy winds. And he says he has seen the ambitious ocean swell and rage and foam to be exalted with the threatening clouds. And he says the waves of the ocean have been whipped up into such a frenzy that the waters of the ocean seem to be touching the clouds in the sky. But never till tonight, never till now did I go through a tempest dropping fire. He says he's seen such storms as those, but he says, never till that night, that very night, never till that very time did he see a tempest, did he see a storm which dropped fire. Either there is civil strife in heaven, or else the world, too saucy with the gods, incenses them to send destruction. So he says, either there is a civil strife, there is a civil war going on in heaven, and the gods are battling each other in heaven, in the sky, or else the two world, too saucy with the gods, incenses them to send destruction. So, if the people pray to the gods, if the people, appease the gods with various prayers and rituals and ceremonies and offerings, the gods will be calmed. But if the people go astray, if they commit too many sins, if they commit too many wrongs, if the world is sunk knee deep in sin and vice, then the world will be too saucy with the gods, it will be too cheeky with the gods, and the gods will send destruction upon the world. So that that night in Rome sees fire dropping from the sky. Cicero, why? Saw you anything more wonderful? So Cicero is curious. He asked, did you see anything more wonderful? Casca, a common slave, you know him well by sight, held up his left hand, which did flame and burn like 20 torches joined. So Casca tells Cicero, there is a common slave, there is a slave, and Cicero knows him well. This slave, he held up his left hand. That left hand did burn as though it was lit by 20 torches, and yet his hand, not sensible of fire, remained unscorched. Yeah, even though his hand was burning, his hand was not sensible. He could not feel the fire, and it remained unburnt. Besides, I have not since put up my sword. Against the Capitol I met a lion who blazed upon me and went surely by. So he says, besides this, he has seen a lion in the Capitol, in the center of the city, and the lion looked at Casca in a gloomy and angry manner. It blazed upon him and went by him without harming him. And Cicero and Casca had drawn his sword, and he has not sheathed his swords till the moment, even after he met Cicero. And they were drawn upon a heap 100 ghastly women, transformed with their fire, who swore they saw men all in fire walk up and down the streets. So he also saw that they were drawn, in a heap, 100 horrifying women, and these women were transformed with their fear. They had changed their appearance. Their hair was standing on end, their eyes were staring, and they were trembling, and they were transformed with their fear. And these women swore, they said they saw men all in fire walk up and down the streets. And those women said they saw men lit up, they were burning, and they walked up and down the streets. And yesterday the bird of night did sit even at noonday upon the marketplace, hooting and shrieking. And Casca tells Cicero that yesterday the bird of night is the owl, it sat in the afternoon in the marketplace, and it was hooting and shrieking. What, when these prodigies do so conjointly meet, let not men say, these are their reasons, they are natural. So when these sort of strange and terrifying and terrible happenings occur together, when they conjointly meet, let people not try to say, these are the reasons why they came, these are natural. So let them not try to explain the reasons for such terrifying events, for I believe they are portentous things unto the climate they point upon. So he says these terrifying events are portentous. They point to a future, and they point to what is going to happen. There's going to be a disaster. There's going to be a tragedy in in Rome. So Cicero, indeed, it is a strange disposed time, but men may construe many things after their fashion, clean from the purpose of the things themselves. Come Caesar to the Capitol tomorrow. So Cicero says, indeed, it is a very strange time, but people think they construe things after their fashion. So what they think, they feel, it is right to them. So that may not be the purpose of the things. So why have these events happened? Why are they happening? We cannot explain. But when we do explain, the explanation seems right to us, but that may not be their purpose. So Cicero asks Casca if Caesar is going to come to the Capitol the next day. The Capitol is the Houses of Parliament. Casca says he doth, for he did bid Antonius send word to you he would be there tomorrow. So Casca says Caesar would come to the Capitol the next day, and Caesar had asked Antony to send word to Cicero that he would be there in the Capitol the next day. Cicero, good night then, Casca. This disturbed sky is not to walk in. So Cicero bids Casca good night, and he says the disturbed sky is not suitable to walk. Casca says, farewell, Cicero. Cicero exits. Hello, today we'll continue with Julius Caesar. So we are in this part of the play where Casca and Cassius are speaking. So Cassius asks Casca, who's there? Casca says, a Roman. Cassius recognizes his voice, so he says, Casca, by your voice. Casca says, your ear is good, means you can hear well. Cassius, what night is this? So there have been very strange happenings going on in Rome on that particular night, and Casca is perplexed. He doesn't understand what's going on, so he asks Cassius, what sort of night is this? Cassius, a very pleasing night to honest men. Casca, whoever knew the heavens menace so? So Casca says, whoever knew that the heavens, that is the sky, could be so threatening, because it has been raining fire from the sky in Rome on that night. Also, there have been many other strange happenings. For example, there was a lion which came into the middle of the city, and it saw the people there, and it walked on by without harming them. So many strange happenings going on in Rome on that particular night. So Casca, again, I'll repeat, he says, whoever knew the heavens menace so? So Cassius says, those that have known the earth so full of faults, for my part I have walked about the streets, submitting me unto the perilous night, and thus unbraced, Casca, as you see, have bared my bosom to the thunderstone. So Cassius says, the people who have known the earth to be full of sin and vice have seen the heavens threaten the earth. And he says, for his part, what has he done that night? He has walked about the streets submitting himself unto the perilous or the dangerous night, and thus unbraced and thus unprotected, he says, he had bared his bosom to the thunderstone. The thunderstone is the lightning. So he stood in the very path of the lightning bolt, and he had opened his, his shirt to bare his bosom to the lightning bolt. And when the cross blue lightning seemed to open the breast of heaven, I did present myself even in the very aim and flash of it. He says that when the lightning bolt struck the earth, he presented himself in its path, as it flashed from the sky to the earth. And Casca's astonished. He says, Casca, but wherefore did you so much tempt the heavens? Why did you tempt the gods in heaven like that? Is it the part of men? It is the part of men to fear and tremble when the most mighty gods by tokens send such dreaded heralds to astonish us. So, why did you risk yourself by presenting yourself in the path of the lightning bolt? It is a part of men, says Casca. Men fear and tremble when the gods send such dreadful heralds. Heralds are messengers to astonish us. So Cassius, you are dull, Casca, and those sparks of life that should be in a Roman you do want. So Cassius says that Casca is very dull and ordinary, and he doesn't risk any danger to himself, and he doesn't have any spark of life that should be in a Roman. The Romans were supposed to be very brave, valiant, courageous. So Cassius tells Casca, you are very dull and ordinary, or else you use not. And he says, even if you do have these sparks of life that should be in a Roman, you use them not. You look pale and gaze and put on fear and cast yourself in wonder to see the strange impatience of the heavens. And so he says, you put on fear, you are afraid, and you cast yourself in wonder, and you are wonderstruck by the strange impatience, the strange happenings today that are going on in Rome. But if you would consider the true cause, why all these fires, why all these gliding ghosts, why birds and beasts from quality and kind, why old men, fools, and children calculate, why all these things change from their ordinance, their natures, and preformed faculties to monstrous quality, why you shall find that heaven hath infused them with these spirits to make them instruments of fear and warning unto some monstrous state. So he says, Cassius tells Casca that if Casca were to consider the true cause of all the strange happenings, why there was fire from the sky, why all these fires, why all these gliding ghosts. Gliding ghosts means that, in Rome, on that particular night, there were 100 ghastly women, and they were struck dumb with their fear because they had seen people burning from head to toe, walking about the streets of Rome, and a slave had raised his arm, and his arm was on fire, but the fire did not burn it. And the owl, it sat at midday. Actually, the owl is a bird of night. It comes out only during the night, but it sat at midday, and it had hooted and shrieked in the streets of Rome. So Cassius says, why birds and beasts from quality and kind, why old men, fools, and children calculate, why all these things change from their ordinance. So he says, why all the people, why all the birds and animals change from their usual natures, and preformed faculties. So these, the natures are preformed. For example, the owl comes out only at night. The lion does not come into the city, but the owl has come in by day, and the lion has come into the city. And they have changed their preform faculties to monstrous quality. And he says, if Casca were to consider the true cause, he shall find that heaven hath infused them with these spirits. So these birds, animals, and people have been injected with these strange natures because they are instruments of fear and warning unto some monstrous state. Because they are pointers, they are portents of some monstrous state that is to come into Rome. Now could I, Casca, name to thee a man most like this dreadful night, that thunders, lightens, opens graves, and roars as doth the lion in the Capitol. So Cassius continues, he says, Casca, I could name a person, name a man who is like this dreadful night, the night which thunders, lightens means lightning bolts, lightens, and on this night when graves are opened and roars, when graves are opened and roar, as does the lion. So he means Caesar. Caesar is most like this dreadful night, says Cassius. A man no mightier than thyself or me. So Cassius says that Caesar is no stronger, is no better, is no more than Cassius or Casca in personal action, yet prodigious growth. So Caesar is not so great in personal action. He has done nothing great, yet he has grown prodigious. He's grown monstrously in popularity, and he's fearful as those strange eruptions are. So the name of Caesar kindles fear, it kindles awe, it kindles dread in the minds of people. Yet Cassius says that Caesar is no greater than what he or Casca is. Casca. "'Tis Caesar you mean, is it not, Cassius? Let it be who it is, for Romans now have thews and limbs like to their ancestors." So, Cassius doesn't say outright that it's Caesar, doesn't name Caesar by name. So, but he points out that the people of Rome in that particular time have thews and limbs like to their ancestors. Ancestors means the older generations. Older generation is weak. So the Romans of today have thews, muscles and sinews and limbs like their ancestors, like their fathers, like their grandfathers. That is, they are weak. But woe the while our fathers' minds are dead, and we are governed with our mother's spirits. So Cassius says that it's very sad, it's woe the while, it's very sad that our fathers' minds, so the fathers, the source of strength in a person, the source of strength, they are dead, and we are governed with our mother's spirits. Our yoke and sufferance show us womanish. So the fact that we bear the yoke, that the fact that we bear the burden, and that we suffer silently. Sufferance means that you give in to what you have to do. You accept it unconditionally. So the people of Rome are accepting the rule of Caesar, the might of Caesar, unconditionally. And all this show us womanish, says Cassius. So, hello, we'll continue with Julius Caesar. So, Casca says, indeed, they say the senators tomorrow mean to establish Caesar as a king. So, Casca has heard news that Caesar is going to be crowned the emperor of Rome the next day by the senators of Rome. And he shall wear his crown by sea and land in every place save here in Italy. And Caesar shall wear the crown of Rome. He shall be emperor of Rome. Wherever Rome's territories extend, whether it's on land or whether it's on sea, Caesar shall be absolute ruler. Cassius says, I know where I will wear this dagger then. Cassius from bondage will deliver Cassius. So Cassius says that if Caesar were to be crowned emperor, then he will take his dagger and wear it in his bosom. That is, he will stab himself, will commit suicide because he would not be able to bear the thing of Caesar being crowned emperor. So he says, Cassius from bondage will deliver Cassius. Cassius will deliver himself from bondage, from the problem of facing Caesar as king. Therein, you gods, you make the weak more strong. So Cassius says that by giving the weak the ability to commit suicide, they show themselves strong. They show themselves above the problems that they face. So, nor stony tower, nor walls of beaten brass, nor airless dungeon, nor strong links of iron can be retentive to the strength of spirit. But life, being weary of these worldly bars, never lacks power to dismiss itself. So, he says that the gods defeat the tyrants. Tyrants are the cruel rulers. So the gods give the poor the ability to commit suicide, and they will deliver themselves from tyrants, from cruel people, because if a poor person or one who is being troubled by others, if he takes it into his mind, then stony towers, walls of beaten brass, airless dungeons, or links of iron can hold back the strength of spirit if life is weary of the world, and it will dismiss itself. So nothing can hold back. These the nothing can hold back the decision to for Cassius to take his own life if Caesar were to be crowned emperor. And he says, if I know this, if I know that I have the power to dismiss himself from bondage, if he knows this, know all the world besides. So if he knows this, then he knows the whole world. That part of the tyranny that I do bear, I can shake off at pleasure. So if because he is bearing tyrannical power, the tyrannical power of Caesar, says Cassius, then he can shake off the problem when and where he wants. So Cassius, in short, says that he'll commit suicide if Caesar were to be crowned emperor. Then there's thunder in the sky. So Casca says, so can I. So Casca says, so can I deliver myself from bondage. So every bondman in his own hand bears the power to cancel his captivity. So Casca says, every bondman, every person who is troubled by a more powerful one, every bondman in his own hand bears the power to cancel his captivity. He has the power in his hand to cancel the imprisonment or that he faces. So Cassius, and why should Caesar be a tyrant then? So Cassius asks, if we were to deliver ourselves from this bondage, from this problem, how could Caesar be a tyrant? Poor man, I know he would not be a wolf, but that he sees Romans are but sheep. So Cassius says, Caesar by himself is not wolfish, he is not he is not bloody, but he sees that the Romans are sheep and the Romans are weak. So he plays the part of a wolf, says Cassius, in Rome. He were no lion, were not the Romans hinds. So he is not a lion, but he sees that the Romans are like deer. They're innocent and they're innocent as deer. So he sees the Romans are like deer, so he becomes a lion. Those that with haste will make a mighty fire begin it with weak straws. So if someone were to build a mighty fire, a strong fire, they will build it with weak straws. So the whole of Rome is going to burn under Caesar because the Romans are weak. They are like weak straws, and Caesar is like a mighty fire which is going to burn the whole of Rome. What trash is Rome? What rubbish is Rome? What awful when it serves for the base matter to eliminate so vile a thing as Caesar. So he says, Rome is illuminating so disgusting a thing as Caesar. Caesar is vile. It is making him the center of power. So, what sort of trash, what sort of awful is Rome become? But, oh grief, where hast thou led me? So, Cassius gets a hold on himself and he says, his grief has made him digress like this. So, I perhaps speak this before a willing bondman. And so he says, I'm perhaps saying all these things, that Caesar is a tyrant, Caesar is a cruel person, that Romans are weak, Romans are like sheep. Perhaps I'm saying all these things in front of a person, that is Casca, who is willing to bear the burden of Caesar's power. That is, Casca is a willing bondsman. I know my answer. I know my answer must be made, but I am armed and dangers are to me indifferent. So Cassius says, if you, Casca, are willing to bear Caesar's rule, and you go and tell others of what I have said, and they come and capture me, but I will not be captured. I have the power in myself to dismiss myself. So dangers are to me indifferent. Casca. You speak to Casca and to such a man that is no fleeting telltale. Hold my hand. So Casca says, I am not a fleeting telltale. I am not going to tell others what you said. And he says, hold. He asks Cassius to hold his hand. That is, Cassius and Casca have the same mind. They have the same idea that Caesar is a tyrant and that Caesar should be removed from the power that he has in Rome. They shake hands. So they come to agreement. Be factish for redress of all these griefs, and I will set this foot of mine as far as who goes furthest. So he asked Cassius to get ready to set to right all his problems, and he will come with Cassius, and he will do as much as he can to free Rome. Cassius, there is a bargain made. So they come to an agreement. Now know you, Casca, I have moved already some certain of the noblest minded Romans to undergo with me an enterprise of honorable, dangerous consequence. So Cassius says that he has moved already, he has persuaded already some of the noblest minded Romans to undertake an enterprise which is both honorable and dangerous. And I do know by this they stay for me. And he says they wait for him, they stay for him in Pompey's porch. That's a place in Rome. They're going to hold a conference that day. So he has formed a group of conspirators who are going to overthrow Caesar, and they're going to hold a meeting on that night in Pompey's porch. There is a place in Rome. For now, this fearful night, there is no stir of walking in the streets, and the complexion of the element in favors like the work we have in hand. So, Cassius says, on this fearful night, we should not move or walk in the streets, and the complexion of the element, that is, the whole of nature, seems to favor the work they have in hand. The work they have in hand is the assassination of Caesar. So all these happenings in Rome point to the assassination of Caesar, and that work they have in hand is most bloody, fiery, and most terrible. So the work they have in hand is fiery and most terrible. So next, enters Cinna. Casca, stand close a while, for here comes one in haste. So Casca says to Cassius when Cinna enters, stand close a while, keep quiet for some time. Here comes someone who is in haste, who is coming who seems to be going somewhere. Cassius, "'Tis Cinna. I do know him by his gait. He's a friend. Cinna, where haste you so?" So Cassius says that he knows Cinna by the way he walks, by his gait. And he tells Casca that Cinna is a friend. And he asks Cinna, "Where are you going so quickly?" Cinna says, "To find out you." He's searching for Cassius. "Who's that? Metallus?" So Cassius says, "No, it's Casca, one incorporate to our attempts." So Casca is coming to our conspiracy. He's incorporate to what we're going to attempt the next day. Am I not stayed for Cinna? Don't people wait for him? He asks Cinna. Cinna, I'm glad on it. What a fearful night is this. So Cinna says that he's glad that Casca has entered the conspiracy, and he asks Cassius, "What a fearful night." He says, "There's two or three of us have seen strange sights." Cassius, am I not state for? Tell me. So Cassius asks Cinna, "Don't people wait for me at Pompey's porch?" "Yes, you are. O Cassius, if you could but win the noble Brutus to our party." And so Cinna says he is waited for. There are people are waiting for him at Pompey's porch, and he says to Cassius, if only Brutus could join the conspiracy. So, hello, we'll continue from where we stopped in Julius Caesar. So, Cinna says, "O Cassius, if you could but win the noble Brutus to our party." So, Cinna suggests to Cassius that if only Brutus could join the conspiracy. Cassius says, handing him papers. So, Cassius hands some pieces of paper to Cinna, and he says, "Be you content," means rest satisfied. "Good Cinna, take this paper and look you lay it in the praetor's chair, where Brutus may but find it." So he tells Cinna to take those pieces of paper and lay it in the praetor's chair. Praetor is a senator. So Brutus is often found at near the praetor's chair. So Brutus will find that piece of paper and throw this in at his window. So he tells Cinna to throw another piece of paper in at Brutus's window, the window of his house. Set this up with wax upon old Brutus's statue. And he gives Cinna a third piece of paper, and he tells Cinna to stick it to old Brutus. Old Brutus is the ancestor of Marcus Brutus, and he asks him to put that third piece of paper, stick it with wax on the statue of old Brutus. All this done, repair to Pompey's porch. So after you do all these things, come to the place where we're going to meet, Pompey's porch, where you shall find us. So they'll be there. Is Decius Brutus and Trebonius there? So he asks, if Decius Brutus and Trebonius, as two of the other conspirators, are there. Yeah, and Cinna says, "All but Metal Cimber, and he's gone to seek you at your house." So Cinna says, every one of the conspirators is there, but except for Metellus Cimber, who has gone to seek Brutus, to seek Cassius at Cassius's house. "Well, I will hie and so bestow these papers as you bade me." So Cinna says he will start and bestow the papers as Cassius had told him to, as Cassius had bade him. Cassius, that done, repair to Pompey's theatre. So Cassius asked him to meet at Pompey's porch or Pompey's theatre. Cinna exits. "Come, Casca, you and I will yet ere day see Brutus at his house." So Cassius tells Casca that they'll meet Brutus before the day dawns. It is still night time, and before day dawns, they will see Brutus at his house. 3 parts of him is ours already, and the man entire upon next encounter yields him ours. So 3 parts of Brutus's mind has been converted to the conspiracy by Cassius. 3 parts of his mind has been converted, and the next time they meet him, and the whole of Brutus will definitely join the conspiracy, right? Casca, who he sits high in all the people's hearts, and that which would appear offensive in us, his countenance, like richest alchemy, will change to virtue and worthiness. So, Casca is now talking of Brutus. He says that Brutus sits high in all the people's hearts. That is, Brutus is very, the opinion people have of Brutus is very high, and that in which would seem offensive in the conspirators. That is, assassination of Caesar would be offensive in the people's eyes, but his countenance, that is, Brutus's person, Brutus's presence, like richest alchemy. Alchemy is a science which changes base metals into gold. So Brutus's presence will change the minds of people, and they will think the assassination of Caesar, which is going to be carried out the next day, is going to be a virtuous and a worthy action in the eyes of people, because Brutus will be there with the conspirators. Cassius, him and his worth and our great need of him, you have right well conceited. So Cassius says to Casca, him, that is Brutus, and Brutus's worth and their great need of him, that is the conspirators' great need of him, Casca has uh, well described. Let us go, for it is after midnight, and ere day we will awake him and be sure of him. So Cassius tells Casca, let us go to Brutus's house. It is now after midnight, and before day dawns, we will awake him and make sure he joins our conspiracy. They exit. Hello, we'll continue with Julius Caesar. So now we're in Act 2 of the play, and in Act 2, Scene 1, we find it's Brutus's house. So enter Brutus in his orchard. Orchard is garden. Brutus, what Lucius ho? I cannot by the progress of the stars give guess how near today. Lucius, I say, I would it were my fault to sleep so soundly. When Lucius went awake, I say, what Lucius? So Brutus calls for his boy servant Lucius, and he says to himself that by he cannot judge by the position of the stars in the sky how near to day, how near to dawn it is. So again he calls for Lucius, and he says to himself that he wishes that it were his fault to sleep so soundly, because Lucius, as a boy, is still untroubled, is still unworried, but Brutus has many things on his mind, and even though it's after midnight, he's still awake, and therefore he says, Lucius, he was as innocent as Lucius. So he again bids Lucius to awake and enter Lucius. So Lucius comes. Lucius, called you, my lord? Brutus, get me a taper in my study. Lucius, when it is lighted, come and call me here. So Brutus tells Lucius to get him a light in his study, and when the taper or the candle has been lit, he asks him to come to the orchard and call him to his study. Lucius, I will, my lord. Lucius exit. Brutus, it must be by his death, and for my part, I know no personal cause to spurn at him. So Brutus says that it must be by his death. He's referring to Caesar. And so Caesar should die. He has decided, right? And but he also says to himself, for his own part, he has no personal cause to hate him, to spurn him. He has no personal cause to hate Caesar, but for the general. The only reason he's going to carry out the assassination, only reason he's decided to carry out the assassination is for the general cause, for the general good of Rome. He would be crowned. How that might change his nature, there's the question. So Caesar is going to be crowned, and as an emperor, how that would change his nature, because as an emperor, Caesar would have absolute power in Rome, and how that might change his nature, that's the question. So he cannot decide whether Caesar will act for the good of Rome or for the ill of Rome. He might abuse his power. So that is the question that is undecided in Caesar's mind. And he continues thinking in the same vein. It is a bright day that brings forth the adder. So, and that craves weary walking. So, on a bright day, the adder, the snake, comes out. And if a person is walking in a field, that would require careful walking. Crown him that, and then I grant we put a sting in him. That at his will he may do danger wish to the abuse of greatness is when it disjoins remorse from power. So he says that if Caesar were to be crowned, then the people of Rome, he himself and the people of Rome, would put a sting in him. He would have the power to poison the whole of Rome. And he may do at his will. He can do what he wants at his will, do whatever danger he wishes. And he says that when the fault of greatness occurs, when it disjoins remorse from power. So if a ruler is not remorseful, if he doesn't act with a safe conscience, if he is not remorseful of the abuse of power, then that is the real problem. That is when greatness will be abused. And to speak truth of Caesar, I have not known when his affection swayed more than his reason. So he says, if he were to speak truly about Caesar, he had never known when his emotions, when his affections were more uh, were more than his reason. So he's always been reasonable as far as Brutus has seen him. He's never been too emotional, too violent, too angry at anything. So Caesar he has always been reasonable. But it's common proof that lowliness is young ambition's ladder, whereto the climber upward turns his face. So then he continued. He says, lowliness. Caesar was not born emperor. He's going to be crowned emperor. Right now he's lowly. He's not as great as he can be. And this lowliness is like a ladder upon which the climber upward. So when a person is is in a low position, he turns his face upward. He seeks greater power, he seeks greater status, greater wealth, etc. So he looks in the clouds, scorning the base degrees by which he did ascend. So as he ascends greater and greater in society, as his power, as his status increases, he scorns the lower rungs of the ladder. So Caesar may. So Caesar may also forget his origins. Caesar may also forget where he has come from. Then lest he may prevent. And since the quarrel will bear no color for the thing he is, fashion it thus, that when he is augmented, would run to these and these extremities. So since this whole debate is going on in his mind. Hello, now I want to continue with Julius Caesar from where we stopped. So we are on page 51 of the play. Just scroll down to that. So in this part of the play, we have we're on line 28, 29. So here we have Brutus debating with himself whether he should assassinate Caesar or not. next day. So the next day, Caesar is going to be crowned emperor of Rome. And before that happens, Brutus is wondering out loud why, whether he should assassinate Caesar or not. So he comes to the conclusion that he has nothing personally against Caesar, but the fact that Caesar might abuse his power once he's crowned emperor because of his ambition, that will hold great ill for Rome. So Brutus comes to the conclusion, he's debating with himself. Now, here we are on line 29. It says, and since the quarrel will bear no color for the thing he is, fashion it thus, that what he is augmented would turn to these and these extremities. So he says, this debate within myself, this quarrel within myself, whether I should assassinate Caesar or not, it cannot pinpoint exactly whether I should carry out my plan or not. But he thinks that if he were to, you know, think of it as, you know, as whatever Caesar is now, if that is augmented, if that is strengthened, then he, as emperor, the next day would run to these and these extremities. Means he would come to the extreme limit of ambition. He might use his power to abuse Rome. So then he says, and therefore think of him as a serpent's egg, which hatched would, as his kind, grow mischievous and kill him in the shell. So finally he comes to the conclusion that you should think of Caesar as a serpent in its egg. If the serpent is hatched, then its nature is to sting, its nature is to bite, its nature is to poison. So Caesar is like a serpent in an egg right now. But the next day, he will be crowned emperor. He will he will attain his full power, and therefore, Brutus says, we should kill Caesar in the shell. We should kill Caesar right now. So enter Lucius. Lucius is the boy servant of Caesar. Lucius, the taper burneth in your closet, sir. So Lucius informs Brutus that he's carried out Brutus's order to light a candle, light a taper in his room, in his study. And Lucius adds, searching the window for a flint, I found this paper thus sealed up, and I'm sure it did not lie there when I went to bed. So he says that he was searching the window sill for a piece of flint to light the candle, and there, near the window, he found a piece of paper which was sealed up, which and he says he's sure that he did not, that piece of paper was not there when he went to bed. So gives him the letter. So he gives Brutus the letter. Brutus reads the letter and tells Lucius, get you to bed again. It is not day. Is not tomorrow, boy, the Ides of March. So Brutus tells Lucius to go to bed because it's not yet dawn. And he asks Lucius if the next day was not the Ides of March. The Ides of March is the 15th of March. Lucius says, I know not. He does not know whether it's the Ides of March. Look in the calendar and bring me word. So Brutus tells Lucius to look in the calendar and bring him word of whether the next day is the 15th of March. Lucius, I will, sir. He exits. And Brutus looks into the sky and he sees some strange phenomena. He says, the exhalations whizzing in the air give me much light that I may read by them. So in the sky, there's all sorts of fires. It has been raining fire in Rome on that particular night. So by the light of those fires, he can read the letter So he opens the letter and reads it, and it says in the letter, Brutus, thou sleepest, awake and see thyself. So he says, on the paper it's written that Brutus is sleeping or slumbering, and it asks him to wake up and recognize himself, that is, recognize his own powers. Shall Rome, etc., speak, strike, redress. So, shall Rome, bear the yoke of Caesar, etc. So it asks him to speak out, to strike against Caesar, and to redress or set right the problems of Rome. Brutus, thou sleepest, awake. Now he considers what has been written. Brutus, thou sleepest, awake. Such imaginations have often been dropped where I have took them up. So such instigations have often been dropped where I took them up. So Brutus has come across these sort of messages before. So wherever he was known to be, wherever he was known to frequent, such letters have been placed by Cassius. So he has taken them up and read them. Shall Rome, etc. Thus must I piece it out. So he says the words shall Rome, etc. He says that he must understand it as follows. Shall Rome stand under one man's sway? So shall Rome be ruled by one man, that is Caesar. What? Rome? The whole of the Roman Empire? My ancestors did from the streets of Rome the Tarquin tribe. So Brutus's ancestors have been involved in battles on Rome's behalf, and there was a tyrant called the Tarquin who was driven from the streets of Rome by the ancestors of Brutus when he was called king. So the Tarquin was driven from Rome when he was called king by Brutus's ancestors. Speak, strike, redress. Now he considers these words. Am I entreated to speak out against Caesar and strike against Caesar? And he says, O Rome, I made thee promise, if the redress will follow, thou receivest the full petition at the hands of Brutus. So Brutus says, if Rome were to be set right, if it were to be redressed, if the faults were to be set right, then Rome would receive Brutus's full service. Brutus would do whatever he can to set right the problems of Rome. So enter Lucius. Lucius says, Sir, March is wasted 15 days. So March has progressed 15 days. It's the 15th of March. Knock within. Brutus. Tis good. Go to the gate. Somebody knocks. Lucius exits. Since Cassius first did wet me against Caesar, I have not slept. So Brutus says to himself that since Cassius spoke to him about Caesar, he's not been able to sleep. Between the acting of a dreadful thing and the first motion, all the interim is like a phantasma, a hideous dream. So it says, between the carrying out of an action and the first idea to carry out action, the interval between the action and the plan to carry it out is like a phantasma. Phantasma is like a ghost, right? So it's like a hideous dream. So then the plan that has been suggested by Cassius is to carry out the assassination of Caesar. And between carrying out the assassination and the plan, this interval that Brutus is going through is like a hideous dream. The the genius and moral instruments are then in council. So the good side, good conscience, and the bad conscience are in council. They'll be debating with them. And the state of man, like to a little kingdom, suffers then the nature of an insurrection. So then the state of man's mind, when he's thinking whether to do good or not do good. It's like the state of a little kingdom. So when a little kingdom is attacked, that is the state of mind. It is full of problems. It is full of indecision, and it's full. So Brutus says that his mind is in turmoil. He is confused. Enter Lucius. Sir, it is your brother Cassius at the door, who desires to see you. So Lucius tells Brutus that Cassius is at the door, and Cassius wants to see Brutus. Brutus, is he alone? No, sir. There are more with him. So Brutus asks, has Cassius come alone? And Lucius says, no, there are more people with him. Brutus, do you know them? No, sir. Their hats are plucked about their ears, and half their faces buried in their cloaks. That by no means I may discover them by any mark of favor. So Lucius says that the men have masked their faces. The men have masked their faces. They have hidden their faces in their cloaks, and their hats are below the ears, so he can by no means see who they are. So they have disguised themselves. Brutus says, let them enter. So let them enter the house. Lucius exists. So they are the faction. O conspiracy, shamest thou to show thy dangerous brow by night? So where evils are most free. So Brutus knows who these people are. He says they are the conspiracy, they are the faction, they are the group of people who are going to carry out the assassination of Caesar. And he says that conspiracy, it is so so evil that it does not want to show its dangerous face even by the darkness of the night. O thou by day, O then by day, where wilt thou find the cavern dark enough to mask thy monstrous such? So it says, if conspiracy and the conspirators dare not show their faces by in the dark night, where in the world is there a cavern, is there a cave so dark that they can unmask themselves by daylight? Whether they can unmask themselves, their monstrous faces by daylight. Seek none conspiracy, hide it in smiles and affability. So do not try to find a place where you can show your dangerous visage, where you can show your dangerous expressions. So hide your dangerous intentions in smiles and affability. Affability is friendliness. For if thou push the for if thou put thy native semblance on, nor Erebus itself were dim enough to hide thee from prevention. So if conspirators and their evil intentions were to be shown on their faces, the expressions would be so hideously dangerous that even Erebus, that even hell itself, were not dim enough to hide their intentions from prevention. So they're going to put on a deadpan face, right? They're not going to show any expression whatsoever, and it's going to be totally. And enter the conspirators Cassius, Cascar, Decius, Cinna, Metellus, and Trebonius. Cassius, I think we're too bold upon your rest. Good morrow, Brutus, do it surely. So Cassius greets Brutus. He says, we have imposed upon your rest time, we're imposed upon your bed time. So he wishes Brutus good morning because it's already around 3 a.m. in the morning. And he asks if they trouble him. Brutus, I have been up this hour, awake all night. Know I these men that come along with you? So Brutus says he's been awake all through the night, and he asks if he knows the men who have come along with Cassius. Cassius, yea, every man of them, and no man now, no man here but honors you. So, no man there, every man there honors Brutus, and everyone doth wish you had the opinion of yourself which every noble Roman hears of you. So each of the conspirators, says Cassius, has a very high opinion of Brutus, and all of them wish that Brutus himself had the opinion they have of him. So this is Trebonius. He is welcome hither, says Brutus. He is welcome there. Cassius then introduces Decius Brutus. This Decius Brutus. He is welcome too, says Brutus. This Casca, this Cinna, this Metallus. And so he introduces three of the other conspirators, and Brutus says they're all welcome. What watchful cares do interpose themselves between your eyes and night? So Brutus asks them, what cares, what anxieties, what worries come in between the rest of the night, the rest that should be taken at night, and their eyes? Shall I entreat a word? So, hello. We'll continue with Julius Caesar. We are on line 205, and here the conspirators have finally made the plan on what to do the next day, which is the Ides of March. So it's past midnight, and we're waiting for dawn to break. When the clock strikes, Brutus, peace, count the clock, count the clock, count the number of times the bell rings, so that we can tell the time. The clock has stricken 3, so the clock sounds 3 times, so it's 3 a.m. in the morning. Trebonius, it is time to part. Cassius, but it is doubtful yet whether Caesar will come forth or no, for he is superstitious grown of late, quite from the main opinion he held once of fantasy, of dreams and ceremonies. So Cassius says that he thinks that he doubts whether Caesar will come out of his palace the next day to the Capitol, to the Senate or the House of Parliament, because Caesar has grown superstitious lately. So, because of all the strange things that have been going on in Rome or throughout the night, Caesar fears that these are omens, these are predictions that point to some harm to him. So he's become quite superstitious lately, but this sort of superstition he did not always have. So the main opinion he held once of fantasy, of dreams and ceremonies, was that they could not be believed. They were dreams, or they were fantasy, they were figments of the imagination. But seeing what has been happening in Rome on that particular night, when the sky rained fire and lions walked in the public marketplace, and the owl, the bird of night, uh, hooted in the square, in the main square at midday, and the heaps of hundreds of ghastly women who were stricken with fear because they saw men all in fire go up and down the streets, and the sky raining fire, and so on and so forth. So all these omens, all these predictions point to some harm to Caesar. So Caesar fears, but Cassius continues. It may be these apparent prodigies, the unaccustomed terror of this night, and the persuasion of his augurers may hold him from the Capitol today. So Cassius says that all these apparent prodigies are extremely unusual events, the unaccustomed terror of this night. So the absolute terror, which is not usually found in Rome of that particular night, as well as the persuasion of his augurers. Augurers are priests who have who can see the future. So the priests have told Caesar that there will be some harm to him. So all these reasons may keep him from the Capitol or the Senate or the House of Parliament that day. This is, never fear that if he be so resolved, I can oversway him, for he loves to hear that unicorns may be betrayed with trees, and bears with glasses, elephants with holes, and lions with toils, and men with flatterers. So, Decius says that they should not worry about Caesar being Caesar having become superstitious lately. If he's so resolved, if he's so decided that he will not come to the capital, Decius says that he can oversway or persuade him, because Caesar has weakness. He likes to hear that unicorns are horses with the horn in the middle of their foreheads, magical creatures. Unicorns may be betrayed with trees. So unicorns are trapped by trees because they love trees, and bears with glasses. Bears are trapped by mirrors. Elephants with holes. Elephants are trapped by holes in the ground. And lions with toils. Lions with nets. And men are trapped by flatterers. So what Caesar will think is that he's too great to be flattered. He's too great to believe in unusual things, and therefore Decius will persuade him to go to the Capitol that day. But when I tell him he hates flatterers, he says he does, being them most flattered. So if Caesar is told that he cannot be flattered and he is too great to be flattered, and that he hates flatterers, Caesar will allow that, because he would love to be told that he is above flattery. Let me work, for I can give his humor the bent, the true bent, and I will bring him to the capital. So Decius says that if he were allowed to do his work, he can make Caesar like he was before, but he is not superstitious, and bring him to the Capitol or the House of Parliament or the Senate. Cassius, nay, we will all of us be there to fetch him. So Cassius says the whole group of conspirators will go to fetch Caesar to the Capitol to make sure that he comes to the Senate so that they can assassinate him. Okay. Brutus, by the 8th hour, is at the uttermost. So Brutus gives the time limit for this to happen. He asks, will it be done by the 8th hour, that is by 8 a.m. in the morning? Can it be done by 8 a.m.? Is that the limit? Is that the limit that we can wait up to? See now, be that the uttermost and fail not them. So Cinna urges them to make sure that Caesar comes to the capital by 8 a.m. and they will not fail to carry out their plan. Metellus. Caius Ligarius doth bear Caesar hard, who rated him for speaking well of Pompey. I wonder none of you have thought of him. So Metellus Cimber says that Caius Ligarius also holds a grudge against Caesar, who, because Caesar had scolded Caius Ligarius like a child, because Caius had spoken well of Pompey. So Metellus says that none of them have thought of including Caius Ligarius in the conspiracy. Brutus. Now, good Metellus, go along by him. He loves me well, and I've given him the reasons. Send him but hither, and I will fashion him. So Brutus says to Metellus Cimber to go and fetch Caius Ligarius. Caius Ligarius likes Brutus, and Brutus has given him good reasons for his love. And if Caius Ligarius were only to come to him, Brutus will turn him into a conspirator against Caesar. Caius, the morning comes upon us. We leave you, Brutus, and friends, disperse yourselves, but all remember what you have said and show yourselves true Romans. So Caius now breaks up the conference, and he urges them to return, and he asks them to remember what all of them have said and to show themselves true Romans. By true Romans, he means those who are going to act for the good of Rome against Caesar. Brutus. Good gentlemen, look fresh and merrily. Let not our looks put on our purposes, but bear it as Roman actors do, with untired spirits and formal constancy. So Brutus asks them to wear a mask that day because they should look fresh, they should look merry or happy, and they should not show their true intentions on their faces. They should not put on expressions of malevolence or the intention to do evil. They should not frown. They should not look angry. So their look should not put on the purpose they have in mind, but they should seem like Roman actors in Rome, who with untired spirit and constant application of expressions suitable to the characters they're playing, they should look outwardly. They should look happy and fresh, but inwardly they should have their intentions clear. And so, good morrow to you, everyone. So he bids them all good morning. All but Brutus exit. So only Brutus is left in his orchard. Brutus summons his boy servant. Boy Lucius, fast asleep, it is no matter. Enjoy the honey-heavy dew of slumber. Thou hast no figures nor no fantasies. which busy care draws in the brains of men. Therefore thou sleepest so sound. So he tries to call his boy servant Lucius, and he wonders if Lucius is fast asleep, and says it doesn't matter. He wishes that Lucius would enjoy the honey heavy dew of sleep, because Lucius is still innocent. He doesn't have any figures, no fantasies, which the cares and worries of their business and of their affairs in life draw in the minds of men. Therefore, Lucius sleeps soundly. Enter Portia. Portia is Brutus's wife. Portia. Brutus, my lord. Brutus. Portia. What mean you? Wherefore rise you now? It is not for your health thus to commit your weak condition to the cold morning. So Brutus answers Portia's greeting, and he asks her what she means by rising up at 3 a.m. in the morning, because it is unhealthy to commit the weak condition of a woman to the raw, cold air of the morning. For sure. Nor for yours neither. You, you ungently, Brutus, stole from my bed, and yesternight at supper you suddenly arose and walked about, musing and sighing, with your arms across, and when I asked you what the matter was, you stared upon me with ungentle looks. So Portia tells Brutus it is also unhealthy for him to breathe in the raw, cold air of the morning, and she says that that particular night Brutus had stolen from their bed uh, in a very hurried manner, and the previous night uh, when they were having supper, when Brutus was eating, he suddenly rose up from the table and he walked about the dining room, and he was thinking, he was musing, and he was sighing. He was breathing heavily as though he were in a great deal of worry and sorrow, and he had folded his arms across his chest. And when Portia had asked him what the matter was, Brutus had stared at her angrily or with ungentle looks. So Portia says, I urged you further. She tells him, she asked him further, she pressed him further to tell what was on his mind. Then you scratched your head and too impatiently stamped with your foot. So when Portia tried to make him uh, tell her what was on his mind, he scratched his head and stamped the ground with his foot impatiently. Yet I insisted. Still, she says she insisted that he should tell her what was on his mind. Yet you answered not. Still, Brutus did not answer, but with an angry wafture of your hand, gave sign for me to leave you. So, still, Brutus did not say anything about what was troubling him, but he, with a wave of his hand, with an angry wave of his hand, he signed to her to leave him alone. So I did. So Portia says she left him alone the previous night, fearing to strengthen that impatience which seemed too much enkindled, and withal hoping it was but an effect of humor. So she left him because she was afraid. She feared to strengthen the impatience that he was feeling, and he was really impatient. It seemed his impatience seemed too strong. It was too killed, and he might have broken out in an angry speech, and altogether, she hoped that it was but a passing mood. It was an effect of humor, which which sometime hath is over with every man. So Portia just hoped that it was a passing mood. Men often seem to be moody, so Portia thought for some reason or other Brutus, like every other man, was also feeling very moody. So it will not let you eat, nor talk, nor sleep. And could it work so much upon your shape as it hath much prevailed upon your condition? I should not know you, Brutus. So he says that this mood of his that he was in will not let him eat, nor talk, nor sleep. And if it were to change his physical appearance, as it had changed his reticence, his silence with Portia, so then if it had changed his appearance, she would not know who he was or what he was. So she entreats him, says, "Dear my lord, make me acquainted with your cause of grief." So she really pleads with him, and she says, "If can you make me, can you tell me, can you unburden your mind of what is causing you this grief or this sadness?" Brutus, "I'm not well in health, and that is all." So Brutus says that is feeling a bit ill, and that was about all there is to it. For sure, Brutus is wise, and were he not in health, he would embrace the means to come by it. So Portia says that her husband Brutus is wise, and if he was feeling ill, he would take steps to regain his health. Hello, we'll continue with Julius Caesar. So we're on page 69, line 280. Portia and Brutus are speaking in his orchard. It is 3 a.m. in the morning, and Portia has advised Brutus to go take care of his health, and Brutus says, "Why, so I do, good Portia, go to bed." So Brutus says that he's going to take care of himself, and he asks her to return to bed. Portia, is Brutus sick? And is it physical to walk unbraced and suck up the humors of the damp morning? So Portia wonders out loud in front of Brutus. She asks him if he's sick, and is it physically healthy to walk unbraced, that is, without a sweater or without any scarves or hats, to walk unbraced and drink up the humors of the damp morning. The air in the morning at 3 a.m. will be particularly full of dampness. So she continues, "What, is Brutus sick? And will he steal out of his wholesome bed to dare the wild contagion of the night and tempt the roomy and unpurged air to add unto his sickness?" So she asks Brutus, will he steal out of his healthy bed, his wholesome and healthy bed, to brave the while contagion of the night. Contagion is like a virus. So at night, the air is roomy, that is, it is full of pussy and unpurged, that is the impure air. Will he dare to breathe in the damp, unhealthy air of the morning to add unto his sickness? So she says, no, my Brutus, you have some sick offense within your mind, which by the right and virtue of my place I ought to know. So she says, she tells her husband that something is on his mind, and because of her right as his wife, as his better half, and because of her relation to him, she ought to know of what is on his mind. She kneels. So she kneels in front of Brutus, who is Lord and Master, and upon my knees, she says, I charm you by my once commended beauty, by all your vows of love, and that great vow which did incorporate and make us one, that you unfold to me yourself, your heart, why you are heavy, and what men tonight have had resort to you, for here have been some 6 or 7 who did hide their faces even from darkness. And she says that she's going to make him reveal what is on his mind. She says that once upon a time she was a very popular and beautiful lady, and she's going to make him reveal by all his vows of love to her, and the great vow of marriage which made them one. She's going to make him reveal that why his mind was heavy, and what sort of men he had conference with that night, because he had seen from inside that 6 or 7 men had conferred with Brutus, and they had hidden their faces, they had masked their faces even from the darkness of the night. Brutus, kneel not, gentle Portia. So Brutus says, ask Portia not to kneel. He lifts her up. Portia, I should not kneel if you were gentle, Brutus. Within the bond of marriage, tell me, Brutus, is it accepted I should know no secrets that appertain to you? So, Portia tells Brutus that she would not need to kneel before him to supplicate or plead with him if he were to be gentle with her. So she asks him within the bond of the marriage to tell her the secrets that only he knows at the moment. She should not be accepted. She should not be treated as someone who is separate from him. So she should know all his secrets as though they were hers. She continues, am I yourself, but as it were in sort of limitation, to keep with you at meals, comfort your bed, and talk to you sometime? So she says, dwell I but in the suburbs of your good pleasure, if it be no more. Portia is Brutus's hard lot, not his wife. So Uh, she um, asked him uh, if he were a sort of limitation uh, and her only duties with him were to accompany him at meals and to comfort him in his bed and to talk to him sometimes. She asked him if he lives on the outskirts of his mind or his good pleasure. If it were to be so, she says, Portia, uh, Brutus is harlot, not his wife. So she is like his mistress, not his wife. Brutus, you are my dear and honorable wife, as dear to me as are the ruddy drops that visit my sad heart. So Brutus says that she is indeed his true and honorable wife, and Portia is as dear to him as are the tears, the heavy tears that visit his sad heart. Portia, if this were true, then should I know this secret? So Portia says, if she is as close to him as the blood that flows through his heart, then she should know his secret. She continues, I grant I am a woman, but withal a woman that Lord Brutus took to wife. I grant I am a woman, but withal a woman well reputed, Cato's daughter. Think you I am no stronger than my sex, being so fathered and so husbanded. So Portia says she will accept the fact that she is a woman. She's only a weak woman, but she's the lady whom Lord Brutus took as his wife. She accepts that she's a woman, but she comes from a noble family. She is Cato, the senator's daughter, and she asks Brutus if she's no stronger than her sex, she's no stronger than other women, because she is fathered by a senator and husbanded, and her husband is one of the great noblemen of Rome, that is Brutus. So she says that by birth and in life, she is a very strong lady. So she says, tell me your counsels, I will not disclose them. So she asks him to tell her what's on his mind, and she will not reveal his secrets. And she says, I am a strong proof of my constancy, giving myself a voluntary wound here in the thigh. So she says that she's given Brutus, her husband, strong proof of her constancy or her loyalty to him by taking a sharp instrument and giving herself a wound in her thigh voluntarily. And she asks Brutus, can I bear that with patience and not my husband's secrets? So she asks Brutus if she can bear the deep pain of a physical wound, and will she not be able to bear the secrets that her husband has? Brutus, O you gods, render me worthy of this noble wife. So Brutus prays to the God to make him worthy of Portia. Knock, hark, hark, one knocks. So Portia, go in a while, and by my bosom, thy bosom shall partake the secrets of my heart. So Brutus asks Portia to go inside, and soon, by and by, he will partake the secrets that are on his mind. All my
engagements I will construe to thee all the charactery of my sad brows. Leave me with haste. So he tells her that he will reveal the secrets that he has and all his business affairs. He will explain to her and why he's wearing these sad looks, and but he asks her to leave with haste. Portia exits. Hello, we'll continue with Julius Caesar. So Portia and Brutus have been speaking in his orchard, but then someone knocks at Brutus's gate. So Brutus asks Portia to leave. So Portia exits. So Brutus asks his boy servant Lucius to see who it is that knocks on the gate. So enter Lucius and Ligarius. Lucius, here is a sick man that would speak with you. So he's referring to Caius Ligarius, whom the conspirators want to join their faction. So Brutus, Caius Ligarius, that Metellus spoke of, boy, stand aside. So Lucius exits. So Brutus greets Caius Ligarius. He says that Metellus had just spoken of him. So Brutus greets Caius Ligarius. He says, Caius Ligarius, how? Ligarius, vouchsafe good morrow from a feeble tongue. So Ligarius says that he wishes good morning, but he is weak and a bit sick. So Brutus, what a time have you chose out, brave Caius, to wear a kerchief. Would you were not sick. So Brutus says that he's chosen inopportune time to wear a kerchief across his face to hide himself from the darkness. So Brutus wishes that Caius were not sick. Ligarius, I am not sick if Brutus have in hand any exploit worthy the name of honor. So Ligarius says that he will not be sick. If he has some work to do, then he will recover if Brutus has in hand any venture that is worthy, that is honorable. So Brutus says, such an exploit have I in hand, Ligarius. Have you healthful ear to hear it? So Brutus says that he does indeed have honorable venture, honorable exploit. So he wishes that Ligarius would listen to it favorably. Ligarius, by all the gods that Rome bow before, I here discard my sickness. So Ligarius says that he's going to get rid of his sickness because he has some honorable, so-called honorable work to do. He takes off his kerchief, so he unmasks himself. Soul of Rome, brave son derived from honorable loins, thou like an exorcist hast conjured up my mortified spirit. So Ligarius addresses Brutus as a brave son who is derived from honorable ancestors, and he says that Brutus has lifted up his mortified or sick spirit like an exorcist drives out evil spirit and makes a person healthy again. So Ligarius says he has become healthy because of meeting Brutus. Now bid me run, and I will strive with things impossible. Ye get the better of them. What's to do? So Ligarius says
that if he were asked to do something impossible, then he will try his best to achieve whatever has to be achieved. So he asks, what's to do, what's to be done. Brutus, a piece of work that will make sick men whole. So Brutus says that he has in mind a venture or an exploit or a honorable, so-called honorable job that will make that will make healthy men of sick ones. Brutus, that must be also. What is it, my Caius? I shall unfold to thee as we are going, to whom it must be done. So, so sorry, I missed a line. So Ligarius says, but are not some whole that we must make sick? So Ligarius asks Brutus if there are not some men in Rome who are healthy and wholesome, whom they must bring down, whom they must make sick. Brutus says, that must be also. What is it, my Caius? I shall unfold to thee as we are going, to whom it must be done. So Brutus says, whatever it is, he shall tell Caius as they're walking along, and he's going to tell Caius who must be brought down in Rome. Ligarius, set on your foot, and with a heart new fired I follow you, to do I know not what, but it sufficeth that Brutus leads me on. So Brutus says, let's move. So, and he says, with a newly fired heart, that is, he's recovered his enthusiasm for life. He says he'll follow Brutus. He does not know what is to be done, but it is sufficient that Brutus leads him. Follow me then, says Brutus, and they exit. Hello. Today we'll continue with Julius Caesar. So we're in scene 2 on page 75, and there's thunder and lightning in the sky. Enter Julius Caesar in his nightgown. Caesar, nor heaven nor earth have been at peace tonight. Thrice hath California in her sleep cried out, help ho, they murder Caesar. Who's with him? So Caesar says that there's been no peace either in heaven or on the earth, and California has been having nightmares, and she has cried out 3 times because she's had bad dreams. She's cried out, help, oh, they murder Caesar. So she sees the death of Caesar in her dreams. So she screams out in her sleep. He calls for some guard. Who's within? He asks. Enter a servant. My lord, Caesar, go bid the priests do present sacrifice and bring me their opinions of success. So Caesar tells the servant to go to the temple and tell the priests to offer sacrifices to the gods and see what the future holds for him. So in Rome at that time, the religious belief was very strong, and people believed that if sacrifices are offered to the gods, they will know their own future. So servant says, I will, my lord. He exits. Enter California. What mean you, Caesar? Think you to walk forth? You shall not stir out of your house today. So California asks Caesar what he means by thinking of going out of his palace that day, and she almost commands him not to move out of his palace. Caesar shall forth. The things that threaten me never look but on my back. When they shall see the face of Caesar, they are vanished. So Caesar is a brave general, and he says, Caesar shall forth. Caesar shall go out And he says, whatever things, whether they're human beings or whether they're supernatural occurrences, they those things that threaten him only threaten him behind his back. When they see him face to face, the dangerous things vanish. California, Caesar, I never stood on ceremonies, yet now they frighten me. There is one within, besides the things that we have heard and seen, recounts most horrid sights seen by the watch. And uh, a lioness hath whelped in the streets, and graves have yawned and yielded up their dead. Fierce, fiery warriors fought upon the clouds in ranks and squadrons, uh, and right form of war, which drizzled blood upon the capital. The noise of battle hurtled in the air. Horses did neigh and dying men did groan, and ghosts did shriek and yield up, squeal about the streets. O Caesar, these things are all beyond all use, and I do fear them. So California tells Caesar that now she's frightened, and she says that there is a person within the palace who has heard and seen, besides what has already been reported. He's seen and heard most horrible sights which are reported by the guards of the palace. He says the guards saw a lioness give birth in the streets to a lion cub, and he says the guards have seen graves open, and the dead who were buried walking about in the streets, and in the sky fierce fiery warriors fought in the clouds, and they had formed squadrons and battalions, and there was war in heaven, and the dead in the sky drizzled blood upon the Capitol, upon the Senate, upon the House of Parliament. So he says the noises of battle filled the air, and horses did neigh and dying men did groan, and ghosts did squeal. And squeal is the sound made by a pig when it's being stuck with a knife. And ghosts did shriek and scream and squeal about the streets. California says these things are all beyond her, and she says she fears them. Caesar answers, what can be avoided whose end is purposed by the mighty gods? Yet Caesar shall go forth, for these predictions are to the world in general as to Caesar. So Caesar questions her, if the mighty gods have foretold that such and such a thing will happen, nothing that humans can do can stop the thing from happening. So whatever is proposed by the mighty gods can never be avoided, says Caesar. So Caesar says, yet he shall go out of the palace because those predictions are to the world in general as to Caesar. So those predictions are to everyone. California, when beggars die, there are no comets seen. The heavens themselves blaze forth the death of princes. So California says that when ordinary beggars die, no supernatural events occur like comets being seen in the sky, but the heavens themselves blaze forth the death of princes. Caesar, cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. So, of all the wonders that I have yet heard, it seems to be most strange that men should fear, seeing that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. So, Caesar says that he shall not be afraid of death, he shall not be afraid of anything, because to be afraid is to die. And if you are afraid many times, it's like dying many times. So, he says the valiant, the brave, never taste of death except once in their life. And he says that in general, people go about fearing death, but death is a necessary end. It will come when it will come, and nobody can either stop it from coming, or nobody can even uh, prevent it from happening. Nobody can even guess when it will happen, and it cannot be premature. Enter a servant. What say the augurs? So the servant comes back from the temple, and Caesar asks him what the augurs or the priests say. Servant says, they, they would not have you stir forth today. Plucking the entrails of an offering forth, they could not find a heart within the beast. So the priests have offered sacrifice. They have taken a beast as an animal, and they sliced it open, and they have offered the entrails, that is the intestines and the stomach, as offerings to the gods. And the gods, being propitiated, they said that they told the priest that Caesar should not go out of his house today. And what is more, in the beast which was offered as a sacrifice, there was no heart. So that means the life of Rome will be plucked out that day. The life of Rome will be plucked out that day. Caesar, the gods do this in shame of cowardice. Caesar should be a beast without a heart if he should stay at home today for fear. So Caesar says that the gods have shown this phenomenon of a beast being without a heart when it was offered as sacrifice, because they want to, they want me, says Caesar, to be brave. Caesar should be a beast without a heart if he should stay at home today because he is afraid. No, Caesar shall not. He says, I will not stay. Danger knows full well that Caesar is many times more dangerous than he. We are two lions littered in one day, and I, the elder and more terrible, and Caesar shall go forth. So Caesar says, danger knows, is personifying danger, and he says, danger knows full well that Caesar is more dangerous than danger personified. It says, danger and he were born on the same day, and he was the elder, and he was the more terrible. And he says, Caesar shall go forth. California, alas, my lord, your wisdom is condemned, is consumed in confidence. Do not go forth today. So she pleads with him. She says he's being too confident, and she tells him it would be wisdom to stay at home and not to go for the capital. She says, call it my fear that keeps you in the house and not your own. So he says, call it her fear. She is afraid for Caesar. He should not say that he is afraid, but he should say that California, his wife, is afraid for his life. We'll send Mark Antony to the Senate House, and he shall say, you are not well today. Let me, upon my knee, prevail in this. So California says that they send Mark Antony as a messenger to the Senate, to the Capitol, to say that Caesar won't come into the Capitol, and she kneels on one leg and says, let her plea be the stronger. Let Caesar stay at home. Caesar, Mark Antony shall say, I am not well, and for thy humor I'll stay at home. So when Calphurnius finally pleads with Caesar, Caesar says that Mark Antony shall go to the Senate and say that Caesar is not well. And to humor, to amuse Calphurnia, he'll stay at home. He lifts her up. Enter Decius. Hello. We'll continue with Julius Caesar. So Caesar is speaking. We are on line 59. Caesar says, Mark Antony shall say, I am not well, and for thy humor I will stay at home. So Caesar tells Calphurnia here that Mark Antony shall go to the Senate House and tell the senators that Caesar is not well, and to amuse Calpurnia, Caesar will stay at home. So he lifts Calpurnia up. She's kneeling, pleading with him to stay at home, and then enter Decius. Here's Decius Brutus. He should tell them so. So Caesar says that instead of Mark Antony, Decius Brutus will tell the senators that he, Caesar, will not come to the Senate that day. Decius, Caesar, all hail, good morrow, worthy Caesar. I come to fetch you to the Senate house. So Decius says that he has come to uh, bring uh, Caesar to the Senate house. Caesar, and you come in a very happy time to bear my greeting to the senators and tell them that I will not come today. Cannot is false, and that I dare not falter. I will not come today. Tell them so, Decius. So Caesar says that Decius has come at a suitable time. He wants Decius to bear his greeting to the senators and to inform them that he, Caesar, will not come to the Senate house that day. He says that Caesar cannot, Caesar who that Caesar cannot is a false piece of news, and to say that Caesar dares not is falser. So he tells Decius to merely tell the senators that he will not come today. Tell them so, Decius, he says. Calpurnia, say he is sick. Caesar says, shall Caesar send a lie? Have I in conquest stretched my arm so far to be afeard to tell greybeards the truth? Decius, go tell them Caesar will not come. So Caesar says, shall I tell a lie? He says that he has actually stretched the territories of Rome. He has conquered all the neighboring kingdoms of Rome, and he has annexed all the surrounding lands to the empire of Rome. He who has been so brave and valiant, he says, should he be afraid to tell old men, greybeards, the truth? So he tells Decius to go tell the senators that he, Caesar, will not come to the Senate house. Decius, most mighty Caesar, let me know some cause, lest I be laughed at when I tell them so. So Decius asks Caesar to give him some cause, to give him some reason why he will not come to the Senate house, because otherwise he may be laughed at. He'll be made the butt of a joke. Caesar says, the cause is in my will. So Caesar says, it is my will. I will not come. That is enough to satisfy the Senate. But for your private satisfaction, because I love you, I will let you know Calpurnia here, my wife, stays me at home. She dreamt tonight she saw my statue, which, like a fountain with 100 spouts, did run pure blood, and many lusty Romans came smiling and did bathe their hands in it. And these she does apply for warnings and portents and evils imminent, and on her knee hath begged that I will stay at her today. So Caesar says to tell the Senate, Caesar tells Decius to tell the Senate that he will not come, but for the privately he will tell Decius, because he likes Decius. He says that Calpurnia, his wife, has asked him to stay at home. She stays him at home, and she had many dreams the previous night. She saw in one of her dreams that Caesar's statue in Rome had 100 gushing spouts or flows of blood, and that many strong Romans came smiling and bathed their hands in Caesar's blood. And Calpurnia thinks these are warnings of what is to come. She says they are portents, that is, they will foretell what is to come. then the evils which are about to happen, evils imminent, and that California had on her knee begged that Caesar would stay home that day. Decius, this dream is all misinterpreted. It was a vision fair and fortunate. So Decius says that the interpretation of California's dream is wrong. It is interpreted amiss. It is interpreted wrongly. He says that the fact that Caesar's statue gushed of gushed 100 fountains of blood was misinterpreted. It is actually a fair dream. It signifies the fortune of Rome. And he says, your statue spouting blood in many pipes, in which so many smiling Romans bathe, signifies that from you great Rome shall suck reviving blood, and that great men shall press for tinctures, stains, relics, and cognizance. So he says that that dream of Calphurnius meant that when many Romans bathed their hands in Caesar's blood, it meant that Caesar's blood would revive or give new life to Rome, and and many great people in Rome will press for signs like tinctures, stains, relics, and cognizances. These are all small tokens which are given by priests. Tinctures, stains, and relics are all small tokens given by priests as blessed by the gods. So the Romans, the great Romans, will feel blessed by Caesar's presence, and he says this by Calphurnius' dream is signified. So that is the significance of Calphurnius' dream, Caesar. And this way have you well expounded it. Caesar says this is a good interpretation, this is a correct exposition of the dream. Decius says, I have, when you have heard what I can say, and know it now, that the Senate have concluded to give this day a crown to mighty Caesar. So Decius tells Caesar that the Senate have come to a decision, they have concluded that they should crown Caesar the emperor of Rome. If you shall send word that he will not come, their minds may change. So if he doesn't go to the Senate, if he sends a message to say that he will not come, the minds of the senators may change. Besides, it were a mock age to be rendered for someone to say, break up the Senate till another time when Caesar's wife shall meet with better dreams. So Decius says it will be a mockery, it will be a joke if someone were to say that the Senate, the meeting of the senators in the Capitol should be held another time when Caesar's wife has better dreams. If Caesar hide himself, shall they not whisper, lo, Caesar is afraid? If Caesar doesn't go to the Capitol that night, will the senators not say that Caesar is afraid? Asked Decius. Pardon me, Caesar, for my dear love, to your proceeding bids me tell you this, and reason to my love is liable. So Decius says, it is his love that makes him say all this, and his reason to his affection is bound, is liable. Caesar, how foolish do your fears seem now, Calphurnia? I am ashamed I did yield to them. So Caesar tells Calphurnia that he is sorry that he has yielded to Calphurnia's words. Give me my robe, for I will go. So he asks for his toga. The Romans used to wear togas, and he says he will go to the Senate house. Enter Brutus, Ligarius, Metellus, Casca, Trebonius, Cinna, and Publius. And look where Publius is come to fetch me, says Caesar. Publius, good morrow, Caesar. Welcome, Publius. What, Brutus, are you stirred so early too? So he asked Brutus if he has woken up so early. Good morrow, Casca, Caius, Ligarius. Caesar were never so much your enemy as that some ague with me which had made you lean. What is it, o'clock? So he tells Caius Ligarius that he, Caesar, was not Caius Ligarius' enemy, has that weakness which makes Caius shake. So he asks, "What time is it? What o'clock is it?" He asks. Brutus says, "Caesar, it is struck an 8." So it says that 8 a.m. It is 8 bells of the clock have sounded. Caesar, I thank you for your pains and courtesy. So Caesar thanks all of them to for the trouble they've taken, and then enter Antony. See Antony that revels long o' nights is notwithstanding the good morrow, Antony. So Antony, who is wont to party long nights, is up early that particular day, and he wishes Antony a good morning. So to most noble Caesar. So Antony says, "Good morrow to the most noble Caesar." And Caesar to servant, "Bid them prepare with him. I am to blame to be thus waited for." So he asks the servant to prepare a carriage or prepare themselves to accompany him to the capital. And he says he is to be blamed for making the other people wait. Servant exits. Now, Cinna, now Mentalus, what Trebonius, I have an hour's talk in store for you. So he tells three of them, three of the people who come to accompany him to the capital, Scylla, Metellus, and Trebonius, that he has much information to give them, and he has an hour's talk in store for them. Remember that you call on me today, be near me that I may remember you. So he asks them to be near him in the Senate house so that he can remember whatever they're going to say. Trebonius, Caesar, I will. And aside is a piece of speech spoken so that only the audience will hear it and the other characters cannot. So Trebonius says in an aside, "So near will I be that your best friend shall wish I had been further." So he says that he'll be so close to Caesar that day that Caesar's best friends would have wished that he had been further off. That is to say, that he'll be stab Caesar on that particular day. Caesar, good friends, go in and taste some wine with me, and we, like friends, will straightway together go together. So Caesar asks them to drink some wine, and then, like friends. So this is scene 3 of Julius Caesar, and enter Artemidorus reading a piece of paper. Artemidorus, Caesar, beware of Brutus, take heed of Cassius, come not near Casca, have an eye to Cinna, trust not Trebonius, mark well Metellus Cimber, Decius Brutus loves thee not. Thou hast wronged Caius Ligarius, there is but one mind in all these men, and it is bent against Caesar. If thou beest not immortal, look about you. Security gives way to conspiracy. The mighty gods defend thee. So Artemidorus is a Roman who has learnt of the plan to assassinate Caesar, and he's written a letter to Caesar. He's going to hand the letter to Caesar. Caesar passes by on the way to the capital on that day. That day is the Ides of March, the 15th of March. So in the letter, Artemidorus asks Caesar to be wary of Brutus, to be careful of Cassius, to not go near Casca, to keep an eye on Cinna, and not trust Trebonius, and be careful with Metellus Cimber. And he tells Caesar in the letter that Decius Brutus does not love him, Caesar, and Artemidorus tells Caesar in the letter that he has wronged Caius Ligarius, and he says that in all these men there is but one idea, and that is it is against Caesar. So he says he wants Caesar, if he is not immortal, to look about him, to be careful, and he says that in Rome security gives way to conspiracy, and he wishes the mighty gods would defend Caesar. And he says, and he signs the letter, thy lover Artemidorus. So he's a friend of Caesar, and he tells himself, here will I stand till Caesar pass along. and as a suitor will I give him this. So he says that he'll stand on the path which Caesar is to take to go to the capital, and as Caesar passes along, he will present the letter as a, as a suitor to Caesar. My heart laments that virtue cannot live out of the teeth of emulation. If thou readest this, O Caesar, thou mayest live. If not, the fates with traitors do contrive. So he says that if Caesar reads the letter, Caesar may live. If not, if Caesar does not read the letter, then the fates themselves will are together with traitors. He exits. Scene 4. Enter Portia and Lucius. Portia. I prithee, boy, run to the Senate house. Stay not to answer me, but get thee gone. Why dost thou stay? So Portia is the wife of Brutus, and Lucius is the boy servant of Brutus, and Portia is worried about her husband, and she is so worried that she tells Lucius in a hurry to go to the Senate house, and she asks him not to wait not to wait another second more, but to get himself gone to the Senate. And she asks him why he waits. Lucius says, "To know my errand, madam." So he wants to know what is to be done, what he has to do in the Senate house. Portia, I would have thee here, there and here again. Here I can tell thee what thou shouldst do there. So she says she wishes that she could have Lucius there at the Senate house and back again before she could tell. She's so worried about Brutus that she can hardly think straight. And in an aside, she says, "O Constancy, be strong upon my side. Set a huge mountain between my heart and tongue. I have a man's mind, but a woman's might. How hard it is for a woman to keep counsel. Art thou here yet?" So she prays. She says that she prays that she can be strong. She prays that she can be constant, and she wishes that somehow there was a barrier between her heart and tongue that would limit the weight of the emotions she's feeling, and she evaluates herself. She says she has the thoughts of a man but the strength of a woman, and she says it's very hard for a woman to keep counsel with herself. It's very hard for a woman to think straight in such a time. And then she asks Lucius if he's still there. Lucius says, "Madam, what should I do? Run to the capital and nothing else, and so return to you and nothing else?" So Lucius asks, if he's only to go to the capital and do nothing else, and then come back to Portia and do nothing else. So Portia then says, "Yes, bring me word, boy, if thy lord look well, for he went sickly forth. And take good note what Caesar doth, what suitors press to him. Hark, boy, what noise is that?" So Portia finally tells him his errand. She says that to see if Brutus looks happy, if Brutus looks healthy, because when he went out that day, he had a sick look on his face, he had a worried look on his face, and she also asked Lucius to tell her what Caesar does and who goes near Caesar, what suitors press to him, and there's a noise in the distance, and she asks, "What noise is that?" "I hear none, madam." "Prithee listen well. I heard a bustling rumor like a fray, and the wind brings it from the capital." So Portia asks him to listen carefully. She hears a sound, a buzzing sound in the distance, like a quarrel of people, and the sound is coming from the capital. "Soon, madam, I hear nothing." Enter the soothsayer. Portia tells the soothsayer, "Come hither, fellow. Which way hast thou been?" She asks him which way has the soothsayer gone that day. Where has he been? Soothsayer, "At mine own house, good lady." So soothsayer says he was at his own house. Portia, "What is it o'clock?" "About the ninth hour, lady." So Portia asks him, "What time is it?" Soothsayer says about 9 a.m. Portia, is Caesar gone to the yet to the capital? Portia asks if Caesar has gone to the capital yet. Soothsayer, Madam, not yet. I go to take my stand to see him pass on to the capital. So the soothsayer, the priest says that Caesar has not gone to the capital yet and is going to wait in the crowd for Caesar to pass by on the path to the capital, on the way to the capital. Portia, thou hast some suit to Caesar, has thou not? So Portia asks the soothsayer, if he is not going to present a suit, he is not going to ask Caesar to do something for him. Soothsayer, that I have, lady, if it will please Caesar to be so good to Caesar as to hear me, I shall beseech him to befriend himself. So the soothsayer says that he does have a suit to present to Caesar, and if Caesar pleases to be good to himself, uh, the soothsayer will ask him to Caesar to be a friend to himself. Portia, why knowest thou any harms intended towards him? So Portia asks if the soothsayer knows of any harm that's intended to be committed against Caesar. Soothsayer, none that I know will be, much that I fear may chance. So Soothsayer says he's not certain that something may happen, but he fears something may happen. Good moral to you, here the street is narrow. The throng that follows Caesar at the heels of senators, of praetors, common suitors will crowd a female man almost dead. So the soothsayer says the crowd that follows Caesar at his heels will consist of senators, of praetors who are noblemen, and common suitors, and the crowd will be so heavy that a feeble man like himself, like the soothsayer, will be crushed almost to death. So I'll get me to a place where more wide and there speak to great Caesar as he comes along. So he says he'll go to a more open space than where he is, and then he will press Caesar as he comes along. He exits. Portia, I must go in. So Portia says she has to go into her house, and in an aside, she says, "I me, how weak a thing is the heart of women. O Brutus, the heavens speed thee in thine enterprise." So she says that her heart is weak. She's only a woman, and she wishes whatever plan Brutus has. She wishes that the gods would help him in his enterprise that day. Sure, the boy heard me. So Lucius has returns to Lucius. Brutus hath a suit that Caesar will not grant. Aside, oh, I grow faint. Run, Lucius, and commend me to my lord. Say I am merry, come to me again, and bring me word what he said to you. So she finally tells Lucius uh, that to greet his lord, greet Brutus, and tell him that Portia is happy, and she asks Lucius to return and to tell her what Brutus has replied. They exit separately. So now we're at the beginning of Act 3. Hello, I will continue with Act 3 of Julius Caesar. So, Act 3 is the climax of the play, where it is the most exciting part of the play, and Act 1 and Act 2 lead up to this particular point in the play, and it is the most exciting part of the play. So, Act 3, Scene 1. Flourish, enter Caesar, Antony, Lepidus, Brutus, Cassius, Casca, Decius, Metellus, Trebonius, Cinna, Publius, Popilius, Artemidorus the soothsayer, and other senators and petitioners. So Caesar is on the way to the capital There is a flourish of trumpets and other musical instruments to herald his, to signal his arrival in the Senate, and he has a number of followers, among whom are Mark Antony, Lepidus, Brutus, Cassius, Casca, Decius, Metellus, Trebonius, Cinna, and Publius. And these are the conspirators. They've come to fetch him to the capital. There's also Popilius Artemidorus, who is a commoner, and there's a soothsayer who had warned Caesar about the Ides of March, the 15th of March. And there are other senators and petitioners. So Caesar sees the soothsayer and he says, "The Ides of March are come." So the 15th of March has come, says Caesar. The soothsayer says, "I, Caesar, but not gone." So soothsayer says, "But the 15th of March has not ended yet." Artemidorus, "Hail Caesar, read this schedule." So Artemidorus is a commoner who knows of the conspiracy. So he has written a letter to Caesar, and he wants Caesar to read his letter so that Caesar can be warned about his coming end. So Artemidorus petitions Caesar to read his schedule or letter. Decius, "Trebonius doth desire you to overread at your best leisure this his humble suit." So Decius Brutus, one of the conspirators, interrupts Artemidorus, and he says that he himself has a humble suit. He has a petition to give to Caesar, and he asks Caesar to read it at his leisure. Artemidorus has become very insistent because he wants to save Caesar, but he's a commoner, and he becomes excited and he says, "Oh Caesar, read mine first, for mine's a suit that touches Caesar nearer. Read it, great Caesar." So Artemidorus insists on Caesar reading his letter first over Decius's, and he says that his letter concerns Caesar more, and he asks Caesar, "Read it, great Caesar." Caesar, "What touches us ourselves shall be last served." So Caesar says, whatever concerns himself will be put last, put at the end. Whatever concerns other affairs, the good of Rome, the good of the people, and so on and so forth, those shall be read first. So whatever concerns himself shall be put at the end. Artemidorus, "Delay not, Caesar, read it instantly." So Artemidorus insists, he wants to save Caesar, so he raises his voice and almost orders Caesar, "Delay not, read it instantly." So Caesar, who is a great emperor, feels that Artemidorus has not got the right approach. So he says, "What is the fellow man? He's telling me to read his letter." And Publius gets in the way. "Sirrah, give place." So he asks Artemidorus to make room so that the train following Caesar and Caesar himself can pass. Cassius, "What urge you? Your petitions in the street, come to the Capitol." So Cassius tells Artemidorus that he should come to the Capitol because Caesar cannot accept petitions in the street. So Caesar goes forward, the rest following. So Artemidorus' chance is gone. So now Caesar is at the mercy of the conspirators. Popilius to Cassius, "I wish your enterprise today may thrive." So Popilius Lena speaks to Cassius, and he wishes that Cassius's enterprise may succeed. Cassius innocently asks, What enterprise, Popilius? But Popilius doesn't answer. He says, fare you well. He walks away. Brutus. What said Popilius Lena? Now Brutus becomes concerned and he asks Cassius what Popilius Lena said. Cassius, he wished today our enterprise may thrive. I fear that our purpose is discovered. So Cassius says that Popilius Lena wished their plan that day might succeed, and he thinks that the plan, what they intend to do, their purpose has been discovered. Brutus, look how he makes to Caesar, mark him. So Brutus follows Popilius with his eyes, and he says that Popilius is going straight to Caesar. Cassius, Casca, be sudden, for we fear prevention. Brutus, what shall be done if this be known? Cassius or Caesar never shall turn back, for I will slay myself. So Cassius asked Casca to act as the to act according to what happens next, because Popilius Lena may reveal to Caesar the plan of his assassination. So he fears prevention. So he asks Brutus what they can do, and he says, if the plan is known, he says, either Cassius or Caesar never shall live, for he says that he will kill himself, he will slay himself. So Brutus, Cassius, be constant. So Brutus asks Cassius to be calm. Popilius Lena speaks not of our purposes, for look, he smiles and Caesar does not change. So Brutus is watching Popilius and Caesar, and Brutus asks Cassius to be calm, because as Popilius is speaking to Caesar, he smiles at Caesar, and Caesar's look does not change. So if Caesar were to be warned about the coming assassination, then he would. Hello, we'll continue with from where we stopped in the last part. So we are reading Julius Caesar. We are on Act 3 of Julius Caesar. Caesar has just been assassinated, and Act 3 is the climax of the play. It is the point at which the events which happen in Act 1 and Act 2 come to a climax or a head. So Caesar has been assassinated, and the conspirators are getting ready to face the consequences of their actions. So we are on line 85. So Cinna, Caesar has just died. Cinna says, liberty, freedom, tyranny is dead. Run hence, proclaim, cry it about the streets. So Cinna announces in the Senate House that Rome has obtained freedom, liberty, and there's freedom for the Romans, and that the tyranny of the tyranny of Caesar is over, and he asks the senators to run from the Senate House and announce it about the streets of Rome. Cassius, some to the common pulpits and cry out liberty, freedom, and enfranchisement. So Cassius also makes a general announcement. He asks not only the senators but also the conspirators to cry out in the common pulpits, that is in the marketplaces, and announce that Rome has obtained liberty, freedom, and enfranchisement. Brutus tries to calm down the commotion, the panic that is taking place in the Senate. All the senators are running about in a real panic-stricken state. So Brutus tries to calm them down and he says, people and senators, be not affrighted. He asks them not to be frightened. He asks them to fly not. That means don't run away, run away. He asks them to stand still. Ambition's dead is paid. So he says that Caesar was ambition, and because he was ambition, he has died for it. That is, ambition's debt is paid. Casca, go to the pulpit, Brutus. Decius and Cassius too. So Casca asks Brutus and Cassius to go to the pulpits, and Brutus asks, where's Publius? Here, quite confounded with this till mutiny. So Publius is one of the senators, and he's quite mind-boggled at the rebellion that has taken place. Metellus, stand fast together, lest some friend of Caesar should chance. So Metellus asks them to form a group because some friend of Caesar's may attack them. Brutus, talk not of standing. Publius, good cheer. So Brutus says, don't talk of standing still. He goes to Publius, who is an old senator, and he asks him to be of good cheer. And he tells Publius, there is no harm intended to your person. He tells Publius, there is no harm intended to Publius, nor to no Roman else. So tell them, Publius. So he asks Publius to go to the marketplaces and announce that there is no harm intended to any other Roman. Cassius, and leave us, Publius, lest that the people rushing on us should do your age some mischief. So Cassius asks Publius to leave because the people may rush onto the conspirators to attack them for killing Caesar, and they may do Publius, because he is old, they may do him some mischief. Brutus, do so, and let no man abide this deed, but we the doers. So Brutus asks Publius to leave and make the announcements, and he says, let no man take responsibility for this deed, for that action of killing Caesar, except the conspirators. All but the conspirators exit. Enter Trebonius. Cassius, where's Antony? Trebonius fled to his house amazed. Men, wives, and children stare, cry out, and run as if it were doomsday. So Antony has run away, escaped to his house, and he's quite confounded or mind-boggled at what has gone on that day. And even the people of Rome, whether they're men, whether they're women, or whether they're children, they stare and they scream and they run about as if it was the last day of the earth, that is, doomsday. Brutus, fates, we will know your pleasures. That we shall die we know, but 'tis but the time, and drawing days out that men stand upon. So now Brutus he's curious as to what their fates, what the fate of the conspirators will be. Everybody knows that he or she will die, he says. It is only how we live, how we draw the days out, how we lengthen the days we live, that men are worried about, men stand upon, men are concerned about how they live. Casca, why he that cuts off 20 years of life cuts off so many years of fearing death. So Casca says that anybody who dies 20 years prematurely shall escape 20 years of fearing death. So Brutus, grant that, and then is death a benefit. So if a person were to die prematurely, then he would not fear death for the time he would have lived. So are we Caesar's friends that have abridged his time of fearing death. So he says the conspirators are actually Caesar's friends because they have cut short Caesar's time of fearing death. Then he asks the conspirators, says, stoop, Romans, stoop, and let us bathe our hands in Caesar's blood up to the elbows and besmear our swords. So he asks them to bend down and smear or rub Caesar's blood onto their hands up to the elbows, and also smear or rub the blood of Caesar on their swords, and then they should walk forth even to the marketplace, and waving our red weapons over our heads, let's all cry peace, freedom, and liberty. And waving the blood-stained weapons over their heads in the marketplace, let them announce, he says, let the conspirators announce that Rome has obtained peace, freedom, and liberty. So Cassius agrees with Brutus. He says, stoop then and wash. So he asks them to bend down and wash their hands up to the elbows and their swords with Caesar's blood. So they do that. They smear their hands and swords with Caesar's blood. How many ages hence shall this our lofty scene be acted over in states unborn and actions yet unknown? So Cassius says, in how many future ages, in states or countries which are still to be formed, and in languages which are yet unknown, shall this great scene be enacted time and time again in the future? So Brutus, how many times shall Caesar bleed in sport, that now on Pompey's basis lies along no worthier than the dust? So Brutus wonders that in the future, how many times shall Caesar's assassination be enacted? Hello, we'll continue from where it stopped. So, Julius Caesar, page 105, Brutus is speaking. So, Brutus is speaking to the servant of Mark Antony. The servant has asked Brutus if Antony can be granted a safe reception among the conspirators, and to know the reasons of Caesar's assassination. And Brutus says, thy master is a wise and valiant Roman. So Brutus praises Antony and says that Mark Antony is a wise and brave Roman. I never thought him worse. Tell him, so please him, come unto this place. He shall be satisfied, and by mine honor depart untouched. So Brutus tells the servant to tell Mark Antony to come to the Senate, and he will be satisfied with the reasons that the conspirators will give him, and he will go back untouched by the conspirators. Servant, I'll fetch him presently. So servant says he'll go to fetch Antony, Mark Antony. Servant exits. Brutus, I know that we shall have him well to friend. So Brutus says that if Mark Antony were their friend, then it would be well, it would be good. Cassius, I wish we may, but yet I have a mind that fears him much, and my misgivings still fall shrewdly to the purpose. So Cassius says he wishes that they could befriend Antony, and Antony would be their ally, their supporter. But still, he says, a certain part of him has a feeling that he says he's afraid of Antony in one part of his mind, and this is quite correct. It falls shrewdly to the purpose. So enter Antony. Brutus, but here comes Antony. Welcome, Mark Antony. Antony, O mighty Caesar, dost thou lie so low? Are all thy conquests, glories, triumphs, spoils, shrunk to this little measure? So Antony looks upon the body of Caesar, and he says, and he wonders, he's so stupefied, he's so astonished that all the conquests, all the victories, all the glories, all the triumphs, and all the spoils, all the ransom that Caesar brought home to Rome from foreign campaigns have shrunk to this little measure. That is, they've shrunk to Caesar's body, so hardly 6 feet in length. All his achievements have shrunk to size of 6 feet. Fare thee well. So he bids goodbye to Caesar, and then he addresses the conspirators. He says, I know not, gentlemen, what you intend. Who else must be let blood? Who else is rank? So he tells the conspirators he doesn't know what the conspirators intend. Who else must be let blood? Who else must be killed? Who else is rank? Who else is vile and lousy in the eyes of the conspirators. If I myself, there is no hour so fit as Caesar's death hour, nor no instrument of the half that worth, as those your swords made rich with the most noble blood of all this world. So, if Mark Antony himself were to be considered uh, as uh, as a person to be killed, then that hour of Caesar's death is a most suitable hour, and there are no instruments more suitable or half as worthy as the swords which have been made rich with Caesar's blood, which is the most noble blood of all the world, to kill Antony with. And he continues, I do beseech you, if you bear me hard, now whilst your purpled hands do reek and smoke, fulfill your pleasure. So he tells them that he pleads with them if they have a grudge on him now at that moment when the purpled hands. So purple is a color of royalty. Caesar was an emperor, and Caesar was like an emperor. He was the greatest general of Rome. So his blood is purple, and the purpled hands, that is the hands of the conspirators, which smoke with the vapors of Caesar's blood, he asked them to kill him also with the very same hands with which they killed Caesar. Live 1,000 years, I shall not find myself so apt to die. So he asked them if they kill him, he won't wish them any harm. He wishes that they might live another 1,000 years, and he himself will not find more suitable time to die. No place will please me so, no means of death as hereby Caesar. So he says that no other place in the world would uh, suit him more than to fall by Caesar's side, and by you cut off the choice and master spirits of this age. So he says to be killed by the conspirators, whom he addresses sarcastically as the choice and master spirits of that age, to be cut off by the conspirators would be most befitting, would be most suitable. Brutus, O Antony, beg not your death of us. So Brutus asks Antony to not request them to kill him, though now we must appear bloody and cruel as by our hands and this our present act. You see we do, you see but our hands and this the bleeding business they have done. And so Brutus says their act and their appearance must appear bloody and cruel. Their hands and what they have done, the bleeding business they have carried out, confirm it. So he says, our hearts you see not. So Antony doesn't see the hearts, that is the minds, what the reasons were that they killed Caesar. They are pitiful. So the reasons they killed Caesar, they are full of pity, and pity to the general wrong of Rome, because Brutus himself felt that Caesar was ambitious, and Brutus felt that Caesar would have done Rome a great deal of wrong or a great deal of harm. Uh, and that is the reason why Brutus himself killed Caesar. As fire drives out fire, so pity, pity. So they use fire to extinguish fire. So to extinguish pity, we must use pity, says Brutus. Had done this deed on Caesar. So Caesar's ambition, the wrong he would have done Rome if we had been crowned emperor on that day. That is the reason why they have assassinated Caesar. For your part, to you our swords have leaden points. As for Mark Antony, their swords have soft lead points, and they will not harm Mark Antony. Our arms in strength of malice and our hearts of brother's temper do receive you in with all kind love, good thoughts and reverence. So he says the conspirators are like brothers to Mark Antony, and they receive Mark Antony with all kind love, good thoughts and reverence. Cassius, your voice shall be as strong as any man's in the disposing of new dignities. So Cassius also supports Brutus, and he says Antony shall be an equal with the conspirators, and whatever new honors are to be embraced by the conspirators, Antony will have an equal share. Brutus, only be patient till we have appeased the multitude beside themselves with fear. So yes, Brutus asked Antony to uh, to be patient till they have calmed down the multitude. The multitude is the people of Rome, and the people of Rome are beside themselves with fear. They are panic stricken. And then we will deliver you the cause why I that did love Caesar when I struck him have thus proceeded. So after they have calmed down the people of Rome, Brutus himself will tell the reason why he, Brutus, who loved Caesar, struck him down. Antony, I doubt not of your wisdom, let each man render me his bloody hand. So Antony says that he doubts not the reasons, and he asks to shake each of the conspirators' bloody hands. First, Marcus Brutus will I shake with you. Next, Caius Cassius do I take your hand. Now Decius Brutus, yours. Now yours Metellus, yours Cinna, and my valiant Casca, yours. Though last but not least in love, yours good Trebonius. Gentlemen all, alas, what shall I say? So he shakes hands with all the conspirators, and he says that he is at a loss for words. My credit now stands on such slippery ground that one of two bad ways you must conceive me, either a coward or a flatterer. So he says that the opinion that the conspirators have of Antony is slippery, because what he's now going to say will either be construed, will either be thought of as flattery, or it will be thought of as the words of a coward. So he says, that I did love thee, Caesar, oh, it is true. So he says that he loved Caesar. If then thy spirit can look upon us now, shall it not grieve thee dearer than thy death, to see thy Antony making his peace, shaking the bloody fingers of thy foes? So he says, if Caesar's spirit were to be looking down upon the scene that is being enacted there in the Senate between Antony and the conspirators, will it not grieve the spirit? Will not the spirit of Caesar be made sad to see Antony, the loyal friend of Caesar, shaking hands with his enemies? Most noble, in the presence of thy corpse. And he calls Caesar the most noble, and in the presence of the dead body of Caesar, would Caesar's spirit not feel sad to see Antony shake hands with his enemies? Had I as many eyes as thou hast wounds, weeping as fast as they stream forth thy blood, it would become me better than to close in terms of friendship with thine enemies. And so he says that if Antony had as many eyes as the body of Caesar has wounds, because the conspirators stabbed Caesar repeatedly, if Antony had as many eyes as Caesar's body had wounds, so and those eyes were weeping tears as fast as the wounds, uh, as fast as the blood flowed through the wounds, then it would suit Antony better than to come to terms with his enemies. Pardon me, Julius. Here wast thou bade, brave heart. Here didst thou fall, and here thy hunters stand. So he calls Caesar a deer, an animal, the deer, and the animal, the deer. And though that noble animal, the deer, was barked against, it was bitten by the hounds, it was hunted down by the hounds, and that of course refers to the conspirators. And here he fell, and here the conspirators stand, signed in thy spoil and crimsoned in thy lead. They have standing in the whatever rewards they're going to get, and the crimson. Crimson is the color red, crimson, they bathed their hands in Caesar's crimson blood. O world, thou wast the forest to this heart, and this indeed, O world, the heart of thee. So it says that Caesar was the world was like the forest to this heart. Heart is a male deer. Caesar went about the world wherever he pleased and did whatever he pleased, conquered whichever kingdom he wanted to. The world was like a forest to Caesar, and Caesar was like the heart of the world to Caesar. And Caesar was like the heart of the world. How like a deer strucken by many princes dost thou lie. So he is so sad. He says that Caesar was strucken down like a deer by many princes. Hello, we'll continue from where we stopped in the last part of the play. We stopped at line 230. Mark Antony has visited the Capitol, and he has seen the body of Caesar, and he praises Caesar in front of the assassins, and Cassius is now speaking in line 231. Mark Antony. So Antony says, "Pardon me, Caius Cassius. The enemies of Caesar shall say this. Then in a friend it is called modesty." So, and Mark Antony says that even the enemies of Caesar shall praise Caesar, Caesar's dead body. So, whatever he has said about Caesar, he is a friend of Caesar's. It looks like modesty. Then Cassius, "I blame you not for praising Caesar so, but what compact mean you to have with us? Will you be pricked in number of our friends, or shall we on and not depend on you?" So Cassius says that he doesn't blame Mark Antony for praising Caesar. He asks Mark Antony, what agreement, what compact Antony means to have with the conspirators. And Cassius asks him if he will be a friend or can they move on without depending on him. Antony, "Therefore I took your hands, but was indeed swayed from the point by looking down on Caesar. Friends am I with you all and love you all, upon this hope that you shall give me reasons why and wherein Caesar was dangerous." So Antony says, when he shook hands with the conspirators whose hands were red with the blood of Caesar's, he says he shook hands with the conspirators, meaning to be their friend, and but his mind was turned because he saw the body of Caesar, and his emotions had overcome him, and he could not stop himself from praising Caesar. And he repeats that he is friends with all of them and that he loves them all. But they have to give him reasons why Caesar was dangerous and why he was assassinated. Brutus, or else were this a savage spectacle? Our reasons are so full of good regard that were you Antony, the son of Caesar, you should be satisfied. So Brutus says, if they do not give reasons for the assassination of Caesar, what they see now, or the spectacle they see now, that is the dead body of Caesar, was savage, bloody, and cruel. So he says the reasons they have are so good that even if Antony were the son of Caesar, he would be satisfied with the reasons why they killed Caesar. Antony, that's all I seek. So Antony says, that's all I want to know. and am moreover suitor that I may produce this body to the marketplace. And in the pulpit, as becomes a friend, speak in the order of his funeral. So Antony makes another request of them. Uh, he says that he is a suitor, that is, he requests them that when they produce the body in the marketplace for the people to pay their last respects to Caesar, he should speak at his funeral as it is suitable or becoming for a friend. Brutus, you shall, Mark Antony. So Brutus says that Mark Antony will speak in front of the people uh, in the marketplace when Caesar's body is produced there. Cassius, Brutus, a word with you. So Caius wants to speak with Brutus privately, aside to Brutus. You know not what you do. Do not consent that Antony speak in his funeral. Know you how much the people may be moved by that which he will utter? So Cassius says to Brutus that he does not know what Brutus does. So he says, do not agree to let Antony speak in the funeral, because Antony is such an orator that the people's minds may be turned, and they may become dangerous to the group of conspirators. So whatever Mark Antony will utter may be dangerous to the conspirators. Brutus, aside to Cassius, by your pardon, I will myself into the pulpit first and show the reason of our Caesar's death. So Brutus says, excuse me, Cassius, I will go into the speaker's podium, the pulpit first, and then I will show the reasons for Caesar's death. What Antony shall speak, I will protest. He speaks by leave and by permission, and that we are contented Caesar shall have all true rights and lawful ceremonies. It shall advantage more than do us wrong. So Brutus says that he will tell the people that Antony has the conspirators' permission to speak at the funeral, and Caesar will have all true, honorable burial, and he says by doing this, by letting Antony speak at Caesar's funeral, it will be more advantageous to the conspirators than dangerous. So Cassius, I know not what may fall, I like it not. So Cassius says he does not know what will happen, and he doesn't like it. So Brutus, Mark Antony, here take you Caesar's body. You shall not in your funeral speech blame us, but speak all good you can devise of Caesar, and say you do it by our permission. Else you shall not have any hand at all about his funeral. So Brutus lays down a condition that Mark Antony will take Caesar's body, and in his funeral speech he will not blame the conspirators, but he can only speak all the good he can of Caesar, and he has to tell the people that he does it by their permission, by the conspirators' permission. Otherwise, he will have no part to play in the funeral of Caesar. And you shall speak in the same pulpit whereto I am going after my speech is ended. So Brutus tells Mark Antony that Antony will speak in the same pulpit where Brutus is going to speak, and Mark Antony is going to speak after Brutus's speech is ended. Antony, be it so, I do desire no more. So Antony says, let it be so. He doesn't want anything else. Brutus, prepare the body then and follow us. So let the body be prepared for burial, and he asks Antony to follow them to the marketplace where Caesar's last rites will be performed. All but Antony exit. So there's no one in the Senate except Mark Antony with the body of Caesar. Antony now speaks to Julius Caesar. He reveals his true self, that is, as a loyal friend of Caesar, he says, to the body of Caesar, he says, "Oh, pardon me, thou bleeding piece of earth, that I am meek and gentle with these butchers. Thou art the ruins of the noblest man that ever lived in the tide of times." So Antony says that Caesar, the bleeding piece of earth, that is, piece of earth means his body. Our body shall return to dust after we are buried. And Caesar was bleeding because the conspirators had repeatedly stabbed him to death. He asked Caesar, that to pardon him because he's been meek and gentle with the butchers. He calls the conspirators butchers. And he says that Caesar was the noblest man that ever lived in the tide of times, that ever lived on the earth. So the hand that shed this, woe to the hand that shed this costly blood. So Antony says that whoever shed the costly blood of Caesar will end in grief. Over thy wounds now do I prophesy, which like dumb mouths do open their ruby lips to beg the voice and utterance of my tongue. So he says that over the wounds on Caesar's body, he now is going to prophesy. Prophesy means foretell what is going to happen in the future. And he says the wounds are like dumb mouths which open their ruby lips. Ruby is a red gem. So the blood that is flowing out of the wounds look like mouths, and they seem to be asking or begging for Antony to speak and redress the wrong that has been done. A curse shall light upon the limbs of men. Domestic fury and fierce civil strife shall cumber all the parts of Italy. So he says that what he's going to say at the funeral will cause such widespread chaos that the limbs of men, the arms and legs of men, will be cursed, and domestic fury, that is fury in the households, and fierce civil strife, that is civil war, shall go over all the parts of Italy. Rome is in Italy. Blood and destruction shall be so in use, and dreadful objects so familiar, that mothers shall but smile when they behold their infants quartered with the hands of war. And he says that such dreadful things will go on, that people will become so used to horrible sights and smells and sounds, and that even mothers will only smile when they behold their children, their infants, chopped into parts when the war takes place. He says that things will happen to such an extent that even mothers will become indifferent to the butchering of their own children, and all pity choked with the custom of fell deeds, and Caesar's spirit raging for revenge, with Ate by his side, come hot from hell, shall in these confines with the monarch's voice cry havoc, and let slip the dogs of war, that this foul deed shall smell above the earth with carrion men groaning for burial. So it says that no one will feel pity for anybody else, and there'll be horrible deeds done on earth, and Caesar's spirit raging for revenge over the earth with Ate. Ate is the goddess of war, and Ate will come hot from hell, shall in these confines, shall on the earth, the confines of the earth, cry in a monarch's voice, cry in a imperial voice, cry in a kingly voice, cry havoc, that is destruction. And he says that he let slip the dogs of war, that this foul deed shall smell above the earth, with carrion men groaning for burial. Then he says that dead men will be groaning for burial. That that is what is going to take place in Rome after Antony speaks at the funeral. So, hello, we'll continue with where we stopped in Julius Caesar. Enter Octavius' servant. Octavius Caesar, a relative of Julius Caesar. You serve Octavius Caesar, do you not? My servant, I do, Mark Antony. Caesar did write to him to come to Rome. He did receive his letters and is coming, and bid me say to you by word of mouth, he sees the dead body of Caesar. Oh, Caesar, Antony, thy heart is big. So, because the servant shows astonishment and amazement at seeing the body of Caesar, Antony says the servant's heart is big. Get thee apart and weep. So he asks the servant to go aside and cry and weep. Passion I see is catching. So he sees that the the pity and you know the sorrow that he feels is catching. It is contagious. For mine eyes, seeing these beads of sorrow stand in thine, begin to water. So he says that the emotion of sorrow is contagious because the tears, the beads of sorrow standing in the servant's eyes, make his eyes also want to cry. And he asks the servant, is thy master coming? Servant, he lies tonight within 7 leagues of Rome. So, sir, the servant says that Octavius Caesar is standing 7 leagues outside Rome. Antony, post back with speed and tell him what hath chanced. So Antony asks the servant to return quickly and tell him what has happened by chance. That is, Caesar has been assassinated. Here is a mourning Rome, a dangerous Rome, no Rome of safety for Octavius yet. So he says that Rome now is mourning, it is crying, it is full of sorrow for Caesar, and it's also a dangerous Rome because it is a state without a head, and it's no Rome of safety for Octavius still. Hie hence and tell him so. So he asks the servants to go and tell him so. Yet stay a while, thou shalt not back till I have borne this corpse into the marketplace. So he says, don't go till I have carried this corpse of Caesar into the marketplace. There shall I try in my oration how the people take the cruel issue of these bloody men, according to which you shall discourse to young Octavius of the state of things. So he's going to try to make the people rebel, and the servant should watch what happens until the oration of Mark Antony is been ended, and then the servant has to go and report the whatever happens to Octavius. Lend me your hand. They exit with Caesar's body. So now we're in scene 2. Enter Brutus and Cassius with the plebeians. Plebeians are the ordinary people, the commoners of Rome, the ordinary people of Rome. Plebeians, we will be satisfied. Let us be satisfied. So the plebeians together ask for good reasons why Caesar has been assassinated. Brutus, and then follow me and give me audience, friends. Cassius, go you into the other street and part the members. Those that will hear me speak, let them stay here. Those that will follow Cassius go with him. So Brutus uh, asked the commoners to be patient and give him a good audience, listen to what he has to say. He tells Cassius to go to the next street and there to divide the number of the commoners into two halves, and those who want to hear Brutus speak will stay there, and those who want to hear Cassius will follow Cassius to the next street, and public reasons shall be rendered. So we will make the reasons for Caesar's assassinations public. So, first plebeian, I will hear Brutus speak. Second plebeian, I will hear Cassius and compare their reasons, when severally we have hear them rendered. So the second plebeian says that he will hear Cassius's reasons, and then they will all come together and compare what Cassius and Brutus have said. And Cassius exists with some of the plebeians. Brutus goes into the pulpit. Third plebeian, the noble Brutus is ascended. Silence. So so silence so that they can hear what Brutus has to say. So Brutus says, now he delivers his speech. Be patient till the last. Romans, countrymen, and lovers, hear me for my cause, and be silent that you may hear. So Brutus addresses them as Romans, countrymen, and his people who love him, and he says, hear what reason he has to give them, and be silent that they may hear. Believe me for mine honor, and have respect to mine honor, that you may believe. So believe him because he is honorable, believe Brutus because he is honorable, and have respect to his honor so that the people can believe. Censure me in your wisdom, and awake your senses that you may bear the better judge. So he says, you are wise, which is not a good deed. So you can censure me or you can criticize me because that is wise. And he asks them to be attentive so that they can judge better. If there be any in this assembly, any dear friend of Caesar's, to him I say, Brutus's love to Caesar was no less than his. So he says that if there's any in the audience who was a friend to Caesar, then he says he, that is Brutus, was no less a friend than any other. If then that friend demand why Brutus rose against Caesar, this is my answer. So if that friend of Caesar's in the audience asks Brutus why he rebelled against Caesar, he says the answer is that not that I loved Caesar less, but that I loved Rome more. So he says he didn't like Caesar the less than anybody else, but he loved Rome more. Had you rather Caesar were living and die all slaves than that Caesar were dead, so live all free men? So he says that he asks the people whether they would prefer to have Caesar living and be the slaves of Caesar, or if they preferred Caesar dead to live like free men. I rejoice. As Caesar loved me, I weep for him. Because Caesar was a friend to Brutus, Brutus weeps at his funeral. As he was fortunate, I rejoice at it. As Caesar had good fortune, Brutus as a friend rejoices or is happy at his fortune. As he was valiant, I honor him. As Caesar was brave, he honors Caesar. But as he was ambitious, I slew him. But as Caesar was ambitious, he, Brutus, killed Caesar. There is tears in his joy, tears for his love, joy for his fortune, honor for his valor, and death for his ambition. So, as Caesar loved Brutus, he cries at his funeral. As Caesar had good fortune, Brutus feels joy for Caesar. As Caesar was valorous or brave, Brutus honors Caesar. But as Caesar was ambitious, he gave death to Caesar. Who is here so base that would be a bondman? So, yeah, who is here so low that he would be a servant, a bondman? If any speak for him, am I offended? If any would prefer to be a bondman and not a free man, he asks that person to speak because that person will be offended. Who is here so rude that would not be a Roman? So, who is there so low that would not be a Roman? If any speak for him, am I offended? Who is here so vile that will not love his country? So, who doesn't love his country? If any love speak for him, am I offended? I pause for a reply. None, Brutus, none. So, the plebeians, the commoners, are satisfied with Brutus's reason that he killed Caesar because he thought Caesar was ambitious. Brutus, then none have I offended. I have done no more to Caesar than you shall do to Brutus. The question of his death is enrolled in the Capitol. This glory not extenuated wherein he was worthy, not his offences enforced for his suffered death. So Brutus says that the question of Caesar's death is now entered into the register of the Capitol, and then enter Mark Antony and others with Caesar's body. Hello, we'll continue with Julius Caesar. So we are on page 119, and here we have this part, which is enter Mark Antony and others with Caesar's body. So now Antony is going to speak at the funeral of Caesar. So Brutus, who is already in the pulpit, says, here comes his body. Here comes the body of Caesar, mourned by Mark Antony, who, though he had no hand in his death, shall receive the benefits of his dying, a place in the commonwealth, as which of you shall not. So Brutus informs the audience of commoners that Antony had no hand did not play a part in Caesar's death. Yet Antony shall receive the benefits of Caesar's death, that is, a place among the leaders of the commonwealth, as shall all the people receive a place in the empire of Rome from then on. With this I depart, that as I slew my best lover for the good of Rome, I have the same dagger for myself when it shall please my country to lead my death. So he says that just as he killed his most affectionate friend, that is Caesar, for the good of Rome, he says the same knife or dagger that he had for Caesar will turn against himself when the good of Rome demands it or requires it. Plebeians, live Brutus, live, live. So all the commoners ask Brutus to live. First plebeian, bring him with triumph home unto his house. So the one of the plebeians says that they should accompany Brutus to his home in triumph. The third plebeian, let him be Caesar. So the third commoner says that let Brutus be the next Caesar, and another says give him a statue with his ancestors. So let the statue of Marcus Brutus be placed among the ancestors of Rome. So fourth plebeian says Caesar's better part shall be crowned in Brutus. So the fourth commoner says that all the good qualities of Caesar will crown Brutus, will be the best parts of Brutus. Then the first plebeian says, will bring him to his house with shouts and clamors. So the first commoner says that they'll take Brutus to his house with noise and revelry and joy. Brutus, my countrymen. Second plebeian, peace, silence, Brutus speaks. First plebeian, peace, ho. So
They called for silence in the crowd. Brutus, good countrymen, let me depart alone, and for my sake, stay here with Antony. Do grace to Caesar's corpse and grace his speech, tending to Caesar's glories, which Mark Antony, by your permission, is allowed to make. So, Brutus addresses his fellow countrymen to let him depart by himself, and he asks them to stay behind to hear the speech of Antony, uh, and Antony's speech will speak of Caesar's glories and triumphs, and he says that Mark Antony has been given permission by the conspirators to give his speech, and he says, I do entreat you, not a man depart, save I alone till Antony have spoke. So he asks the people to stay behind, remain, and uh, only he will leave that gathering, and he asks them not to leave till Antony has spoken. He descends and exits. First plebeian, stay ho and let us hear Mark Antony. The first plebeian says, let them all stay behind and hear Mark Antony. Third plebeian, let him go up into the public chair. So let Antony speak from the chair for the public in the podium or the pulpit. Plebeians will hear him. Noble Antony, go up. Antony, for Brutus' sake, I am beholding to you. So Antony says that for the sake of Brutus, because of Brutus, he is grateful to them, he is beholding to them. He goes into the pulpit. Fourth plebeian, what does he say of Brutus? So he says for Brutus' sake, he finds himself beholding to us all. So they talk among them. He asks, one of them asks, what Antony says of Brutus, and the third one says that Antony said that he is grateful for Brutus' sake to us. Fourth plebeian, 'twas best he speak no harm of Brutus here. So the commoners are convinced of Brutus's honesty, and they wish that Antony would not speak anything negative about Brutus. First plebeian, this Caesar was a tyrant. Third plebeian, no, that's certain. We are blessed that Rome is rid of him. Second plebeian, peace, let us hear what Antony can say. So all the commoners are convinced that Caesar was a tyrant and that Rome is best without Caesar, and they all want to hear what Antony can say. Antony, you gentle Romans. So plebeians, peace ho, let us hear him. Antony begins his funeral oration of Caesar, for Caesar. Antony, friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. So Antony asks them to listen to him and says that he has come to bury Caesar, not to praise Caesar. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. So whatever evil a person does will live after the person dies, and whatever good the person does goes with him, with his spirit. It is interred with his bones. So let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus had told you Caesar was ambitious. If it was so, it were a grievous fault, and grievously had Caesar answered it. So Antony says that Brutus had told them that Caesar was ambitious, and because of his ambition, Caesar has answered very so in the most sorrowful manner with his death. Here, under leave of Brutus and the rest, if for Brutus is an honorable man, so are they all honorable men. So he says, with the permission of Brutus and the rest of the conspirators, he calls them honorable men, and all of the conspirators are honorable. So under the leave of Brutus and the rest, he comes to speak at Caesar's funeral. So he says, he was my friend, faithful and just to me. But Brutus says he was ambitious. So Antony says that Caesar was faithful to loyal to Antony, and was just to Antony. Yet Brutus says Caesar was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. He had brought many captives home to Rome, whose ransoms did the general coffers fill. So Caesar had brought many foreign kings whom he had conquered to Rome, and the gold and the wealth of those conquered kingdoms, of those conquered territories, had filled the treasury of Rome. Did this in Caesar seem ambitious? So if Caesar were ambitious, he would have kept all the gold and the wealth of the conquered kingdom for himself. But he bought all the treasure to fill the treasury of Rome. He asked, yet is this ambitious in Caesar? When the poor have cried, Caesar hath wept. When the poor people of Rome have cried out in their need and the want, Caesar hath wept. Ambition should be made of sterner stuff. So if a person were ambitious, he should have a much more cruel character. Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. You all did see that on the Lupercal I did present him a kingly crown, which he did thrice refuse. Was this ambitious? So on the feast of Lupercal, Antony had offered Caesar the crown of Rome. He was going to be made emperor of Rome in front of the people, but Caesar refused it thrice. So Antony asked, did, did this seem ambitious? Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and sure he is an honorable man. I speak not to disprove what Brutus spoke, but here I am to speak what I do know. He says he's there to speak what he knows. You all did love him once, and not without cause. What cause withholds you then to mourn for him? So, all of you loved Caesar once. What reason do you have for not shedding tears of sorrow over his death? O judgment, thou art felt to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason. Bear with me, my heart is in the coffin there with Caesar, and I must pause till it come back to me. So he says, you people, you are not sorrowful, you do not shed tears over the passing of the great Caesar. So judgment in the minds of people has become brutal, cruel, like that of a priest. So Antony asks to pause for a moment because he says that he is so struck with sorrow by the death of Caesar that he should pause for some time. He weeps. So Antony publicly sheds tears. First pleading. Methinks there's much reason in his sayings. So the commoners begin to think, and they begin to feel that whatever Antony has said is reasonable, because then the second plebeian says, if thou consider rightly of the matter, Caesar has had great wrong. So the second commoner begins to think that Caesar has been greatly wronged. Third plebeian, has he masters? I fear there will be a worse coming in his place. So third commoner says, if the great Caesar has had this wrong done to him, a worse person will come in his place. Fourth plebeian, marked you his words, he would not take the crown. Therefore, it is certain he was not ambitious. So, fourth plebeian says that, just as Caesar refused the crown thrice, this certainly did not seem ambitious. First plebeian, if it be found so, some will dear abide it. So, if the first commoner says, if it is found that Caesar was not ambitious, some, that is, the conspirators, will pay for it dearly. Second plebeian, referring to Mark Antony, says, poor soul, his eyes are red as fire with weeping. Third plebeian, there is not a nobler man in Rome than Antony. Fourth plebeian, now mark him, he begins again to speak. So Antony begins to speak again. Antony, but yesterday the word of Caesar might have stood against the word.
now lies he here. So Antony says, just yesterday, anybody across the wide world could not have challenged Caesar, but now, today, he lies here, and none so poor to do him reverence, and none are so poor as to do him reverence and pay him respect. O masters, if I were disposed to stir your hearts and minds to mutiny and rage, I should do Brutus wrong and Cassius wrong. So he says that if he were to make the people mutiny, he would do Brutus and Cassius wrong, who you all know are honorable men. So Brutus and Cassius are honorable men. So he says that he doesn't want to make the people rebel against Antony and Cassius. I'll not do them wrong, he says. I rather choose to wrong the dead, to wrong myself and you, than I will wrong such honorable men. So he says he does not want to make the people rebel against the conspirators. But he has a parchment with the seal of Caesar. I found it in his closet. So Antony shows them a piece of parchment, a piece of paper, which has Caesar's seal on it. And he says he found that piece of paper in Caesar's wardrobe. It is his will. So it is the will of Caesar. And let but the commons hear this testament, which, pardon me, I do not mean to read, and they will go and kiss dead Caesar's wounds and dip their napkins in his sacred blood. Yea, beg the hair of him for memory, and dying mention it within their wills, bequeathing it as a rich legacy unto the issue. So he says, if the people were to hear the will of Caesar, then they would be so overcome with gratitude that they would dip their napkins in Caesar's blood. They would beg the hair of Caesar to keep in the memory of Caesar, and after the people died, they would mention the hair or the napkin dipped in blood in their wills, and they would leave it to their heirs. So that is how grateful the people would be to hear Caesar's will. So fourth plebeian says, we'll hear the will. Read it, Mark Antony. Plebeians, the will, we will hear Caesar's will. Have patience, gentle friends. I must not read it. It is not meet, you know, how Caesar loved you. So Antony makes them all want to hear Caesar's will. So he delays reading the will. He says he must not read it. It is not suitable that they know how Caesar loved them. You are not wood, you are not stones, but men. So you are not unfeeling things, you are not non-living things, you are not wood or stones, but you are men. And being men, hearing the will of Caesar, it will inflame you. So, if you because you're men, once you hear the will of Caesar, you'll become overcome with emotion. It will make you mad. It is good you don't know what that you are his heirs, or if you should, or what would come of it. So, it is suitable that they do not know that the people themselves are the heirs. They're going to receive the property of Caesar. So, if they should know that they were the heirs of Caesar, what would come of it? Fourth plebeian, read the will. We'll hear it, Antony. You shall read the will, Caesar's will. Antony, will you be patient? Will you stay a while? I have overshot myself to tell you of it. So, Antony asked him, can you be patient and will you wait for some time? He says he has he has overstepped his responsibility in telling the people of Caesar's will. I fear I wronged honorable men whose daggers have stabbed Caesar. I do fear it. So he says that if by reading the will he has wronged the honorable men, that is the conspirators, whose daggers have stabbed Caesar. And fourth plebeian, they were traitors, honorable men. So fourth plebeian says that conspirators were traitors. They had conspired against the state of Rome. And he asks, are they honorable men? Plebeians, the will, the testament. Second plebeian, they were villains, murderers. The will, read the will. And so Antony reads the will,
You will compel me then to read the will. You will force me then to read the will. Then make a ring about the corpse of Caesar. Stand around Caesar's corpse in a circle, and let me show you that made the will. Shall I descend and will you give me leave? Shall I get down from here? I'll stand beside the corpse and read. And will you give me leave? Come down, descend. You shall have leave. Antony descends. A ring, stand round. Fourth plebeian. Stand from the hearse, stand from the body. So give Antony some room. Stand away from Antony and Caesar's body. Second plebeian. Room for Antony, for most noble Antony. Antony says, Nay, press not upon me, stand far off. So do not crowd round me, stand far off. So we're on page 129 of the play Julius Caesar. And here Antony is going to speak to the commoners or the plebeians. The plebeians have gathered around the corpse of Caesar, and the plebeians and Antony asks them to make room for him, to not press or crowd around him. The plebeians say, line 180, stand back, room, bear back. Antony says, if you have tears, prepare to shed them now. You all do know this mantle. I remember the first time ever Caesar put it on. It was on a summer evenings in his tent. That day he overcame the nervi. So Antony says, if the people have tears, they should prepare to shed the tears now. And he says the cloak which Caesar is wearing at that time, Antony remembers the first time Caesar put it on. It was on a summer's evening on the battle with the Nervi. Nervi are a tribe which Caesar overcame. And then Antony continues, look, in this place ran Cassius's dagger through. Sea water rent the envious Casca. Through this well-beloved Brutus stabbed. And as he plucked this cursed steel away, mark how the blood of Caesar followed it. And as rushing out of doors to be resolved, is Brutus so unkindly knocked on her. So he points to each wound, and he says that in each wound was given by each of the conspirators. The first wound was given by Cassius. The second was given by the jealous or the envious Casca, and the third wound was given by the well-beloved Brutus. Brutus was treated affectionately by Caesar, and as Brutus removed his dagger, the blood of Caesar followed, and it wanted to know whether it was Brutus, whom Caesar loved so well, that had knocked so unkindly on him. And Antony continues, for Brutus, as you know, was Caesar's angel. So Brutus was the closest to Caesar. Judge, O you gods, how dearly Caesar loved him. So Caesar really loved Brutus dearly. This was the most unkindest cut of all. So the stab that Brutus gave to Caesar was the unkindest. It was the most ungrateful cut of all the wounds that were given by the conspirators on that day to Caesar. For when the noble Caesar saw him stab, ingratitude, more strong than traitors' arms, quite vanquished him. So when Caesar saw that Brutus was so ungrateful to him as to stab him, then that ingratitude quite overcame Caesar, and he died. Then burst his mighty heart, and in his mantle muffling up his face, even at the base of Pompey's statue, which all the while ran blood, great Caesar fell. So Caesar's heart burst when Brutus stabbed him, and he fell at the foot of Pompey's statue. And he continues,
Oh, what a fall was there, my countrymen. Then I and you and all of us fell down, whilst bloody treason flourished over us. So he says that not only Caesar fell there, but the whole empire of Rome fell down with him, and treason had ruled over, is ruling over them now. Oh, now you weep, and I perceive you feel the dint of pity. So Antony sees that his words have had their effect, and the commoners are weeping for the death of Caesar, and he sees that the commoners feel pity for Caesar, and Antony is quite contented with the tears of the commoners, and he says, "These are gracious drops. Kind souls, what weep you when you but behold our Caesar's vesture wounded? So you are weeping just to see Caesar's cloak being wounded. Look you here." Antony lifts up Caesar's cloak. Here he is himself marred, as you see, with traitors. So he shows them the body of Caesar, which is all covered with the wounds the conspirators made with the knives. And the first plebeian is overcome by pity, and he says, "Oh, piteous spectacle, what a sight which is so full of sadness. Oh, noble Caesar," says a second. "Oh, woeful day. Oh, sad day," says a third. "Oh, traitors, villains." So the fourth commoner calls the conspirators villains. Oh, most bloody sight. So now Antony's speech has had its effect, and the second commoner says, "We will be revenged." So plebeians, revenge, about, seek, burn, fire, kill. So now they're going to ride through the streets of Rome, and they say, "Slay, let not a traitor live, let not one of the conspirators live." Antony still holds them back. "Stay, countrymen," he says. First plebeian, "Peace here, hear the noble Antony." Second plebeian, "We'll hear him, we'll follow him, we'll die with him." So now they're ready to give up their lives for Antony. And Antony says, "Good friends, sweet friends, let me not stir you up to a sudden flood of mutiny, that they have done this deed or honorable." So he calls them honorable men, the conspirators. What private griefs they have, alas, I know not. What their private reasons for assassinating Caesar, Antony knows not. They are wise and honorable, and you will no doubt with reasons answer you. So they will give reasons why they acted thus. They will hinder you from your revenge. "I come not, friends, to steal away your hearts. I am no orator as Brutus is, but as you know me all, a plain, blunt man, that love my friend, and that they know full well that gave me public leave to speak of it." So he says he doesn't come to change their mind. He says he's no orator, he's no public speaker as Brutus is, but he says he's a plain, blunt man that loved Caesar, and the conspirators knew full well that gave him public permission to speak at Caesar's funeral. "For I have neither wit nor words nor worth, action nor utterance, nor the power of speech to stir men's blood." So he says he doesn't have any intelligence, doesn't have any words, doesn't have any value, doesn't have any action nor speech to make men take revenge. "I only speak right on. I tell you that which you yourself do know. Show you Caesar's wounds. Poor dumb mouths, and bid them speak for me. I want to show you Caesar's wounds, and they are the dumb mouths which speak on my behalf. But were I Brutus, and Brutus Antony, there were an Antony would ruffle up your spirits, and put a tongue in every wound of Caesar that should move the stones of Rome to rise and mutiny." So he says that if he were Brutus, then his power of oration would be so strong that the stones of Rome would rise and mutiny against the conspirators. "Plebeians, will mutiny, will burn the house of Brutus. Away then, come, speak, seek the conspirators. Yet hear me, countrymen, yet hear me speak," says Antony. "Peace ho, hear Antony, most noble Antony." Antony, "Why, friends, you go to do you know not what." So Antony tells him, "You're going to do, you don't know what you're going to do. Wherein hath Caesar thus deserved your love? Why did Caesar deserve your love? Alas, you know not. I must tell you then, you have forgot the will I told you of. Most true, the will. Let us stay and hear the will. Here is the will, and under Caesar's seal. To every Roman citizen he gives, to every several man, 75 drachmas. 75 drachmas are 75 precious coins. So, O royal Caesar, most noble Caesar, will revenge his death, says each commoner. And hear me with patience, peace, hope. Moreover, he has left you all his walks, his private arbors, and new planted orchards on this side of the Tiber River. He has left them to you and to your heirs forever, common pleasures to walk abroad and recreate yourself. So he says that Caesar has also left them his private gardens wherein the people can walk when they are tired and recreate themselves. Here was a Caesar, where comes such another? So now Antony's given them the real reason why they should mutiny, because Caesar had given them each 75 precious coins and all his estates. So he says, where comes such another Caesar? Where does another such man come? His first plebeian says, never, never, come, away, away. We'll burn his body in the holy place, and with the brands fire the traitors' houses, take up the body. So they say they'll cremate Caesar in the holy place and light torches with the funeral fire of Caesar, Caesar's funeral fire, and burn the traitors' houses, take up the body, go fetch fire, pluck down the benches. So they're going to form a funeral pyre out of any wood they can find, such as benches, pluck down forms, windows, anything. They're going to take down the windows of the houses. They'll burn Caesar's body with any wood they can get their hands on. And now the rebellion is going to start. Hello, today we'll continue from where we stopped in Julius Caesar. We're on page 135. So here it says, fourth plebeian, pluck down forms, windows, anything. Plebeians exit with Caesar's body. So plebeian is a commoner, and the commoners are now going to take revenge against the conspirators for assassinating Caesar. So they're going to pluck down forms, windows, and anything, any piece of wood with which they can give Caesar a proper funeral, and then they're going to burn down the house of the conspirators. So Antony, who has led them up to this spirit of riot, now says to himself, now let it work. Mischief, thou art afoot. Take thou what course thou wilt. So Antony says, now let the results of my work come, of my talk come, and in Rome mischief is spreading, and nobody knows what course the mischief will take. So Antony has done his part for the moment to revenge Caesar's death. Enter servant. How now, fellow? Sir, Octavius is already come to Rome. Where is he? He and Lepidus are at Caesar's house. And thither will I straight visit him, says Antony. He comes upon a wish. Fortune is merry, and in this mood will give us anything. I heard him say Brutus and Cassius are rid like madmen through the gates of Rome. So Octavius has said that Brutus and Cassius, two of the main conspirators, have been chased through the gates of Rome like madmen. Antony, belike they had some notice of the people, how I had moved them. Bring me to Octavius. They exit. So enter Cinna the poet, and after him the plebeians. So Cinna is a poet in this scene 3, and a group of commoners are following him. Cinna, the poet, he says, I dreamt tonight that I did feast with Caesar, and things unluckily charge my fantasy. I have no will to wander forth of doors, yet something leads me forth. So Cinna says that he dreamt that night that he feasted. He feasted with Caesar, and as it happened, even though he had no wished to do so, something led him forth outside his house. First plebeian encounters him and says, "What is your name?" Second plebeian, "Whither are you going?" "Where are you going?" asks. Third plebeian, "Where do you dwell? Where do you live?" Fourth plebeian, "Are you a married man or a bachelor?" Second plebeian, "Answer every man directly." First plebeian, "I and briefly." Fourth plebeian, "I and wisely." Third plebeian, "I and truly you were best." Say, answer every man briefly and wisely. Sinner answers them. He says, "What is my name? Whither am I going? Where do I dwell? Am I a married man or a bachelor?" Then to answer every man directly and briefly, wisely and truly. Wisely I say, I am a bachelor. So he says he's a bachelor and he's wise to be a bachelor. Second plebeian, that's as much as to say they are fools that marry. So it seems that Sinner saying, that people who get married are fools. You bear me a bang for that, I fear. Proceed directly. So the second plebeian says that he will give Sinner a hit on the head for saying that married men are fools. So he asks him to proceed directly. Sinner, directly I am going to Caesar's funeral. As a friend or an enemy? As a friend. That matter is answered directly. For your dwelling, briefly. Briefly, he says, I dwell by the Capitol. He dwells by the Houses of Parliament. Third plebeian, your name, sir, truly. Truly, my name is Sinna. Tear him to pieces. He is a conspirator. Because there is a conspirator called Sinna, and the plebeians mistake him for the conspirators. And Sinna protests, I am Sinna the poet. I am Sinna the poet. Tear him for his bad verses. Tear him for his bad verses. So the plebeians going to attack Sinna because he has the same name, and they think he's one of the conspirators who killed Caesar. So they tear him to pieces. I am not Sinna the conspirators. It is no matter. His name's Sinna. Pluck but his name out of his heart and turn him going. So third plebeian, tear him, come brands ho. So they're going to get firebrands and they're going to burn Sinna. To Brutus, to Cassius, burn all. Some to Decius' house and some to Cascas, some to Ligarius. Away go. All the plebeians exit carrying off Sinna. So that is the end of. Hello. Today we will start with Act 4 of Julius Caesar. So we are on scene 1 where Antony, Octavius and Lepidus are speaking to each other. So in Rome there is a state of great unrest because Caesar has been assassinated and various people are trying to take over the role of head of state. So here we have 3 of them, Antony, Octavius and Lepidus. So Antony says, these many then shall die. Their names are pricked. So Mark Antony has a list of senators, list of important people in Rome, and he's going to mark off the names of a few of these people, and they will be executed, because in the condition in which Rome is at that time, any person who is thought to be an enemy of the state shall be executed. Whoever presents any danger to any of the leaders shall be removed. So Antony says that, looks at the list and says that the names of so many senators are marked to be executed. Octavius says, your brother too must die. Consent you, Lepidus. So Octavius Caesar asks Lepidus that his brother, that is Lepidus' brother, must die. Lepidus says, I do consent. So he agrees to having his brother executed. Now, this is because Power. Power is what is being sought by the three of these leaders. That is, Antony, Octavius, and Lepidus are seeking absolute power in Rome. So, anyone, including close relatives, close family members, shall be executed. So, Lepidus says that he agrees to have his brother executed because he poses a danger. Octavius, prick him down, Mark Antony. So, Octavius says, mark him down, Antony. Lepidus, upon condition Publius shall not live, who is your sister's son, Mark Antony. So Mark Antony's sister's son, Publius, Mark Antony's nephew, shall be executed. On that condition will Lepidus's brother be executed. So Antony, he shall not live. So Antony says that even his own sister's son shall die. Look, with a spot I damn. So he marks Publius's name, and that will signal the end of Publius. But Lepidus, go you to Caesar's house, fetch the will hither, and we shall determine how to cut off some charge and legacies. So Antony tells Lepidus to go to Caesar's house and bring the will of Caesar, Caesar's will there, and they shall determine how to, uh, you know, decrease the expenses of Caesar's will. So how they can, you know, decrease the amount to be disbursed by the treasury of Rome by them. Lepidus, what shall I find you here? So Lepidus asks, if when he returns from Caesar's house, will he find Antony and Octavius there? Octavius says, or here or at the Capitol. They'll be either there or at the Capitol. Capitol is the Senate House, the House of Parliament. Lepidus exits. Antony, this is a slight, unmeritable man, meet to be sent on errands. Is it fit the threefold world divided, he should stand one of the three to share it? So, Antony says to Octavius that Lepidus is a very small, insignificant man, and he is only suited to be sent on errands, to be bidden to go here and get that or get this. So he asks Octavius, if the threefold world, if Rome is divided into three between Octavius, Antony, and Lepidus, if Rome is divided into three, is it fit, is it suitable that he should stand one of the three to share it? So should he stand, should he receive a third of Rome as his portion? Octavius, so you thought him, and took his voice who should be pricked to die in a black sentence and proscription. So Octavius says, Antony had thought that Lepidus was suitable. Lepidus should have been executed, but Antony thought that he should become one of the three leaders. The three leaders were called the Triumvirate. Tri means three, Virat means king, Triumvirate. So now Antony says, Octavius, I have seen more days than you, and though we lay these honors on this man, to ease ourselves of divers slanderous loads, he shall but bear them as the ass bears gold, to groan and sweat under the business, either led or driven as we point the way. So Antony says that he's seen more days than Octavius, that is, he is older than Octavius, and he says that though they lay honors on Lepidus, they lay these honors so that they can be unburdened, they can lessen their load by giving Lepidus the responsibility to carry out tasks, and Lepidus shall carry out the task. He shall carry out he shall carry out the task as the ass bears gold. So just as the ass doesn't have any idea of what gold is that it's carrying, the gold that it is carrying, how valuable it is. So Lepidus will discharge his task and he will groan and sweat under the. So he will really toil to carry out the task, and he will be either led or driven. So he they will either guide him or drive him to do those tasks as they point the way, as they think fit. Lepidus shall carry out the task, he shall do all the hard work, and having brought our treasure where we will, then take we down his load and turn him off like to the empty ass, to shake his ears and graze in commons. So he says that with Lepidus's work, they can bring their treasure where they will. So they can do what they want, get what they want, and then after he's performed all his duties, they take down his load and turn him off, just as a horse which is too old to carry a rider or to draw a carriage. Just as when a horse gets too old, they turn him out into the commons. Commons are the grasslands. So they'll shake him, give him pasture. So after Lepidus has done all the work, they'll just uh, they'll just drive him out, and like he'll be like an ass which just does the work. Octavius, you may do your will, but he is a tried and valiant soldier. So Octavius says that Antony may do as he wants, but Octavius says that Lepidus is a tried and valiant, so he is a brave soldier who's been tried in battle. Antony, so is my horse Octavius, and for that I do appoint him a store of provender. So Antony says even his horse is a veteran of many battles, and because he served Antony so well, Antony gives him some provender. Provender is some oats, something to eat. Horse's food is called provender. It is a creature that I teach to fight, to wind, to stop, to run directly on. His corporal motion governed by my spirit. So Antony describes his horse. He teaches his horse to wind, to turn about, to stop, to run directly on, and the corporal motion, that is, the physical motions of the horse, are governed by Antony's spirit, by what Antony wants to do. And in some taste is Lepidus but so. So similarly, Lepidus is like a horse or an ass, and they should guide him, they should drive him to do what they want, to get what they want. And after they get what they want, after Lepidus has carried out the task, they should drive him to the commons. And he must be taught to trained and bid go forth, a barren spirited fellow, one that feeds on objects, arts and imitations, which out of use and staled by other men begin his fashion. So Lepidus must be taught and trained and told to go forth, and Lepidus is barren spirited. That is, he doesn't have a will of his own, he doesn't have a mind of his own. Lepidus is one who is distracted by mirrors, objects, arts, and imitations. And these are used by other men, and after they've been used by other men, Lepidus finds them interesting. Do not talk of him but as a property. So Antony tells Octavius not to talk of Lepidus but as a property. Just as we can do what we want with anything we own, Lepidus is their property. And now Octavius, listen, great things. Uh, so Octavius now, Antony then tells Octavius of something else which is great in Rome. Brutus and Cassius are levying powers. So Brutus and Cassius are forming armies. We must straight make head. So they must gather their forces. Therefore, let our alliance be combined. So let the armies of Antony and Octavius be combined to face the armies of Brutus and Cassius. Our best friends made, our means stretched. So let them form the alliances, let them come to their agreements, and whatever means they have, let them be stretched, let them be used to the utmost efficiency. And let us presently go sit in council how covert matters may best be disclosed in open peril's surest answer. So, and Antony tells Octavius that they should soon go and debate, discuss how secret, how covert matters may be revealed, and how the dangers which they're going to face may be faced surely. Octavius, let us do so, for we are at the stake and weighed about with many enemies. So Octavius says that they are tied to a stake, they are tied to a piece of wood, and dogs are attacking them. The dogs are baying, howling, and many enemies come in search of Antony and Octavius because it is a state of unrest, great unrest in Rome. And Octavius says, and some that smile have in their hearts, I fear, millions of mischiefs. So some people who openly smile have in their hearts a lot of mischief that they intend to do, a lot of malicious intentions. They have a lot of intentions to do evil to anyone and everyone. Such is the state of Rome at that time, after Caesar's assassination. Hello, we'll continue with Julius Caesar, Act 4, Scene 2. In this scene, we are out on the field, and there we hear a drum which is beating, and the soldiers are marching, and enter Brutus, Lucius, and the army. Titinius and Pindarus meet them. So, uh, Brutus's army is marching to the beat of the drum, and Titinius and Pindarus meet them. Brutus, stand ho. So Brutus gives the order for the army to stop marching. Lucilius, give the word ho and stand. So Lucilius says that they should pass the word for the army to stop marching, to halt. Brutus, what now, Lucilius? Is Cassius near? So Brutus asks Lucilius, who is of Cassius's camp, and he asks Cassius if Cassius's army is nearby. Lucilius, he is at hand, he is close by, and Pindarus is come to do you salutation from his master. So Pindarus is the servant of Cassius, and Pindarus is come to greet Brutus on Cassius's behalf. Brutus, he greets me well. Your master Pindarus, in his own charge, or by ill officers, hath given me some worthy cause to wish things done undone. But if he be at hand, I shall be satisfied. So Brutus tells Pindarus that his master, that is Cassius, either on his own will, either by his own will, or by ill advice of officers in his army, has given Brutus worthy cause, given Brutus sufficient reason to wish things which have already come to pass. He wishes that they could be undone. And what these reasons are, if Cassius can tell him what his reasons are that he crossed Brutus in such ways, if Cassius can give Brutus reasons why he didn't help Brutus, then Brutus shall be satisfied. Pindarus, I do not doubt but that my noble master will appear such as he is, full of regard and honor. So Pindarus says that Cassius has no doubt done what he has done, even though he has not helped Brutus when Brutus needed it. His Cassius will have acted full of regard and honor for Brutus. Brutus, he is not doubted. So Brutus says that he doubts Cassius. He doesn't doubt Cassius' intentions. Brutus and Lucilius walk aside. So, a word Lucilius, how he received you, let me be resolved. So, is the messenger of Brutus. Lucilius has gone to Cassius's camp, and Brutus asks his messenger Lucilius how Cassius received him. So, if has received Lucilius in a befitting manner, in a suitable manner, then it means that he's still a friend of Brutus. So he says, let me be resolved, let me understand how he received you, he asked Lucilius, with courtesy and with respect enough. So Cassius received Lucilius with fair courtesy and with good enough respect, but not with such familiar instances, nor with such free and friendly conference as he hath used of old. So Lucilius says that Cassius did receive him courteously and respectfully, but he did not seem as open. He was not as friendly as he was before, as he used to be of old, and neither was he free. So when people are friends, they don't exactly stand on ceremony and rituals to show their friendliness. So Cassius was respectful and courteous enough, but he was not as friendly as he used to be of old times. Brutus, thou hast described a hot friend cooling. So Brutus says that once Cassius was warm and affectionate towards Brutus, but now he's cooling. That is, there's something come in between their friendship. Ever note, Lucilius, when love begins to sicken and decay, it useth an enforced ceremony. So Brutus says that when the love or affection between two people begins to decay, begins to sicken and decay, then it puts on ceremonies and rituals uh, to cover up that lack of friendliness. There are no tricks in plain and simple faith. So when somebody is plain and simple, there's no ceremony, there are no rituals, there's not much, but there are no tricks when people are open and honest with each other. But hollow men like horses hot at hand make gallant show and promise of their mettle. So hollow men, that is, people who put on a show of friendliness, people who put on a show of affection and warmth. They are like horses which are full of life, and they make a show of promise of their mettle of their character, but indeed their actions may belie what they say. So low march within. But when they should endure the bloody spur, they fall their crests and like deceitful jades sink in the trial. So these horses, which are full of energy, which are full of life, when the soldier sits in the saddle of these horses, and when he puts the spur is a sharp, round wheel which is placed on the heel of the soldier's shoe. When these spurs are buried in the sides, in the flanks of the horse, and the spurs become bloody because of the blood which comes out of the flanks of the horse, when they have to show what they're made of in battle, they fall their crest. That is, they become discouraged, they become cowardly, and when the trial comes, they do not stand up to their promise. Comes his army on. So Brutus asks his messenger if Cassius's army comes on. Lucilius, they mean this night in Sardis to be quartered. So Lucilius says that Cassius's army is going to be camped in Sardis. The greater part, the horse in general, are come with Cassius. So the greater part of the army, the cavalry is the soldiers who fight on horseback. The horse, the cavalry, in general, have come with Cassius. Enter Cassius and his powers. So Cassius's army enters Brutus. Hark, he is arrived. So Cassius has come. March gently on to meet him. So meet Cassius gently, he tells Lucilius. Cassius, stand ho. So Cassius gives the order for the army to halt to stop marching. Brutus, stand ho, speak the word along. So let the army halt, let that order be given along the length of the line of soldiers. First soldier, stand. Third, second soldier, stand. Third soldier, stand. Cassius, most noble brother, you have done me wrong. So Cassius immediately starts off on what is on his mind. He tells Brutus that Brutus has done him wrong. Brutus, judge me, ye gods. Wrong I mine enemies, and if not so, how should I wrong a brother? So Brutus says that he is full of honor, he does not even wrong his enemies, and if he does not wrong his enemies, how can he do offense to his brother Cassius? Cassius, Brutus, this sober form of yours hides wrongs when you do them. So Cassius says that Brutus is outwardly sober, outwardly calm and kingly manner, hides many wrongs. And when he does these wrongs, he was about to continue, but Brutus interrupts him. Cassius, be content. So Cassius, he asks Cassius to, calm down. Speak your grief softly. I do know you well. Before the eyes of both our armies here, which should perceive nothing but love from us, let us not wrangle. So Brutus tells Cassius that they should not quarrel in front of their armies, and the army should see nothing but amity or friendliness between the two leaders, because if they see the two leaders fighting, then they will be divisive among themselves. So he asks Cassius not to wrangle, not to quarrel, bid them move away. Then in my tent, Cassius, enlarge your griefs. So he says to Cassius to speak about his griefs in the tent. So uh, hello, we'll continue with Act 4, Scene 2. Brutus and Cassius are speaking. Cassius says, Pindarus, bid our commanders lead their charges off a little from this ground. So, what Brutus has just told Cassius is that they should not quarrel in front of their armies. Let them retire to the tents, and there they will speak at length about what's on their minds with each other. And Brutus will listen to Cassius patiently. Um, and then, so Cassius tells his servant Pindarus to tell his commanders, that is, the commanders of Cassius's army, to lead the armies further off and make space for them. These Brutus and Cassius. Brutus, Lucius, do you the like, and let no man come to our tent till we have done a conference. So Brutus tells his servant Lucius to tell his armies to move further off, and he instructs Lucius not to let any man come near their tent till Cassius and Brutus have finished their conference. Let Lucilius and Titinius guard our door. All but Brutus and Cassius exit. So now we're on scene 3, Cassius. Now they're in the tent, the two generals are in the tent, and they're having a conference. Cassius, that you have wronged me doth appear in this. You have condemned and noted Lucius Pella for taking bribes here of the Sardians, wherein my letters praying on his side because I knew the man was slighted off. So Cassius tells Brutus how Brutus has done him wrong. That Brutus had condemned a soldier called Lucius Pella, and Lucius Pella had taken bribes of the localites, that is the Sardians, there in Sardis. So Lucius Pella had taken bribes from the Sardians, and Brutus had perhaps imprisoned Lucius Pella, and Lucius Pella had uh, im- implored Cassius to speak on his behalf. Cassius had sent letters to Brutus about asking him to free Lucius Pella, but Brutus did not listen, and he kept Lucius Pella captive. Brutus, you wronged yourself to write in such a case. So Brutus tells Cassius that he did wrong to speak on behalf of a person who is corrupt, like Lucius Pella. For if a person takes bribes, he should not be spared punishment. So Cassius, in such a time as this, it is not meet that every nice offense should bear his comment. So Cassius says that in such a time as this, that is the time then is wartime. So in wartime, it is not suitable that every small offense should be punished. Cassius, Brutus says, let me tell you, Cassius, you yourself are much condemned to have an itching palm, to sell and mart your offices for gold to undeservers. So Brutus tells Cassius that Cassius himself, has an itching palm. That is, he is corrupt himself. He asks for bribes, and he sells, sells rank officers in his army in exchange for gold. And these officers whom Cassius has appointed are not deserving of such a place. Cassius becomes outraged. He says, I, an itching palm. He says, I am corrupt, you're saying. You know that you are Brutus that speaks this, or by the gods, this speech were else you're lost. So Cassius says that it's only the fact that Brutus is saying these things. If it were anybody else who said that such a thing, then that speech would be his last. Brutus, the name of Cassius honors this corruption, and chastisement does therefore hide his head. So Brutus says that it's only because has Cassius has himself been corrupt that instant chastisement or punishment is not given. So Cassius says, chastisement. He says, you're going to punish me? Brutus, remember March, the Ides of March, remember. Did not great Julius plead for justice' sake? And what villain touched his body that did stab and not for justice? So Brutus asked Cassius to remember the Ides of March, the 15th of March, on which Julius Caesar was stabbed by the conspirators, and which of the conspirators stabbed Caesar if not for justice. So, if they have assassinated Julius Caesar himself for the sake of justice, how can they afford to be corrupt in battle? What shall one of us that struck the foremost man of all this world? But for supporting robbers, shall we now contaminate our fingers with base bribes and sell the mighty space of our large honors for so much trash as may be grasped thus? So he says, shall one of the conspirators who struck down the foremost man of all the world, this Julius Caesar, who stabbed Julius Caesar, who assassinated Julius Caesar, for supporting robbers, because Caesar was ambitious because he got gold in whatever way he could get it. Brutus says, we who have struck down a man for supporting robbers, yes, shall they now contaminate? That is, shall they now make their hands diseased with bribes and sell mighty honors in their armies for so much gold as can be grasped in one hand. In that, in who so Brutus says, "I'd rather be a dog and bathe the moon than such a Roman." So Brutus says that he would rather be a lowly dog than a Roman who supports corruption. Cassius, Brutus, bait not me, I'll not endure it. So Cassius says to Brutus not to tempt his patience further. Don't bait him, just as a bear is tied to a stake and the dogs are let loose on it, just as the bear is baited by the dogs. Uh, Cassius is saying that Brutus's words are baiting him, and he says he'll not endure, he'll not bear it much longer with patience. You forget yourself to hedge me in. So Brutus is driving Cassius into a corner where he can only commit violence against Brutus. So Brutus is forgetting himself in talking in such a way. So Cassius says, I'm a soldier. I, older in practice, abler than yourself to make conditions. So Cassius says that he's a soldier, he's older in battle experience, and he's more able, he's more capable than Brutus to make conditions during wartime. Brutus, go to, you're not Cassius. So Brutus says, this is not Cassius who's speaking. Cassius, Brutus says, I am. I say you're not. So Cassius, urge me no more, I shall forget myself. So Cassius says, don't say anything else, or he'll do something which will make him forget himself and he'll commit violence against Brutus. Have mind upon your health, tempt me no further. So think of your health, don't tempt him. So Brutus, away, slight man. So he calls him miserable, small man. Cassius, is it possible? So Cassius says, even after I have implored you not to speak like this, is it possible that you can continue like this? Brutus, hear me, for I will speak. Must I give way and room to your rash choler? So Brutus says to Cassius to listen to him. He says, must he listen to whatever Cassius says when he is angry in his rash choler? So shall I be frightened when a madman stares? So Brutus asks Cassius, when if a madman stares, Cassius glares at him angrily. Should Brutus be frightened? Cassius, oh you gods, must I endure all this? So finally Cassius, in great frustration, he prays to the gods. He asks them if he should endure all this. Brutus, all this I am over, fret till your proud heart break. Go show your slaves how choleric you are and make your bondmen tremble. Must I budge? So Brutus says, you can fret, you can become as frustrated that as will make your heart break. She asked Cassius to show his servants and bondsmen how angry he is, and he says he'll not budge an inch from his opinion. Must I observe you? Must I stand and crouch under your testy humor? So he asks if he, Brutus, should bend low and willingly obey what Cassius says when he is angry. By the gods, you shall digest the venom of your spleen, though it do split you. So Brutus says, whatever anger is doing to your constitution, if your anger is making your blood boil, you shall digest that venom, you shall digest that poison till it splits you. For from this day forth, I'll use you for my mirth, yea, for my laughter when you are waspish. So Brutus says that he will use Cassius as a clown. When Cassius becomes angry, he will bait Cassius, he will make Cassius more and more angry. he will make Cassius his joke, a joke that he's playing. So Cassius finally he can say no. Is it come to this? So he says, once we were close, once we had formed an alliance, we have formed armies, we have done so many great things, and now has it come to this? Brutus says, you say you're a better soldier. Let it appear so. Make your wanting true, and it shall please me well. So Brutus tells Cassius, you say you're a soldier. So make your boasting, make your wanting true. Attack me, he says. And if Cassius attacks, it shall please him. For mine own part, I shall be glad to learn of noblemen. So he says, if there were anybody who's noble, who's not corrupt, then he would be glad to learn of them. Cassius, you wrong me every way. You wrong me, Brutus. I said an elder soldier, not a better. So Cassius had just said that he was an elder soldier. He says that he had said he was an elder soldier, not a better soldier than Brutus. Did I say better? He asked. Brutus, if you did, I care not. Cassius, when Caesar lived, he does not have trade, thus have moved me. So Cassius says, even when Caesar was living, he would not have talked to me like this, out in the open. Peace, peace, you does not so have tempted him. So Brutus asked Cassius to calm down. He says he would not have tempted Caesar to talk to him like that. I does not know. What does not tempt him? For your life you do. So he says, as you live, you would dare not have tempted Caesar to talk thus. So Cassius, do not presume too much upon my love. I may do that I shall be sorry for. So Cassius says, you're presuming too much upon my friendliness. He says, he'll do something that he'll be sorry for. Brutus, you have done that you should be sorry for. There is no terror, Cassius, in your threats. For I am so strong in honesty that they pass me by as the idle wind, which I respect not. So Brutus says that in Cassius's threats there's no terror, there's nothing to be afraid of. So because Brutus is so honest that all Cassius's threats pass him by as the wind, which Brutus does not respect. Hello, so we'll continue with Julius Caesar. We're on page 149, where Brutus and Cassius are speaking to each other, and they're on the field at Sardis. So Brutus tells Cassius, let us not wrangle. Wrangle means quarrel. So Brutus has some complaint against Cassius. So instead of quarreling in front of the soldiers, in front of their armies, Brutus tells Cassius, bid them move away, let the armies move away. Then in my tent, Cassius, enlarge your griefs and I will give you audience. So Brutus tells Cassius that they can speak about their griefs, about their problems in Brutus's tent, and Brutus will listen to him. Cassius, Pindarus bid our commanders lead their charges off a little from this ground. So Cassius tells his servant Pindarus to lead his armies, Cassius's armies, off a little away from that ground. Brutus tells his servant Lucius, do you the like, and let no man come to our tent till we have done our conference. So Brutus tells Lucius to tell Brutus's armies to move off a little, and no one should interrupt them. Let Lucilius and Titinius guard our door. So all but Brutus and Cassius exit. Now we're on scene 3. Cassius tells Brutus, that you have wronged me doth appear in this. You have condemned and noted Lucius Pella for taking bribes here of the Sardians, wherein my letters praying on his side because I knew the man was slighted of. So Cassius tells Brutus that Brutus has wronged him because there is a man called Lucius Pella whom Brutus is condemned and imprisoned because Lucius Pella had taken bribes of the natives of Sardis, the Sardians. So Cassius had written on behalf of Lucius Pella asking Brutus to free him. So Brutus did not take any note of Cassius's request. Brutus says, "You wronged yourself to write in such a case." So Brutus tells Cassius that, after all, Lucius Pella is a corrupt official, so he should not support corrupt officials, and Cassius has wronged himself to plead on Lucius Pella's behalf. Cassius, in such a time as this, it is not meet that every nice offense should bear his comment. So Cassius says, in such a time as this, that is, it's wartime, it is not meet, it is not suitable during wartime that every small misdemeanor, every small offense should be punished or should be noted. Brutus says, "Let me tell you, Cassius, you yourself are much condemned to have an itching palm, to sell and mart your offices for gold to undeservers." So Brutus tells Cassius that Cassius himself has a reputation for having an itching palm. Itching palm means it's an idiom for being corrupt. And what Cassius has done is he has sold, places in his army, places, ranks of officers have bought the rank, have become officers because they paid Cassius money. He has sold and marketed his army for gold, and those men do not deserve that place. Cassius is offended, and he says, "I, an itching palm, you accuse me of being corrupt? You know that you are Brutus that speaks this, or by the gods, this speech were else your last." So Cassius says, it's only the fact that he is Brutus that saves him. If it were anybody else who had said that Cassius was corrupt, Cassius had an itching palm, then that speech would be his last. Brutus, the name of Cassius, honors this corruption, and chastisement doth therefore hide his head. So Brutus says, it's only because Cassius and none other is spoken about in this corruption that chastisement, that is punishment, is not given. Cassius, chastisement, you mean you will punish me? So Brutus says, remember March, the Ides of March remember. Did not great Julius bleed for justice' sake? What villain touched his body that did stab and not for justice? So Brutus tells Cassius, he asks Cassius to remember the Ides of March, that is the 15th of March, on which they assassinated Julius Caesar. So Julius bled for the sake of justice, and all the conspirators, all the villains that did stab Caesar repeatedly, they stabbed him for the sake of justice. So they wanted justice, they wanted honor, Rome's honor, the Republic of Rome's honor to be brought back. So Julius had to die. What shall one of us that struck the foremost man of this world, but for supporting robbers, shall we now contaminate our fingers with base bribes and sell the mighty space of our large honors for so much trash as may be grasped thus? So he says, shall one of them, that is one of the conspirators, they were a group, shall one of the conspirators, that is Cassius himself, Brutus himself, all of them who struck down the foremost man of all this world, the most important man of the world, that is Julius Caesar, because he supported robbers, because of that, he asks, shall we now contaminate, that is, make the fingers diseased with bribes by taking bribes, base bribes, low bribes, and sell the places in the army, sell places in the army for so much trash. He calls gold in money as he refers to money as trash, which may be held or grasped in one palm. And he says, I'd rather be a dog and bathe the moon than such a Roman. So he says he'd rather be a dog and, howl at the moon than a Roman who is corrupt. Cassius says, Brutus, bait not me, I'll not endure it. You forget yourself to hedge me in. So Cassius says that Brutus is baiting him. Baiting means it's an ancient sport in which a bear is tied to a piece of wood stuck into the ground, and dogs are allowed to bite it when and wherever they want. So that is bear baiting. So Cassius is saying that Brutus is baiting him by talking like that. And he says he will not be patient, he will not endure such talk. And he says to Brutus, you forget yourself to hedge me in. So he's forgetting Brutus is, is behaving too freely to test Cassius's patience. And Cassius says, I am a soldier, I older in practice, abler than yourself to make conditions. So Cassius says that he himself is a soldier. He's seen many more battles than Brutus, and he is more capable than Brutus. So he knows how to make conditions during wartime. So he's justifying the fact that he's allowing Lucius Pella to take bribes. Brutus, go to, you are not Cassius. So Brutus says that Cassius is not an abler, an older and more experienced soldier than he himself is. Cassius says, I am. Brutus says, I say you are not. Cassius says, urge me no more. So Cassius is rapidly losing his patience, and he says, I shall forget myself. So he'll forget himself in the rage that is overtaking him, and he might almost attack Brutus. Have mind upon your health, tempt me no further. So Cassius asks Brutus to, have care upon his health, because Cassius may do him violence, and he asks Brutus not to tempt him any further. Brutus, very slight man. So Brutus says that Cassius is a small, insignificant man. Cassius, is it possible? So Cassius, he can hardly control himself. Brutus says, hear me, for I will speak. Must I give way and room to your rash choler? Shall I be frightened when a madman stares? So Brutus says, must he make way and give space to Cassius's rash choler, that is his anger? And he asks whether if he should be frightened when someone who's mad stares at him. Cassius, oh you gods, must I endure all this? So Cassius says, how can he bear all these insults? Brutus, all this I more. Fret till your proud heart break. Go show your slaves how choleric you are, and make your bondmen tremble. So Brutus says, you can become as frustrated, so frustrated till your heart breaks, till the choler, till your anger produces some hormones in your blood that will make you have a heart attack. So he's asked Cassius to show his slaves how angry he can be, and he can make his bondmen tremble. Must I budge? He asked. So he says, must I listen to this? Listen to you, Cassius? Must I observe you? Must I stand and crouch under your testy humor? So Brutus asks if he must bend low and be patient with Cassius's testy humor, his anger. By the gods, you shall digest the venom of his spleen, though it do split you. So Brutus says that Cassius's anger is so great, he's become so great that he will secrete poison in his blood, and that poison can split his split him in half. So he says that he won't back down from his claim, and he continues, "For from this day forth I'll use you for my mirth, yea, for my laughter when you are waspish." So Brutus says that from then on, from that day on, he'll use Cassius as a joke, he'll use Cassius as a clown when Cassius is waspish or angry. Uh, so Cassius, does it come to this? So Cassius gives up, and in a moment of he almost collapses, and he says, still he says, "No, once we were good friends, once we were close, once we did so many great things together, and now it's come to this." Buddha says, "You say you're a better soldier. Let it appear so. Make your vaunting true, and it shall please me well. For mine own part, I shall be glad to learn of noblemen." So Brutus says that Cassius has said that he is a better soldier. So let him show it, he says. He asked Cassius to make his vaunting come true, make his boasting come true. That is, he wants Cassius to attack him, and Brutus will be pleased. It will make him happy to fight Cassius. So he says that as far as he himself is concerned, he shall be glad to learn of noblemen. Cassius, you wrong me every way. You wrong me, Brutus. I said an elder soldier, not a better. Did I say better? So Cassius says that he did not say that he was a better soldier. He said he was an older and a much more experienced soldier. Brutus, if you did, I care not. Cassius, when Caesar lived, he does not have moved me. So Cassius says that when Caesar was living, he would not dare to tempt Cassius in the way that Brutus has tempted him. Brutus, peace, peace, you does not so have tempted him. So Brutus says, ask Cassius to calm down. He would not have tempted Caesar to talk like that. Cassius, I durst not. Cassius says, you think I'm not brave enough to talk like this, like to Caesar, talk back to Caesar? Brutus, no. Or does not tempt him? You say, I dare not tempt him. So Brutus, for your life you durst not. Cassius, do not presume too much upon my love. I may do that, I shall be sorry for. So Cassius says, he tells Brutus not to think too much upon the friendship, not to place too great an emphasis on friendship, because he may so shortly do that he will be sorry about later. That is, he'll attack Brutus. Brutus, you have done that you should be sorry for. There is no terror, Cassius, in your threats. So Brutus says, by supporting corrupt of people, Cassius has already done something he should be apologetic about, he should be sorry for. And he says that in Cassius's threats there is no terror or fear. For I am armed so strong in honesty that they pass me by as the idle wind, which I respect not. So he says all Cassius's threats are like the idle winds which Brutus doesn't mind because he is so honest. I did send to you for certain sums of gold which you denied me, for I can raise no money by vile means. So Brutus says that he had asked Cassius for some money, for certain sums of gold, and Cassius had denied him. And Brutus did not want to take bribes and raise money, and he says, by heaven, I had rather coin my heart and drop my blood for drachmas than to wring from the hard hearts and hands of peasants the wild trash by any indirection. So he says, he swears upon heaven, he swears upon God that he would rather make his heart into a coin and shed blood for drachmas. Drachmas are gold coins, and he would rather make himself into drachmas than to take bribes of the peasants who have worked hard. They have plowed the fields, they have done all the work, manual labor, and to take their wild trash, to take their gold, it would he would not stoop to such a level. I did send to you for gold to pay my legions, which you denied me. So Brutus asked Cassius for gold to pay his legions. Legions are the armies of Brutus. And Cassius had denied him. Cassius had said no. Was that done like Cassius? So was that the Cassius he knew about? Should I have answered Caius Cassius? So when Marcus Brutus grows so covetous to lock such rascal counters from his friends, be ready, gods, with all your thunderbolts to dash him to pieces. So Brutus says, when Brutus grows so covetous, if he were to grow so greedy as to keep such rascal counters are the coins which move from hand to hand, from territory to territory. So if he were to keep such coins, drachmas, keep drachmas from his friends, he asked the gods with all their weapons, the thunderbolts, to dash him to pieces. Cassius says, I denied you not. So Cassius says, I did not say no to your request. And Brutus says, you did. Cassius says, I did not. He was but a fool that brought my answer back. So Cassius says, the messenger that brought his answer back had misinterpreted his message to Brutus, and Brutus thought that Cassius was denying him the gold to pay his legions. Brutus hath ripped my heart. So Brutus has actually split Cassius's mind open into two, and he says a friend should bear his friend's infirmities, but Brutus makes mine greater than they are. So Cassius says that as a friend, Brutus should have borne his weaknesses, his infirmities, but Brutus has made his weaknesses much greater than they are. Brutus says, I do not till you practice them. So Cassius, you love me not. Brutus, I do not like your faults. So Cassius, a friendly eye could never see such faults. So Cassius says, if you were really friendly with me, then you would not have thought that I would deny you the money to pay your legions. So Brutus says, the flatterers would not, though they do appear as high as huge Olympus. So Brutus says, if you were to be a flatterer, if you were to praise Cassius, even though he denied him an important resource, if you were to be a flatterer and praise Cassius, then that would not appear a fault. So Cassius, come Antony and young Octavius, come, revenge yourself alone on Cassius. For Cassius is weary of the world, hated by one he loves, prayed by his brother. So Cassius asks, he wishes that and Mark Antony and Octavius Caesar would come and revenge themselves on Cassius only, for he is weary, he is tired of the world, he is hated by the one he loves, he is hated by Brutus, braved by his brother, checked like a bondman, all his faults observed, set in a notebook, learned and conned by rote to cast into my teeth. So he says that all his faults have been observed, they've been listed in a notebook, they've been memorized, they've been conned by rote, and now they're being cast into his teeth. They're being openly thrown into his face. Oh, I could weep my spirit from my eyes, there is my dagger. So he says he could weep till the spirit left him. So he says to Brutus, there is my dagger. He offers his dagger or knife to Brutus, and here my naked breast. Within the heart, dearer than Pluto's mind, richer than gold. If thou beest a Roman, take it forth. So, and he offers Brutus his dagger, and he opens his shirt or doublet and shows him his bare chest, and says that within there was a heart which was dearer than Pluto's mind. So Pluto was the king of the underworld, The underworld is the place where all the gold, diamonds, silver, precious stones are found. So that heart of Cassius loves Brutus. It's more valuable than Pluto's mind. It's richer than gold. And he tells Brutus, if you be a Roman, take out my heart. I that denied the gold will give my heart. So Cassius says, you say that I denied you the gold to pay your allegiance, and now give you my heart. Strike as thou didst at Caesar, for I know when thou didst hate him worse, thou lovest him better than ever loved Cassius. So he asked Brutus to strike as Brutus struck Caesar, as Brutus stabbed Caesar, because he says that at his worst, when he was stabbing Caesar, he loved Caesar than he ever loved Cassius. Brutus, sheathe your dagger, be angry when you will into lamb's coat. So Brutus says, ask Brutus to put his dagger or knife back into the cover, and he asks Cassius, and he tells Cassius, if in the future he can be angry with Brutus whenever he wants, and Brutus will humor it. Do what you will, dishonor shall be humored. O Cassius, you are yoked with the lamb that carries anger as a flint bears fire, who much in force shows a hasty spark and straight is courtly. So Brutus says that Cassius is joined or yoked with a lamb. That is, he refers to himself as a lamb, an innocent lamb. And he says that in his heart, his anger is like flintstone. So the flintstone is struck repeatedly to produce sparks, which are then used to light a fire. So he says his mind is like that of a flintstone, and just as the flintstone delivers fire when it is struck, so Brutus, when he is forced to, will become angry. But just as the flintstone again becomes cold as soon as the sparks have flown from it, Brutus says that he is also like the flintstone, and he will be cold as soon as he has displayed his anger. So, hello, we'll continue with Julius Caesar. So Cassius says, hath Cassius lived to be but mirth and laughter to his Brutus? What when grief and blood ill-tempered vexeth him? So Cassius says, has he lived only to be a joke, only to be a clown to his friend Brutus? When Brutus has been overcome with grief or with sorrow, or when he's angry, Brutus, when I spoke that, I was ill-tempered too. So Brutus says that when he said what he said, he was also not in a good mood. Cassius, do you confess so much? Give me your hand. So they become friends again. Brutus and my heart too, they clasp hands. Cassius, oh Brutus, what's the matter? Cassius, have you not love enough to bear with me when that rash humor which my mother gave me makes me forgetful? So Cassius asks Brutus if he does not love him enough when that humor, when that mood which was inherited from his mother, that is, when he becomes angry, his anger has been inherited from his mother, makes him forgetful of himself. Brutus says, yes, Cassius, and from henceforth, when you are over earnest with your Brutus, you'll think your mother childs and leave you so. So Brutus says to Cassius, and from then on, from henceforth, when Cassius is too open with his friend Brutus, he'll think that it's Cassius's mother who's angry and leave him. Enter a poet followed by Lucilius, Titinius and Lucius. Poet, let me go in to see the generals. There is some grudge between them. 'Tis not meet they be alone. The poet asks the guards, that is Lucilius, Titinius and Lucius, to let him into the tent to see General Cassius and General Brutus, because there's some quarrel between them and it's not meet, it's not suitable that they be alone. Lucilius, you shall not come to them. So Lucilius denies him permission, for nothing but death shall stay me. So the poet says, only death shall prevent him from seeing the journey. Cassius, how now? What's the matter? Poet, for shame, you generals. What do you mean? Love and be friends as two such men should be. For I've seen more years, I'm sure, than ye. The poet advises them. He says that they should be ashamed of themselves, and he asks them to become friends again. And he says that he is older than they are, and he is right in advising. Cassius, who is insulted because someone who has no relation to their affairs has come in and started advising them. So Cassius says, and he's insulted, offended, he says, aha, how wildly doth this cynic rhyme. So Cassius knows he's a poet, and he says, this this poet rhymes very wildly, does it very badly. Brutus also becomes offended. He says, get you hence, sirrah, saucy fellow, hence. So he asks the poet to leave him. Cassius, bear with him, Brutus, this is fashion. Cassius says, you should put up with him because it's his mood. Brutus, I'll know his humor when he knows his time. What should the wars do with these jigging fools? So Brutus says, I will put up with him, I will bear with him when he knows the time to advise us, when he knows the correct time to advise us. What should the wars do with these jigging? So now it's wartime. What is a jigging for? What is a rhyming poet coming here, and advising us? Companion ends. Cassius, away, away, be gone. Poet exits. So Brutus, Lucilius and Titinius bid the commanders prepare to lodge their companies tonight. So Brutus tells his servants to tell the commanders of his army to make their armies camp that night. Cassius, and come yourself and bring Messala with you. So immediately to us. So Cassius asks them to bring Messala to them. Lucilius and Titinius exit. Brutus tells Lucius's servant, Lucius, a bowl of wine. Lucius exits. Cassius, I did not think you could have been so angry. Cassius, oh Cassius, I am sick of many griefs. Cassius says, of your philosophy you make no use if you give place to accidental evils. So Brutus is a philosopher, and philosophy is one of the uses of philosophy is to make us bear with the chance, with the events in life. So he says that Brutus doesn't use his philosophy when such an accident, when such a thing has happened by chance. He should make use of his philosophy. Brutus, no man bears sorrow but Portia is dead. So Brutus says that he has been as tolerant as any man, and he says Portia, his wife, is dead. Cassius cannot believe, he asks in disbelief. Huh? Portia? Brutus, she is dead. Cassius says, how escaped I killing when I crossed you so? Oh, insupportable and touching loss. Upon what sickness? So Cassius says, just now they'd been almost with the swords at each other's throat. And Cassius says, Brutus, under the weight of such a grief, he could have killed Cassius. And he says that the loss of Portia is an insupportable and touching loss. And Cassius says, how did she die? Was she sick? Brutus, impatient of my absence and grief that young Octavius and Mark Antony have made themselves so strong. For with her death the tidings came. With this she felt distraught, and her attendant's absence swallowed fire. So Brutus says that she could not bear the absence of her husband Brutus, and she was sad that Brutus and Cassius's enemies, young Octavius Caesar and Mark Antony, had gathered very large armies to fight them, and the news came, the tidings came that because of this, because she feared for Brutus' life, she was distracted
And when her servants were absent, she swallowed coals and died, hot, live coals and died. So asked Cassius, even so, O you immortal gods. So enter Lucius with the wine and wine and tapers. Tapers are candles. Brutus, speak no more of her. Give me a bowl of wine. In this I bury all our kindness, Cassius. So Brutus ask Cassius not to speak any more of Portia because it would be like rubbing a wound. And he asks Lucius to give him the bowl of wine. And he says, in the wine we'll forget all griefs. He drinks. Cassius, my heart is thirsty for that noble pledge. Fill Lucius till the wine overswell the cup. I cannot drink too much of Brutus's law. He drinks. So he says that he asks Lucius to fill the cup to the brim with wine, and Lucius entered Titinius and Messala. Brutus, come in, Titinius, welcome, good Messala. Now sit we close about this taper here and call in question honesties. They sit. So Brutus says that they should have a conference on what it is necessary for them to do. Cassius, Portia, art thou gone? So Cassius is still in disbelief, and Brutus says, no more, I pray you. So he asks Cassius to stop talking about Portia. Messala, I have here received letters that young Octavius and Mark Antony come down upon us with a mighty power, bending their expedition towards Philippi. So Brutus says that tells Messala that he has received messages that Julius Caesar and Mark Antony have come down with a mighty army and they're coming towards Philippi. Messala, myself have letters of the self-same tenor. So Messala says that he also has letters of which bear the same message. With what addition? So what is extra in your messages? Messala, that by prescription and bills of outlawry, Octavius, Antony and Lepidus are put to death and 100 senators. So Messala says that in Rome, 100 senators have been accused of being outlaws, and they have been executed. Brutus, therein our letters do not well agree. Mine speak of 70 senators that died by their prescription, Cicero being one. So Brutus says, tells Messala that it's not 100 senators but 70 senators that have been executed, and Cicero is one of the senators. Cassius, Cicero won. Has Cicero been executed, he asks. Messala says, Cicero is dead, and by that order of prescription, add your letters from your wife, my lord. So Brutus, no, Messala. No, nothing in your letters writ of her, nothing, Messala. So Messala asks Brutus if he has heard anything of Portia in his letters. Brutus doesn't want to, talk about Portia because he wants to keep the memory of her alive. He wants to keep his grief to himself. So he says he has no news of Portia. So he says nothing, Messala, nothing of Portia, Messala. Messala, that methinks is strange. So Messala says that is strange. Brutus asks, why ask you? Hear you aught of her in yours? So he asks Messala if he hears of Portia anything of Portia in his letters. No, my lord. Brutus, now as you're a Roman, tell me true. So Brutus tells Messala, if you're a Roman, tell me the truth. Messala, then like a Roman, bear the truth I tell, for certain she is dead, and by strange manner. So Messala says, bear the truth he is going to tell like a Roman, and it's certain that Portia is dead, and in a strange manner. So Brutus, why farewell Portia? We must die, Messala. With meditating that she must die once, I have the patience to endure it now. So Brutus says, all of us must die, and thinking that she can only die once, he says he has the patience to endure it. Masala. Even so, great men, great losses should endure. And so, Masala says that that's the way great people bear great losses. Cassius, I have as much of this in art as you, but yet my nature could not bear it so. Cassius tells Brutus that he is as much a philosopher as Brutus himself is, but he could not, because of his nature, bear it so calmly, as Brutus says. Brutus, well, to our work alive, what do you think of marching to Philippi presently? Cassius says, I do not think it good. Your reason? That it is. It is better that the enemy seek us. So shall he waste his means, weary soldiers doing himself offence, whilst we lying still are full of rest, defence, and nimbleness. So Cassius says the reason they should not march to Philippi is that Octavius and Antony should seek them, should search for them, and by marching that long distance between Philippi and Sardis, the soldiers of their soldiers will be weary or tired, and while Brutus and Cassius' armies lying still will be full of rest, defense, and nimbleness. Brutus, good reasons must of course give place to better. So he says Cassius is a good reason, but he has a better reason. The people twixt Philippi and this ground do but stand but in a forced affection, for they have grudged us contribution. So Brutus says the people between Philippi and Sardis have only show affection towards Brutus and Cassius, because only show affection because the armies of Brutus and Cassius have taken money from them. The enemy marching along by them shall make a fuller number of. So if Octavius and Antony's armies march to Sardis, then those people in between, on the ground between the two places, will join the armies of Antony and Octavius, and their armies will become larger. By them come on refresh, new added and encouraged. So their larger numbers shall encourage them. From which advantage shall we cut him off if at Philippi we do face him there, these people at our back? So he says that if they march to Philippi, then the people in between won't join the armies, and the people between Philippi and Sardis will be behind them. Cassius, hear me, good brother. So Cassius, who is really a more experienced soldier, asks Brutus to listen to him, but Brutus interrupts him. Brutus, under your pardon, you must note besides that we have tried the utmost of our friends. Our legions are brimful, our cause is right. So Brutus asks, with his permission, Cassius must note that they have asked all their friends, and their armies are full, and their cause is going to be successful. The enemy increaseth every day. We at the height are ready to decline. So Brutus says, we are at the height, we are at the zenith, so we are ready to decline, but the enemy is going to add to their numbers. And he says, there is a tide in the affairs of men which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and miseries. On such a full sea are we now afloat, and we must take the current when it serves or lose our ventures. So he makes a general statement that in the affairs of men, in the businesses of men, in their lives, there are one or two moments which should be taken at the flood, which should be taken when it's most fortunate, and when the affairs are grasped and work is done, then that will lead to fortune. If these moments of opportunity are lost, then the rest of their life is bound in shallows and miseries. So Brutus says that on a full sea, on such a full sea are we now full. So he says the opportunity is now ripe, and we must take the current when it serves or lose our ventures. So we must act or we'll lose the battle. Cassius, then with your will go on, we'll along ourselves and meet them at Philippi. So Cassius agrees to march to Philippi. Brutus, the deep of night is crept upon our talk, and nature must obey necessity, which will be good with a little rest. There is no more to say. So Brutus says now it's dark midnight, past midnight, the deep of night has crept upon their conference, and now the nature they're tired and they must obey necessity. That is, they must take rest. So he says there is no more to say. Cassius says no more to say. Good night. So Cassius wishes him good night, and he says early tomorrow we will rise and hence. So the next day they will rise early and march from Sardis to Philippi.
Hello, we'll continue with Julius Caesar. So we're on line 265 of Act 4. So it's Brutus speaking, and he asks Lucius to fetch him his nightgown. Lucius exists. Farewell, good Masala. So he bids Masala also good night. Good night, Titinius, noble Cassius, good night and good repose. Cassius. Oh, my dear brother, this was an ill beginning of the night. Never come such division between our souls. Let it not, Brutus. So Cassius says to Brutus that particular night had a very unfortunate beginning. They almost came to blows with each other, and he wishes that there would not be a division like that ever again. So Lucius enters with Brutus's nightgown. Brutus says, everything is well. Cassius, good night, my lord. Brutus, good night, good brother. Titinius, Messala, good night, Lord Brutus. Brutus wishes farewell to everyone. All but Brutus and Lucius exit. Give me the gun. Where is thy instrument? So he wants Lucius to play some music for him while he sleeps, while he lies down. Lucius is here in the tent. So Lucius has his musical instrument nearby. Brutus, what thou speakest drowsily, O knave, I blame thee not. Thou art overwatched. Call Claudius and some other of my men. I'll then have them sleep on cushions in my tent. So Brutus says that Lucius is sleepy, he's drowsy, and he says that Lucius is been up too long, he's overwatched, and he asks him to summon Claudius and some of his other men, whom will sleep with Brutus in his tent on some cushions. Lucius, Varro and Claudius. Enter Varro and Claudius. Varro calls, my lord. Brutus says, I pray you, sirs, lie in my tent and sleep. It may be I shall rise you by and by on business to my brother Cassius. So you may have something to convey to Cassius, so you may wake them up to convey his message, Varro. So please you will stand and watch your pleasure. Varro says they'll stay awake, they'll stand and see what Brutus instructs them. Brutus, I will not have it so. Lie down, good sirs. It may be I shall otherwise bethink me. So Brutus asks them to lie down because perhaps he will not. He will change his mind about the message to Cassius. They lie down. Look, Lucius, here's the book I sought for. So I put it in the pocket of my gown. So Lucius, he tells that the book he was looking for is in the pocket of his gown. Lucius, I was sure your lordship did not give it to me. Brutus, bear with me, good boy. I am much forgetful. Canst thou hold up thy heavy eyes a while and touch thy instrument a strain or two? So he asks Lucius if he can stay awake a few moments longer, and then play his musical instrument. Lucius, I am a lord, and plays you. Brutus, it does, my boy, trouble thee too much, but thou art willing. It is my duty, sir, says Lucius. Brutus, I shall not urge thy duty past thy might. So Brutus says, I won't urge you to do your work beyond your strength. I know young bloods look for a time of rest. So Brutus says that he knows that young people want to rest. Lucius, I have slept, my lord, already. Brutus, it was well done, and thou shalt sleep again. It will not hold thee long. If I do live, I'll be good to thee. So Brutus tells Lucius that he won't keep him much longer, and in the battle that's going to ensue, if Brutus lives, he'll look after. If Brutus lives, he'll look after Lucius very well. Music and a song. Lucius then falls asleep. This is a sleepy tune, O murderous slumber. Layest thou thy leaden mace upon my boy. So the boy has become overcome with drowsiness. He falls asleep, and the state of sleep is like a lead, like heavy lead. And so Lucius lapses into slumber. That plays the music. Gentle knave, good night. I will not do this. I will not do thee so much wrong to wake thee. If thou dost not, thou dost break my instrument. I'll take it from thee. And good night, good boy. So Brutus wishes the sleeping Lucius good night, and says he will not wake him, and ask him to carry on playing the instrument. And if Lucius is holding his musical instrument in such a way that if he just nods, the instrument will fall and break. So he takes it from him. He moves the instrument. Let me see. Is not the leaf turned down where I left reading? Here it is, I think. How ill this taper burns. So it's become really dark in the tent, and the candle is giving just a little light. It's dark and it's full of shadows. Enter the ghost of Caesar. Ha! Who comes here, says Brutus. I think it is the weakness of mine eyes that shapes this monstrous apparition. So he says that his eyes have become weak with too much work, and it is his weak mind that shows him the monstrous ghost that is coming towards him. It comes upon me. So it comes near Brutus. Art thou anything, he says. He asks the apparition, he asks the ghost if it's anything that is to be found on earth. Art thou some god, some angel, or some devil that makest my blood cold and my hair to stare? Speak to me, what art thou? So Brutus asks the ghost, so he fits whether it's a god or some angel or some devil. And he says at the sight of the ghost, his blood has become cold, and his hair is standing on end with fear. And he asks the ghost to speak to him about what it is. Ghost, thy evil spirit, Brutus. So the ghost tells him that it is the evil spirit, the bad side of Brutus. Brutus, why comest thou? To tell thou shalt see me at Philippi. So the ghost says, he's come to tell Brutus that it will see Brutus at Philippi, the battleground of Philippi. Well then, I shall see thee again. I at Philippi. Why, I will see thee at Philippi then. Ghost exits. Now I have taken heart, thou vanishest, ill spirit. I would hold more talk with thee. Boy Lucius, Varro, Claudius, sirs, awake, Claudius. So Brutus says he would have more conversation with the ghost, but then he wakes all the people sleeping in the tent. It is Lucius, Varro, and Claudius. Lucius, the strings, my lord, are false. So Lucius thinks he's still playing the instrument, and Brutus is angry because he's played a wrong note, and he blames it on the ill-tuned instrument, of the strings of the instrument. Brutus, he thinks he's still at his instrument. Lucius, awake. Lucius, my lord, didst thou dream that thou so criest out? So Brutus asks Lucius if he did not dream that he cried out in his sleep. Lucius says, "My lord, I did not know that I did cry." So he says that he doesn't know that he cried out in his sleep. Brutus, "Yes, that thou didst. Didst thou see anything?" Brutus says he did indeed cry out in his sleep, and he asked him if he saw anything. "Nothing, my lord." "Sleep again, Lucius." "Sirrah Claudius to Varro, fellow thou awake." They rise up. Varro, "My lord." Claudius, "My lord." Brutus, "Why did you cry out, sirs, in your sleep?" Both, "Did we, my lord?" Brutus, "Aye, you did. So saw you anything?" "No, my lord, I did not see. I saw nothing." "Nor I, my lord." So Brutus, "Go and commend me to my brother Cassius. Bid him set on his powers betimes before, and we will follow." So Brutus asks Varro and Claudius to go and inform Cassius to march his armies, and Brutus's armies will follow. Both, "It shall be done, my lord." They exit. So that is the end of Act 4. And so we're in the final act of the play Julius Caesar. Scene 1 of Act 5. Enter Octavius, Antony, and their army. So the three generals, Octavius Caesar, Mark Antony, and their armies are at Philippi, the battleground of Philippi. Octavius says to Mark Antony, "Now, Antony, our hopes are answered. You said the enemy would not come down but keep the hills and upper regions. It proves not so. The battles are at hand. They mean to warn us at Philippi here, answering before we do demand of them." So Octavius tells Antony that their hopes, their hopes have come true. Antony had said that Cassius's and Brutus's army would not come down to Philippi, but they'd keep the hills and upper regions. But that has not happened. They've come down the hills, and the battles are about to begin. So Octavius says that Brutus and Cassius's army mean to warn them that they're going to conquer them. And Antony replies, "Tut, I am in their bosoms, and I know wherefore they do it. They could be content to visit other places and come down with fearful bravery, thinking by this face to fasten in our thoughts that they have courage, but it is not so." So Antony tells Octavius that he knows the real reason why Brutus and Cassius have come to Philippi. He is in their bosoms, and he knows why they have done that. They could have been satisfied to stay in other places, Sardis, for example, and come down as Antony and Octavius's army were climbing the hills. They could have come down on them with a fearful bravery. But now they mean to show that they have courage. But Antony says they don't have courage. They are not brave. Enter a messenger. Messenger, prepare you generals. The enemy comes on in gallant show. The bloody sign of battle is hung out, and something to be done immediately. So messenger tells the generals, Mark Antony and Octavius Caesar, that their enemy comes on in a brave and gallant show, and their battle flag, the bloody sign of battle, the battle flag is hung out, and they have to do something immediately. Antony, Octavius, lead your battle softly upon the left hand of the even field. So Antony tells Octavius to go to the left hand of the field, and Octavius replies, upon the right hand, I, keep thou the left. So Octavius says, I will go on the right hand, and he tells Antony to keep to the left side of the field. Antony asks, "Why do you cross me in this exigence?" So Antony asks why Octavius has why why Octavius is arguing with him in this important point, this exigent. Octavius says, "I do not cross you, but I will do so." So Octavius says he doesn't mean to argue with Antony, but he will keep to the right side of the battlefield. They march. Drum. There's a beating of drums. Enter Brutus, Cassius, and their army, including Lucilius, Titinius, and Messala. Brutus. They stand and would have parley. So Brutus says the enemy armies have halted, and they mean to have parley. They mean to talk with Brutus and Cassius. So Cassius, "Stand fast, Titinius, we must out and talk." So Cassius says they must leave the ranks and talk with the enemy armies. Octavius, "Mark Antony, shall we give sign of battle?" Antony, "No, Caesar, we will answer on their charge. Make forth, the generals would have some words." So Octavius asks Antony if they should signal the battle, their armies to charge. Antony says that they should not at that moment, and he asks Octavius to go with him to have some words with Brutus and Cassius, with the enemy generals. Octavius to his officers, "Stir not until the signal." So Octavius instructs his officers to not move until the signal is given. The generals step forward. Brutus, "Words before blows. Is it so, countrymen?" So Brutus asks if they would want to speak some things before they come to the actual battle. Octavius, "Not that we love words better as you do." So Octavius tells Brutus that Brutus, loves to talk. Brutus, "Good words are better than bad strokes," Octavius. So Brutus says that good words are better than a badly fought fight, meaning that Octavius is not a good fighter. Antony, "In your bad strokes, Brutus, you give good words. Witness the hole you made in Caesar's heart, crying, 'Long live Hail Caesar.'" So Antony reminds Brutus of what he has done on the 15th of March in the indiscriminate stabbing that they gave Caesar. They spoke well, and even as Brutus made the hole in Caesar's heart, Brutus cried, "Long live Hail Caesar." Brutus. Cassius says, "Antony, the posture of your blows are yet unknown, but for your words they do rob the high blood bees and leave them honeyless." So Cassius tells Antony that he doesn't know how Antony is going to give his blows, how Antony is going to fight, but as for Antony's words, they're so sweet, like that they rob the high blood bees. The high blood bees produce the sweetest honey, and Antony's words rob the high blood bees of their honey and leave them honeyless. Antony says, "Not stingless too." So he's going to fight back. Brutus, "Oh yes, and soundless too, for you have stolen their buzzing, Antony, and very wisely threat before you sting." So Brutus says, indeed, Antony's words are sweet, and Antony's also robbed the high blood bees of their buzzing sound, and he's threatening them before they fight. Antony, "Villains, you did not so when your wild daggers hacked one another in the sides of Caesar. You showed your teeth like apes, and fawned like hounds, and bowed like bondmen, kissing Caesar's feet, while damned Casca, like a cur from behind, struck Caesar on the neck. Oh, you flatterers." So Antony says, "You did not threaten, you did not say what you intended to do to Caesar as the daggers cut Caesar's open, cut the sides of Caesar open. Even as they approached Caesar, they showed their teeth like apes in smiles, and they begged and pleaded with Caesar. They fawned on him like hounds, like dogs, and they bowed like servant, and they kissed Caesar's feet, even as Casca, like a stray dog, came from behind, struck Caesar on the neck. Oh, you flatterers, says Antony. Cassius, flatterers, now Brutus, thank yourself. This tongue had not offended, so today if Cassius might have ruled. So Cassius says, you're calling us flatterers? Now he asks Brutus, it's because of him that Antony is living and insulting them on that day. If Cassius had his way, if things had gone according to Cassius's plan, then Antony would have been killed along with Caesar on the 15th of March. Octavius, come, the cause. If arguing makes us sweat, the proof of it will turn to redder drops. Look, I draw a sword against conspirators. So Octavius, he says that if only talking, if only arguing makes them sweat, the result will show in the blood that will spill on that day. So he takes out a sword and challenges the conspirators. He draws. When think you that the sword goes up again, he says. When do you think the sword will be put back in its sheath, will be put back in its cover? Never till Caesar's 33 wounds be well avenged, or till another Caesar have added slaughter to the sword of traitors. So he says he will not cover his sword again in its sheath till the 33 wounds of Caesar are avenged, or if another Caesar, that is he himself, Octavius Caesar, shall die at the hands of traitors like Cassius and Brutus. So Brutus, Caesar, thou canst not die by traitors' hands unless thou bringst them with me. So Octavius, so I hope I was not born to die on Brutus's sword. Brutus, oh, if thou wert the noblest of thy strain, young man, thou couldst not die more honorable. So Brutus tells him that even if he were the noblest of the lineage of Caesars in Rome, he could not hope to have a more honorable death than at the hands of Brutus. Cassius, a peevish schoolboy, worthless of such honor, joined with a masker and a reveler. So Cassius says of Mark Antony and Octavius that Octavius is a schoolboy who's sulking, who is irritated, and he's worthless. He's not worthy of the honor of dying by Brutus's sword, and he has joined with a masker and a reveler, a partygoer who stays long nights. That is Mark Antony. Antony, old Cassius still. So Antony says that Cassius has not changed and is still like he was in the old times. Octavius, come, Antony, away. Defiance, traitors, hurl we in your teeth. If you dare fight today, come to the field. If not, when you have stomachs. Octavius, Antony, and their army is it. So Octavius finally tells them that they're going to defy Cassius and Brutus. He calls them traitors, and he tells them if they dare to fight that day, he tells them to come to the battlefield. If they do not, they can come when they have strength enough, when they have stomachs enough. So Cassius, why now? Blow wind, swell below, and swim bark. The storm is up and all is on the hazard. So now the battle is going to begin, and it's like a storm on the sea. The wind will blow fiercely, heavily, and the billow, that is the waves, will swell, the waves will rise very high, and the bark, that is the ship, has to swim, has to sail, and the storm is on, and everything they have is at risk going to is on the chance occurrings of that day. Brutus. So we'll continue with Act 5, the final act of the play. We're on line 75. Brutus is saying, "Oh, Lucilius, hark a word with you." So he asks Lucilius to talk with him. Lucilius and Messala stand forth. Lucilius, "My lord," Brutus and Lucilius step aside together. So they have stepped aside to have a private talk. Cassius says, "Messala." Messala says, "What says my general?" Cassius, "Messala, this is my birthday, as this very day was Cassius born." So that day of the battle on the ground at Philippi was might be the last day of Cassius's life, and it so happens that that day, the date of that day, is Cassius's birthday. So he was born on that day, and he might die that day. And Cassius tells Messala, "Give me thy hand, Messala. Be thou my witness that against my will, as Pompey was, am I compelled to set upon one battle all our liberties." So he asks Messala to shake his hands and tells Messala that just as old Pompey was forced to leverage all his advantages upon one battles, he too is forced to set. He too is forced to do. He too is forced to set all his advantages upon one battle. You know that I held Epicurus strong in his opinion. Now I change my mind and partly credit things that do presage. Coming from Sardis on our former ensign, two mighty eagles fell, and there they perched, gorging and feeding from our soldiers' hands, who to Philippi here consorted us. This morning are they fled away and gone, and in their steads do ravens, crows, and kites fly over our heads and downward look on us as we were sickly prey. Their shadows seem a canopy most fatal, under which our army lies ready to give up the ghost. So Cassius tells Messala that he did not have a strong opinion of the philosopher Epicurus, who dealt in signs, supernatural signs, but he says now he's going to change his mind and say that Epicurus was right, because there have been some signs on that day that things will turn out badly for them. That as they were coming from Sardis, on the flag under which they were marching, there were two mighty eagles which sat on the flag, and the eagles were feeding from the soldiers of Brutus and Cassius's army, and they came all the way to Philippi with them. Eagles are birds, are noble birds. They are signs that something good is going to happen. And but that morning, as they reached Philippi, the two mighty eagles had gone, and in their place there were dark, ordinary birds like ravens, crows, and kites. And these ordinary birds, they flew down over their heads and looked down on them as if the soldiers were their prey, as if they were going to eat the soldiers after they die on the battlefield. And there were so many of them, there were so many crows, kites, and ravens, that they formed a canopy, they formed a cover, and under this cover, which is almost like a shadow on the armies of Brutus and Cassius, the soldiers seemed ready to give up. Those soldiers seemed ready to die. So he feels that this sign shows that they're going to lose the battle that day. Messala, believe not so. Cassius, I but believe it partly, for I am fresh of spirit and resolved to meet all perils very constantly. So Cassius says he believes it only a bit, and he says he's fresh and he is decided to meet all dangers with in a calm frame of mind. Brutus, even so, Lucilius. Brutus returns to Cassius. Cassius, now most noble Brutus, the gods today stand friendly that we may, lovers and peace, lead on our days to age. So Cassius says to Brutus that he hopes that the gods may make Brutus and himself live to a ripe old age. He prays to the gods. But now, what is the reality? He says, since the affairs of men rest still uncertain, let's reason with the worst that may befall. If we do lose this battle, then is this the very last time we shall speak together. What are you then determined to do? But as it happens to them, they have to face Antony and Octavius and their armies. So it's uncertain what may happen. They may not reach old age. They may reach old age if they win the battle. They may lead their lives peacefully from then on, but the outcome of the battle is uncertain. So he asked Brutus to think what may happen if they lose the battle, and he says that that will be the very last time they're going to speak together. He asked Brutus if they lose the battle, what he has decided to do. Brutus says, even by the role of that philosophy by which I did blame Cato for the death which he did give himself, I know not how, but I do find it cowardly and vile, for fear of what might fall, so to prevent the time of arming myself with patience, to stay the providence of some high powers that govern us below. So he says that he had blamed Cato for giving himself his death, for committing suicide, but he hopes that he will not have to commit suicide. Cassius, then if we lose this battle, you're contented to be led in triumph through the streets of Rome. So Cassius asked Brutus, if they lose the battle, then Brutus will become a captive, he will be imprisoned, and he'll be led like a trophy through the streets of Rome, tied to the chariots of Antony and Octavius. He asked Brutus, is he going to be satisfied with that? Brutus says, no, Cassius, no. Think not, thou noble Roman, that ever Brutus will go to bound to Rome. He bears too great a mind. So Brutus says he will not be a captive, will not become a captive because he has too great a mind. But this same day must end the work that the Ides of March began. So on that day, the work they began on the 15th of March, that is the assassination of Caesar, will have to end on that day. And whether we shall meet again, I know not. He doesn't know whether they'll meet again. Therefore, our everlasting farewell take. So they're going to take their final farewell of each other. And he says, forever and forever farewell, Cassius. If we do meet again, why we shall smile. If they meet again, they'll be happy and they'll smile at each other. If not, why then this parting was well made. If they don't meet each other again, if they die on the battlefield, then this final goodbye was well made. Cassius, forever and forever farewell, Brutus. If we do meet again, we'll smile indeed. If not, 'tis true this parting was well made. So Cassius also wishes Brutus farewell forever, and he says if they meet again, he'll indeed smile. If they do not meet, then that parting was well made. Brutus, why then? Lead on, oh that man might know the end of this day's business ere it come. So Brutus says that he wishes that people or man in general might know the outcome, the results of his efforts before it comes. But it sufficeth that the day will end, and then the end is known. Come away. So he says it's sufficient that the day ends and the end of the day means the result will be known. Eventually, they exit. Scene 2. Alarum enter Brutus and Masala. Brutus says, ride Masala, ride and give these bills unto the legions on the other side. So now the battle has begun. There are all sorts of clamorous sounds, there are all sorts of loud noises of chariots, of horses neighing, of soldiers being killed, and the sound of swords being clashed against each other. So Brutus tells Masala to give some important information to the forces, to the legions on the other side of the battlefield. He hands Masala papers. Loud alarms, more loud sounds, more loud clamorous sounds happen. Let them set on at once, for I perceive but cold demeanor in Octavius's wing. So he says that Octavius' wing seems to be discouraged. So he wishes that his army would set on more bravely into the battle, and sudden push gives them the overthrow. Ride, Masala, let them all come down. So he tells Masala to tell the rest of the army to join them. They exit. Scene 3. Alarms enter Cassius carrying a standard and Titinius. So Cassius is standing carrying a flag, and with him comes Titinius, his servant. Cassius, oh look Titinius, look, the villains fly. So Cassius sees that his army, the soldiers of his army are retreating, they are running away from the battle. Myself have to mine own turned enemy. So he says that he himself has become an enemy to his army. This ensign here of mine was turning back. I slew the coward and did take it from him. He says the soldier carrying the flag of Cassius's army was turning back. He was running away from the battle. Cassius saw him. He killed that soldier, and he's carrying the flag himself. So Titinius, O Cassius, Brutus gave the word too early, who having some advantage on Octavius took it too eagerly. Soldiers fell to spoil, whilst we by Antony are all enclosed. So Titinius says that Brutus gave the signal to his army to charge too early, and they had some advantage on Octavius at that time. The soldiers took it too eagerly, and Octavius's soldiers, because Brutus's soldiers had charged too early, they conquered Brutus's soldiers, and the army of Cassius is surrounded by Antony's army. Enter Pindarus. Pindarus, fly further off, my lord, fly further off. Mark Antony is in your tents, my lord. Fly therefore, noble Cassius, fly far off. So Pindarus asks Cassius to escape, to fly as far away from there as possible, because Mark Antony is in the tents of Brutus and Cassius, and he has set them on fire. And so Cassius flies, he rides hard, he goes up a hill, and he says, this hill is far enough. Look, Titinius. Are those my tents where I perceive the fire? So he asks Titinius if it is his tents which have been set on fire. Titinius says, they are, my lord. Titinius, if thou lovest me, mount thou thy horse and hide thy spurs in him, till he have brought thee up to yonder troops, and here again, that I may rest assured whether yon troops are friend or enemy. So Cassius sees part of the army on one side of the battlefield. He asks Titinius to go and reconnoiter to see whether the soldiers belong to his army or the enemy's army. Titinius says, I'll be here again, even with a thought. So Titinius says, you go there and return as quickly as possible. He exits. Cassius, go Pindarus, get higher on that hill. My sight was ever thick. Regard Titinius, and tell me what thou noticed about the field. So Cassius asks Pindarus to go up the hill, and says his eyesight was not good, and he asks Pindarus to see what Titinius is doing and report to him what he sees on the battlefield. Pindarus goes up the hill, and Cassius says to himself, "This day I breathe first, time is come round, and where I did begin, there I shall end." So, on that day when he was born, he breathed first, and now the time has come round, and where he began, he shall end. He says his life has run his compass, and as Pindarus returns, he says, "Ask him what news. Sirrah, what news?" He says, Pindarus, "Oh my lord, what news? Titinius is enclosed round about, with horsemen that make to him on the spur, yet he spurs on. Now they are almost on him. Now Titinius, now some light. Oh, he lights too." So Pindarus says that Titinius is being chased by some soldiers. They surround him, and even though he puts his spurs into the sides of his horse to make his horse go faster, the soldiers who are chasing him catch up with him, and he gets down from his horse. He's taken, says Pindarus. So Titinius has been taken, shout, and hark, they shout for joy. Because they seem to have captured the enemy, they shout for joy. Cassius, "Come down, behold no more, or coward that I am to live so long, to see my best friend taken before my face." And so Cassius says that he's a coward to have lived so long, because he's seen his best friend Titinius taken in front of him. Pindarus comes down. "Come hither, Sirrah, in Parthia did I take thee prisoner, and then I swore thee, saving of thy life, that whatsoever I did bid thee do, thou shouldst attempt it." So Cassius tells Pindarus that he had taken him prisoner in Parthia, and then he had sworn to Pindarus that if he saved his life, Pindarus should do whatever Cassius told him to do. "Now come now, keep thine oath, now be a free man, and in this good sword that ran through Caesar's bowels, search this bosom." So he gives Pindarus his sword and tells him to stab his bosom with the very sword that killed Caesar. "Stand not to answer, here take thou the hilts, and then when my face is covered, as 'tis now, guide thou the sword." So he asked Pindarus to take the sword by the handle, by the hilt, and then he would cover his face and guide the sword. He asked Pindarus to guide the sword through his chest. Pindarus stabs him. "Caesar, thou art revenged, even with the sword that killed thee." He dies. So his final words are that Caesar has been revenged even by the sword that killed Caesar. So Cassius dies by that very same sword. Hello, today I think we're going to complete Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. And so we're in Act 5, and we're at the part where Cassius has met his end. So his servant Pindarus has just stabbed Cassius to death on Cassius's request, because Cassius doesn't want to be taken prisoner by the forces of Antony and Octavius. Pindarus is left alone. Pindarus is Cassius's servant. So Pindarus says, "So I am free, yet would not so have been, durst I have done my will." So he says, now he was a slave to Cassius, but now he is now a free man, and yet he says he would not have been a free man in the way he became one by stabbing his master. And so he says, "Far from this country Pindarus shall run, where never Roman shall take note of him." So Pindarus says he will go to another territory where no Roman knows him. He exits. Enter Titinius and Messala. Messala, "It is but changed, Titinius, for Octavius is overthrown by noble Brutus's power, as Cassius's legions are by Antony." So what has happened in the battle, Messala is reporting. So Octavius's forces have been overthrown by Brutus's armies, and Cassius's armies are overthrown by Antony. Titinius, these tidings will well comfort Cassius. So this news will comfort Cassius, says Titinius. Messala, where did you leave him? Titinius, all disconsolate, with Pindarus his bondman on this hill. So he said, Titinius says he left Cassius all in a very sad mood, and he had left him with Pindarus on that hill, Masala. Is not that he that lies upon the ground? So Masala sees the body of Cassius and asks Titinius if it's not Cassius who is lying there. Masala, is not that he? Titinius, no, this was he, Masala, but Cassius is no more. So Titinius says, this was Cassius, but now he is dead. O setting sun, as in thy red rays thou dost sink tonight, so in his red blood Cassius's day is set. So he compares Cassius to the setting sun, just as the setting sun sinks down below the horizon in a glow of red. So Cassius's life has come to an end with the red of his blood being spilled. The sun of Rome is set. So Rome has lost one of its greatest people. Our day is gone. Clouds, dews, and dangers come. Our deeds are done. Mistrust of my success had done this deed. So now he thinks that damp and ague will fall upon Rome, and he understands that some misunderstanding, mistrust of what has happened has made Cassius kill himself. Masala, mistrust of good success has done this deed. O hateful error, melancholy's child, why dost thou show to the apt thoughts of men the things that are not? And so Masala says that Cassius has killed himself because he feared that he would not succeed, and he ascribes the blame to melancholy. Melancholy is a feeling of sadness, and when a person is feeling sad, then his mind will start to think along lines which are not true. So Cassius was sad, he was melancholy, and he feared success. He feared that he would not succeed. So he took the extreme step of killing himself because of the error that he had. And Cassius and Masala continues, O error soon conceived, thou never comest unto a happy birth, but killest the mother that engendered thee. So again, Masala describes melancholy. Melancholy is never born in a happy mind. Sadness is never born in a happy mind. But as soon as it's born, it kills the very person that gave birth to it. Titinius, what Pindarus? Where art thou, Pindarus? So Titinius looks around for Pindarus. Masala says, seek him, Titinius, whilst I go to meet the noble Brutus, thrusting this report into his ears. I may say thrusting it, for piercing steel and darts and venom shall be as welcome to the ears of Brutus as tidings of this sight. So Masala asked Titinius to go and find Pindarus, and he is going to go and tell Brutus the report of Cassius's death, and he's going to thrust it, he's going to push it into Brutus's ears, because to Brutus, piercing steel and poisoned darts will be as welcome to the ears of Brutus as news of Cassius's death. Titinius, hie you, Masala, and I'll seek for Pindarus the while. So Titinius says, go to see Brutus, Masala, and he will seek Pindarus. Masala exits. Why didst thou send me forth, brave Cassius? Did I not meet thy friends, and did not they put on my brows this wreath of victory, and bid me give it thee? So Titinius says that what has happened, in fact, is that Cassius's own soldiers have chased Titinius, and they placed the wreath of victory because their armies have won the battle. And they placed the wreath, and the soldiers had told Titinius to give the wreath to Cassius. But what Pindarus actually saw from the hill was that Titinius was chased by some soldiers. He was overtaken by those soldiers, and he jumped down, and he misinterpreted that scene. What had actually happened was that the soldiers who were chasing Titinius were the victorious soldiers of Cassius, and they wanted to convey the news of their victory to Cassius through Titinius. Alas, thou hast misconstrued everything. So he has misunderstood, Cassius has misunderstood everything. But hold thee, take this garland on thy brow. So he lays the garland, he lays the wreath on Cassius's brow, laying the garland on Cassius's brow. Thy Brutus bid me give it thee. So Brutus himself has told Titinius to give the garland of victory to Cassius, and I will do his bidding. And you, Brutus, come apace and see how I regarded Caius Cassius.